The night has finally quieted. The television is off, the phone turned face down, and only a soft golden lamp glows beside the bed. The world, for a brief moment, has decided not to ask anything more of you. You can breathe now. You can rest your eyes and listen. Tonight, we are going somewhere far away, across the sea, through rain and time, to a place that forgot how to be afraid. The village of Kilkara. It lies on the western coast of Ireland, where the cliffs bend like old backs and the wind tastes faintly of salt and peat smoke. The village is small, a collection of gray stone cottages tucked between the hills and the ocean, with cobbled lanes that shine faintly under mist. Lanterns flicker at the doorways, their yellow light melting into the fog. And if you walk the streets after sunset, you'll notice something curious. There are no mirrors, no silvered glass in the inns, no shop fronts gleaming with reflection. Even the puddles seem duller here, as if the village itself refuses to look back at its own face. Yet Kilkara is peaceful, always has been. The people speak softly, never in haste. They greet each other by name, as though to remind themselves that they are real, that names hold them in place. They laugh gently, never too loud. And when they pass you on the narrow street, they nod with that quiet Irish warmth that feels older than language. At the heart of Kilkara stands a tea house. The sign above the door reads, "The Quiet Cup." Inside, the air smells of cinnamon and old wood. The tea is poured slowly, never rushed, and every cup feels like a small ceremony. Behind the counter works Moira O'Rourke, silver-haired but ageless, her smile patient as weathered stone. She lives upstairs with her granddaughter Neve, 16 years old, with dark curls and eyes that always seem to be searching for something beyond the horizon. Neve has never been beyond Kilkara's borders. The village is her whole world, and yet she sketches worlds of her own in her notebooks. The cliffs at dawn, the waves breaking into foam, and reflections, always reflections. She draws them on paper, in puddles, in the glimmer of teacups. She has never seen herself clearly in a mirror, but she imagines she would recognize the feeling. Moira loves her fiercely, though there's a quiet sadness in her gaze whenever Neve asks about her parents. They were travelers, she always says. They went too far to come back. And then, as if remembering something urgent, she changes the subject to tea leaves or weather. At dusk, Moira covers every reflective surface in the house with linen cloths: the kettle, the glass cabinet, the small oval mirror that has been turned to the wall for as long as Neve can remember. The house changes with nightfall. The warmth remains, but there's a hush that feels almost sacred. One evening, Neve asked, "Grandmother, why do we hide the mirrors?" Moira looked up from the teapot, her fingers stilling on the handle. "Because, child," she said softly, "after sunset the veil thins. It's when the world likes to remember what we've forgotten. Best not to invite it." Neve tilted her head, half curious, half amused. "You mean bad luck?" "Worse," Moira murmured. "Memory." It was spoken like a superstition, and Neve laughed it off. Yet something in her grandmother's eyes, that faint flicker of fear, settled into her thoughts like a pebble in water. Outside, the mist thickened, wrapping Kilkara in its slow gray breath. The church bell chimed 8 times, the sound melting into the wind. The streets emptied. Candles were snuffed out one by one until only the sea could be heard. Slow, eternal, whispering against the rocks. Neve sat by the window with her sketchbook, tracing the outline of the street lamps. Their glow was soft, like stars caught close to earth. She felt a strange affection for the quiet, the kind of peace that presses gently against the chest. Still, her pencil hesitated. She drew the window pane, and inside it, a faint outline of herself. For a moment, she thought she saw the reflection move differently, not enough to startle, only enough to notice. A trick of candlelight, perhaps. Her heart gave a small jump. She blinked, smiled, and shook her head. The mind plays games in the mist. Downstairs, Moira hummed an old Gaelic tune while cleaning the teacups. The melody wound through the house, low and circular, like something older than memory. After sunset, no one looks into glass, she called softly up the stairs, as she did every night. Yes, grandmother, Neve answered, still watching her faint reflection. It's hard to say what made her look again. Curiosity, maybe, or the odd stillness of the room. But when she did, the reflection in the window lingered half a breath longer than it should have. Neve turned her head, and in the same moment, the girl in the glass seemed to turn too, but slower, softer, like an echo delayed. The candle flickered once, then steadied. Outside, the fog pressed closer, dulling even the sound of the sea. The window was just glass again. Just Neve, alone in her little room, sketching the world that never seemed to change. Downstairs, Moira whispered a prayer she hadn't spoken aloud in 40 years. And somewhere beyond the hills, something old, something forgotten, began to stir just enough to listen. Morning in Kilkara did not rush itself. The light came in slow, pale ribbons over the sea, sliding across the stone walls and damp cobbles as if it, too, had all the time in the world. The mist lingered just long enough to soften the edges of things, then pulled back, revealing a village that woke in quiet agreement rather than alarm. No one ran. No one shouted. The day unfolded like a page turned carefully. Every Friday, as the tide began to lean out, the people of Kilkara walked down to the shore for the sea blessing. It was not announced, not organized, simply understood. Doors opened, boots met gravel, shawls were pulled tight, and they gathered at the lip of the gray-green water. A small wooden cross stood on a rock, draped in worn blue ribbon. Beside it, a chipped lantern that never seemed to rust. Moira stood near the front, her hands folded, white hair pinned neatly back. Neve at her side, fingers tucked into her grandmother's sleeve. The villagers bowed their heads as the priest mumbled his familiar lines, but the real prayer was unspoken. The shared gratitude for calm seas, full nets, quiet nights. Faces turned toward the horizon, and the breeze stroked their cheeks like an old friend. The older men, those who should have stooped under their years, stood straight-backed, their eyes bright as wet stones. The older women, wrapped in wool, had skin that did not quite match their age. There were faint lines, yes, but not enough. Their hands were steady. Their steps were sure. It was the kind of thing an outsider might call good genes or country air. The villagers, when teased, would tap their chests and say it was faith or clean living. Then they would fall silent a little too quickly. Neve noticed, the way young eyes do, but she did not yet know how to hold suspicion. To her, Kilkara was simply Kilkara. People were as they were. Moira had always looked the same. Silver hair, warm eyes, soft hands that poured tea and folded linens and brushed Neve's curls from her face at night. She could not imagine her any different. At dusk, when the bell in the church tower sighed its way through the evening chime, another ritual began. One by one, small flames appeared in cottage windows. Candles set on sills, lanterns hung low. It made the village look like a cluster of fireflies had settled on the stone. These were not lights against danger, but invitations to rest. A way of telling the dark, we see you. Walk with us gently. Inside the quiet cup, The last of the cups were washed and placed upside down on a towel. Neve wiped down the wooden tables. Moira moved through the room with practiced ease. Yet when the sun slipped beneath the line of the sea, something in her posture changed. Her gaze flicked to the metal teapot, to the glinting curve of a spoon, to the faint reflection in the glass of a framed picture. Without being told, Neve brought the stack of linen cloths. Moira draped them one by one over anything that shone too clearly. The kettle, the wide plate on the wall, the small mirror turned to face the plaster. It was not hurried, but it was absolute. "Grandmother," Neve said one evening, watching her hands, "do you ever get tired of this?" "Tired of what, love?" "Of pretending the glass is dangerous." Moira's fingers quivered for the briefest moment, pressing more tightly than needed against the cloth. The tremor was small, but it did not belong in a hand that seemed otherwise untouched by age. "We are not pretending," she said softly. "We are remembering a promise." "What promise?" Moira looked at her, and the answer rose to the edge of her tongue, then vanished. Her smile returned, worn but kind. "You will understand when the time is right." Outside, a group of visitors crossed the square toward the small inn. They came more often now, tired-looking men and women with worn suitcases and softer steps. Travelers from cities who had heard of Kilkara through friends of friends. Rumors traveled quickly in the world beyond. A village where no one has nightmares. A place where you leave your heaviness behind. A town that sleeps easy. The pilgrims, as the locals half-jokingly called them, came with dark circles under their eyes and invisible weights strapped to their shoulders. They stayed for 3 nights, perhaps 5. They drank Moira's tea. They walked along the cliffs. They went to bed and woke up saying things like, "I have not slept like that in years." And, "It is as if something let go." They tipped well. They smiled with relief. They never quite understood why when they tried to catch their reflection in the inn's glass cabinet after sunset. The glass seemed cloudy, as though hiding its own face. Neve watched them with interest. She liked listening to the way they spoke about the places they came from. Crowded, buzzing, restless. She saw their hands shake when they arrived, then still when they left. Kilkara did that. Smoothed people out, softened the noise. It made her proud, in a way, to belong to such a place. Yet at night, when the lanterns were blown out and her grandmother's breathing grew slow in the next room, there were sounds that did not belong in a village so proud of its quiet. Faint tapping. It came sometimes from the wardrobe, sometimes from beneath the floorboards. Once, unmistakably, from the wall where the covered mirror hung. Not scratching, not clawing. More like knuckles lightly testing a door they were no longer allowed to open. Neve would lie still, listening. The sound never grew loud enough to be alarming. It was almost polite, rhythmic, patient. She told herself it was the wood settling, or birds, or the sea playing tricks in the pipes. The mind in the dark is creative, especially when it is young. Eventually, the tapping always stopped. Sleep would take her, safe and deep, as if wrapped in cotton. On a rain-laced afternoon, when the fire was steady and the tea house glowed with steady warmth, an old pilgrim came in. A man hunched in the shoulders, but keen in the eyes. He wore a coat too thin for the weather and carried a suitcase that looked older than he was. Moira greeted him with her usual gentle nod. "Welcome in, sir. Warm yourself?" He stared at her for a long moment. His lips parted. "You," he said quietly. "You ran this place when I was a boy." Moira's smile did not falter. "My family has always been here." "No," he insisted, voice shaking with something like wonder. "It was you. Same face, same voice. You gave my father a cup of tea when he could not sleep. You told me not to worry. That was 50 years ago. The room went very still. The fire cracked softly, a log giving way. Neve looked at her grandmother. For the first time, she saw the color drain from Moira's cheeks. Just slightly. Just enough. The older woman's eyes clouded, a storm passing over calm water. That must be a kind memory playing tricks on you, Moira said, tone light, careful. Time is like that. The pilgrim frowned, uncertain, then let it go. People often chose the most comforting answer. Neve did not. As she cleared the cups a moment later, she watched Moira's hands. They were steady again, but only because she forced them to be. And in the polished metal tray Neve carried past the window, the reflection of her grandmother's face seemed, for a fraction of a second, older, tired, lined, honest, before smoothing back into the version Kilkara knew. The candle flames did not flicker. No thunder rolled. No one screamed. Still, something quiet and cold settled in the space between what was seen and what was true. And it was not done with them yet. Neve lived in a village where nothing terrible ever seemed to happen. And somehow that was exactly what made her uneasy. Safety wrapped itself around Kilkara like the mist, soft and constant, but heavy if one breathed it too long. The days were kind. The nights were calm. The years, it seemed, did not bite as hard as they should. For most people, that would have been enough. For Neve, it was almost enough. She loved the sound of her grandmother moving about the tea house below, the familiar clink of cups, the low hum of voices, the ever-present warmth of something baking. She loved the way Moira tucked a blanket over her when she fell asleep reading on the sofa, the way the villagers greeted her, as if she were part of the stone and sea. There was love here, and gentleness, and shelter. But there were also empty spaces. On the wall beside the staircase hung framed sketches of Kilkara through the seasons, drawings of the cliffs, the church, the harbor lantern. There were pressed flowers in glass and an old rosary and a faded map of the coast. There were no photographs of Neve's parents. Not a wedding picture, not a baby photo, not a single image of the faces that had brought her into this world. Each time she noticed, the absence felt louder. Once, as she dried dishes, she asked lightly, "Grandmother, do I look more like my mother or my father?" Moira's hands paused in the soap. A small, careful pause. "A little of both, love," she answered. "You carry good pieces." Neve waited for more. None came. The air thickened with all the things not said. That night she dreamed again of the lake she had never seen. Black as poured ink, its surface smooth as glass. She stood upon it without sinking, barefoot, the cold pushing up through her soles. Beneath the surface, faces drifted, eyes open, mouths forming words she could not hear. Some looked like villagers she knew, some like strangers. One like the shape of a woman she might have called mother if the world had been kinder with its answers. They reached up, palms pressed to the underside of the water as if it were glass between them. Their fingertips aligned with her feet. 100 voiceless questions rose up at once. She woke with her heart beating hard against the ribs, the room still, the morning pale. Beside her bed, the covered mirror on the wall did not move. Later that day, she walked the cliffs to clear the echo of the dream. The sea stretched vast and gray beyond her, its breaths slow against the rocks. Gulls wheeled overhead, their calls distant, like voices from a story told in another room. The wind pushed at her hair, carrying the scent of salt and something older, like iron and rain soaked into stone. She followed the path that wound along the edge, where grass gave way to rock, where one could hear the deep, steady thrum of waves striking the world. The church bell in the village rang once, then again, its sound reaching her a breath late, softened by distance. Each note fell into the ocean air and disappeared. Neve loved this stretch of land. Here, away from the neat routines and covered glass, the world felt honest, raw. The sea aged in plain sight, cliffs broke and fell, wind cut and carved. There was no pretending that time was gentle out here. Near the far bend of the path, she saw Father Callan, the village priest, kneeling to write a fallen wooden cross that marked a fisherman lost decades before she was born. He straightened, brushed off his hands, and smiled at her with kind, watery eyes. "Out for air, Neve?" he asked. "Yes, Father. It feels easier to think out here." "Thinking is a heavy habit for someone your age," he said, though there was no sharpness in it, only observation. She hesitated. "Is it true people come here because they sleep better?" His gaze drifted past her, toward the far-off shape of the village. "It is true," he said. "Kilkara has been given a gift." "What kind of gift?" "The sort most of the world prays for," he replied softly. "Quiet nights, gentle dreams, fewer graves than there might have been." "That sounds good," Neve said, though the words felt strange in her mouth. "So why does it feel like a secret?" Callan's smile thinned. For a heartbeat, something like grief crossed his features. "Gifts must be honored," he said instead. "Promises kept, that is all." "And if they are not?" she asked. His eyes met hers. For a moment she saw exhaustion there, deep and ancient, far beyond his years. Then he patted her shoulder, light as mist. "Do not borrow weight that is not yours yet, child. Run along. Your grandmother will be waiting." He turned away before she could reply. As Neve walked back down the hill path, clouds thickened over the sun, dimming the light. In the narrow lane between the tea house and the inn, she slowed. A child stood there, one of the village boys, his palm pressed against a darkened window. "Can you see me yet?" he whispered to the glass. Neve stopped. "Liam, who are you talking to?" The boy turned, startled, his cheeks flushing. "No one," he said quickly. "It is a game." His eyes slid back to the window. Neve followed his gaze. The glass was so dark she could not see her own outline. Only the faint suggestion of movement deep inside, like someone standing a few steps back, watching. When she blinked, it was gone. The boy ran off. The lane fell quiet. That evening, Moira went to the market, leaving Neve to straighten the rooms upstairs. The late light was tender, turning the dust in the hallway to drifting gold. Neve hummed to herself as she folded blankets, stacked books, aligned frames. Tiny, ordinary acts that made a place feel safe. In Moira's bedroom, the air smelled of lavender and old paper. There was a chest at the foot of the bed, a wardrobe against the wall, a dresser with its mirror turned to face the plaster. Neve dusted carefully, her hand moving in familiar circles. Then she noticed it. One drawer of the dresser was locked. All the others opened with ease, full of neatly folded clothes and handkerchiefs. This one alone had a small brass keyhole and no key in sight. Linen was draped over the top, as if to make the lock less visible. Curiosity is a quiet thing at first. A finger on wood, a thought that lingers. Neve pulled gently. It did not give. Her pulse quickened, though there was no real reason. She knelt, peering closer. From beneath the edge of the drawer, a corner of dark cloth peeked out, as if something beneath had shifted over time. Carefully, she eased it open a fraction more, long enough to slip her hand in. Her fingers brushed coarse fabric, then the unmistakable cold of glass. smooth, old, waiting. "Neve." Her grandmother's voice came from the doorway, but it sounded wrong. Not loud, not harsh, just edged. Neve flinched, turning. Moira stood there, her face drained of color, eyes too bright. She crossed the room in 3 quick steps and seized Neve's wrist. The grip was sharp, stronger than it had any right to be. "Never after dark." The words came out low, almost a growl, in a voice that did not belong in the warm rooms of the quiet cup. Neve stared at her, stunned. The house seemed to exhale all at once. Then Moira let go, fingers softening, horror flickering across her own features at what she had done. "Do you hear me, child?" she whispered, now only Moira again, small and afraid. "Never after dark." Neve nodded, though her wrist still throbbed. Down the hall, the covered mirror on the wall watched without eyes. And somewhere inside the quiet, something smiled, patient as always. Morning broke clear and wide, the kind of morning Kilkara had not seen in weeks. The fog had retreated to the cliffs, and the ocean caught the sunlight like a bowl of liquid glass. Bells from the harbor drifted faintly through the air, mixing with the scrape of cartwheels and the soft tune of fiddles from the square. It was market day, a gentle commotion by Kilkara's standards. Stalls bloomed like small, colorful tents along the cobbled street. Fishmongers called out their prices in soft, melodic tones, and women in wool shawls traded gossip over baskets of apples. Children ran through puddles, laughter flashing briefly before dissolving into the sea wind. Neve and Moira arrived together, their baskets swinging between them. Moira walked with her usual quiet poise, stopping now and then to greet old friends with a nod and a smile. Neve trailed half a step behind, eyes darting from one stall to another, drinking in the colors, the red of berries, the dull silver of fish scales, the brass trinkets glinting in the sunlight. And then she saw him. The stranger's cart stood near the well, just outside the line of regular stalls. His horse was thin, its coat gray with dust, and the man himself looked as if he had been traveling for a very long time. His coat was patched but clean. His face was lined but kind. He smiled at everyone and no one, his teeth white against weathered skin. He sold odd things, not food or tools, but objects that seemed pulled from another life. Buttons carved from bone, a pocket watch with no hands, music boxes that played without winding. Every piece had the faint shimmer of a story that had not been told in years. The villagers approached with curiosity but polite caution. Kilkara didn't often welcome strangers, yet the man's presence seemed harmless enough. The pilgrims, always more daring, gathered quickly, tired eyes brightening as they fingered the curiosities laid out on faded velvet. Neve watched from a few steps away, fascinated. The man's cart was messy in a deliberate sort of way, as if each item had found its own place by choice. Her eyes wandered across the clutter, until they caught on something near the back, half hidden under a folded cloth. It was small, oval, and framed in tarnished silver. She could not see its surface clearly, but even beneath the shadow, it gleamed. Unlike everything else in Kilkara, which dulled with the mist and refused to reflect too much light, this object seemed to glow quietly from within. She stepped closer, almost without realizing. The stranger noticed. "Ah," he said softly, his accent rolling like pebbles under tide. "You have a good eye, girl." He lifted the cloth, revealing the mirror in full. The frame was carved with tiny waves, curling and overlapping, and if Neve looked closer, she saw faces hidden in the crests. Small, sorrowful, human faces caught in the silver foam. The glass was flawless, clearer than water. It seemed deeper than it was. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "For seeing what is owed," said the peddler, eyes twinkling. "For seeing what is missing." Neve frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" He tilted his head. "Some mirrors show what is. Others, what should have been. This one," his smile widened, thin and knowing, "shows what you've forgotten to remember." Moira's voice cut through the air like the snap of cold wind. "Neve." The girl turned. Her grandmother stood at the edge of the crowd, her basket untouched, eyes fixed on the mirror with something close to dread. "Come away from there," she said quietly. Neve hesitated. "It's just a mirror." "No mirror is just anything," Moira replied, moving closer. "Especially not that one." The peddler's smile did not fade, but it shifted, curving into something more polite, almost apologetic. "An old superstition, perhaps. The people here do not care for reflections, I see." Moira's gaze did not leave him. "And you should not care for them either. Take your trinkets and your mirror and move along before the light fades." The man gave a small, respectful bow. "As you wish, ma'am." But when he looked at Neve again, there was something in his eyes, a quiet curiosity, as though he recognized a story still waiting to be told. "You've never seen your face clearly, have you?" he murmured. Neve opened her mouth to answer, but Moira's hand closed around her arm, firm but trembling. "Enough," she said. "We're going home." They left the square in silence. Behind them, the fiddles picked up again, the voices of the crowd swelling to fill the empty space the stranger left behind. That night, the air grew heavy before sunset. The fog rolled back in, thick and low, swallowing the edges of the village. Neve and Moira ate their supper in quiet, the only sound the ticking of the small wooden clock. But Neve couldn't stop thinking about the mirror, the way it seemed to glow, the faces hidden in its silver frame, the strange weight of the peddler's words. "For seeing what is owed, for seeing what is missing." She told herself it was nonsense, just a shiny object in a gloomy place. Yet beneath her calm, something restless stirred, the same feeling she'd had when she dreamed of the black lake, of faces pressing against glass. A pull, gentle and inevitable. As darkness gathered, Neve stood by the window, watching the village fade into the mist. Somewhere far off, the faint sound of wheels echoed, the stranger's cart leaving town. She could almost picture it, the horse's hooves sinking into wet ground, the lantern swaying, the man humming to himself. But when the sound faded, a thought came uninvited. He had taken everything with him, hadn't he? She shook her head, smiling at her own imagination. "Of course he did," she whispered. Then, just before she turned away, she noticed the faint glimmer of something on the doorstep below. A shape wrapped in dark cloth, almost hidden in the shadow of the doorframe. Her breath caught. She opened the door slowly. The wind had died. The air was thick, still expectant. The bundle sat neatly against the threshold, tied with a single piece of twine. The cloth was damp, cool to the touch. Neve hesitated, glancing at the ground. The path was soft from rain, but there were no footprints, no marks from hooves or wheels, only that small, careful bundle. She crouched, untied the string, and pulled the cloth aside just enough to see what lay within. The silver glimmer met her eyes, that same small oval mirror, the waves and faces gleaming faintly, even without light. A shiver ran down her arms. She wrapped it again quickly, heart beating fast, and lifted her gaze to the street. Nothing moved. The fog pressed close, muffling every sound. From inside the house, Moira called softly, "Neve, are you still awake?" Neve swallowed. "Yes, grandmother. Just locking the door." She hid the bundle behind her back and stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind her. In the silence that followed, the sea's whisper sounded different, not like a lullaby anymore, but like someone murmuring her name from very far away. The rain came late, soft at first, then steadier, stitching faint silver lines down the window panes. It was the kind of rain that did not rage, only settled in, like a long, slow sigh laid over the village. Inside the quiet cup, the lamps had been dimmed. The chairs were stacked. The last ember in the hearth glowed a tired orange, holding on. Upstairs, Moira slept. Neve could hear it, the gentle, even breath through the thin wall between their rooms, the familiar reassurance that the world was as it should be. The small wooden clock on the shelf ticked in measured beats, counting out the seconds with patient fingers. Neve sat on the edge of her bed in the half-light, the bundle resting in her lap. The dark cloth was still damp from the fog, the weight of what lay inside strangely heavy for its size. She should have given it to Moira. She knew that. Set it on the table and said, "Look what someone left at our door." Watched her grandmother's face pale, perhaps. Watched her take it away, out of sight, out of reach. Watched the world remain simple and safe. Instead, here she was, alone with it in the quiet hour after midnight, when the village seemed to be holding its breath. "I'm sorry," she whispered, though she was not sure whether she spoke to Moira, to herself, or to whatever had found its way to their doorstep. Her fingers eased the knot of the string, pulled back the edge of the cloth. The silver glimmer bled into the dark like moonlight in water. She drew the mirror out carefully. Up close, it was even more beautiful and more unsettling. The frame's tiny waves curled around each other, frozen in motion, the hidden faces in their curves both sorrowful and calm. The glass itself was impossibly clear. It did not reflect the room so much as erase its shadows. A single candle burned on her nightstand, flame small but steady. Its light tied the pieces of the room together, the quilt on her bed, the wooden wardrobe, the worn rug, Neve's bare feet on the floorboards. All of it found its way into the mirror's surface when she tilted it upright. She hesitated, heart beating a little too loudly. "Just a mirror," she murmured, echoing her own words from the square. Yet the phrase rang hollow now, paper thin. Slowly, Neve lifted the glass to her face. At first, what she saw was so ordinary that it almost hurt. A girl, 16, dark curls loose over her shoulders, skin pale in the candlelight, eyes wide with curiosity and a touch of guilt. The small lamp glow warmed one side of her face, leaving the other soft in shadow. Behind her, the dim outline of the room. She exhaled, a quiet laugh caught between nerves and relief. "See? There you are." Her reflection stared back. She shifted the mirror a little, testing the way her image moved. It followed. When she blinked, the girl blinked. When she tilted her head, the girl did too. Then Neve's gaze flicked away for half a second, just down to the frame, to those carved faces, to the ripple of metal. And when she looked back, the girl in the mirror was still watching her, as if she had never looked away. Neve frowned. Just a trick of timing. She lifted her chin. The reflection did the same. But there was the slightest delay, like a word arriving a heartbeat after it was spoken. She smiled, because it was easier than being afraid. The reflection smiled too slow, too measured, like someone choosing the expression from memory. The candle crackled, sending a thin trail of smoke upward. Neve leaned closer. The eyes in the glass were her eyes, but not entirely. They were deeper somehow. The brown seemed darker, edged with something old that did not belong to 16 years. There was a sadness there that Neve had never seen in her own face. Her stomach tightened, but the room remained warm. The rain remained gentle. The clock continued its soft ticking. Nothing lunged, nothing screamed. And still, the wrongness thickened like mist. "Strange," Neve whispered, almost apologetic. "You feel different." The reflection's lips parted. "Thank you," it said softly. The voice did not come from the room. It came from somewhere just behind her ears, somewhere inside the mirror, shaped from the hush itself. Gentle, calm, grateful. Neve froze. The candle flame wavered, then stilled. She did not scream. The sound that left her was barely a breath. "What?" "Thank you for letting me out," the reflection said. The girl in the glass did not shout, did not contort. She simply spoke as if she had been waiting a very long time for someone to listen. Her smile was small and almost kind. The sadness in her eyes softened into something like relief. Neve's fingers tightened around the frame. This is a trick. I am dreaming." "You are not dreaming, Neve O'Rourke," the reflection replied, her tone patient, as one might speak to a frightened child. "You never dream when the rain sounds like this. You sleep too deeply here." Neve's pulse stumbled. She had never told anyone about the way her dreams disappeared in Kilkara, how rarely she remembered anything at all upon waking. "How do you know my name?" The reflection blinked, slower than Neve, with deliberate grace. "Because it is mine too. Because I was there the night you were born, by the lake glass, when the mist almost took you. Your mother held you so tightly. She was afraid they would ask for you as well." Neve's mouth went dry. "My mother, Era," the reflection said, as if tasting the name with reverence. "Era O'Rourke. She had your eyes before you had hers. She sang to you over black water while the bells rang, and the village prayed that you would belong to this side." Neve had never heard that name before. Not once. Not from Moira. Not from Father Callan. Not from anyone. She felt the room tilt. The clock's ticking grew louder, then dimmed, as if submerged. "You are lying," Neve whispered. The girl in the glass only looked at her, eyes deep as the lake from her dreams. "There were lanterns that night," she continued softly. 16 of them. Your grandmother broke one when she slipped on the stones. She still limps when the weather turns cold. She hides that from you. Neve thought of the way Moira sometimes favored one leg when the rain lasted too long. A detail she had noticed, then brushed aside. How can you know that?" "Because I am what is left on the other side of every promise they ever made," the reflection said. Not cruel, not accusing, just true. "And you have finally looked at me after dark." The candle fluttered again, then steadied, its small halo wrapping both girls, the one in the room and the one in the glass, in the same soft light. Outside, the rain hushed as if leaning closer. The house did not change. There were no dragged chains, no rattling windows. Only Neve, sitting very still, holding a mirror that knew her mother's name. "Do not be afraid," the reflection added, her kind, wrong smile returning. "You have done what no one here has dared to do in a long time." Neve swallowed. "What is that?" "You have remembered that there is another side," the girl in the glass said. "And you have opened the door." For a long while, Neve sat frozen before the mirror, her breath soft and uneven, the candle's flame trembling like a pulse caught in air. The girl in the glass, her reflection, her echo, her impossible twin, had gone still, watching her with that tender, mournful patience. Outside, the rain had stopped. The silence that followed was not peace, but something dense and waiting. The kind of silence that knows what comes next. Neve swallowed. "What did you mean?" she whispered. "That there's another side?" Her reflection didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached toward Neve. Her fingers brushed the inside of the glass, the surface rippling faintly as if it were not solid at all, but liquid held in a fragile shell. The candlelight shimmered across the waves carved into the frame. And for an instant, Neve thought she heard something faint, a murmur beneath the sound of her own heart, like voices carried from somewhere deep underwater. Then the mirror began to darken. It didn't fade as normal glass does when the light dims. It thickened. The image of Neve's room, the quilt, the candle, the small framed picture, blurred and bled away, replaced by a slow swirl of shadow. The reflection's face remained for a heartbeat longer, eyes calm, unblinking, and then even she sank back, her outline swallowed by a gray mist that pooled behind the glass. Neve leaned closer. The surface no longer showed her own world. It showed another, a pale version of Kilkara, drained of color, drained of life. The cottages were there, but their roofs sagged, their windows hollow. The cobbled streets stretched in the same familiar lines, yet cracked and uneven, as if they had been forgotten by time itself. The sea, which should have shimmered beyond the village, was only a flat expanse of dried gray, like a memory of water. The bell tower in the square leaned, and when the wind stirred, the bell swung without sound, its mouth open in a silent cry. And there were figures, pale shapes, human but not entirely. They moved slowly through that dead village, their forms flickering faintly at the edges, as though the air itself was trying to erase them. Some stood inside doorways, some knelt in the dust, some simply stared through invisible walls. A few had their hands pressed against the inner side of the glass, right where Neve sat, watching, as though they could sense her presence, as though she were the ghost and they the living. She drew back, breath catching. "What is this place?" The answer came from within the dark. Her reflection stepped forward again, the faintest glow tracing her outline. "This," she said quietly, "is where we are. The ones who stayed when your world decided not to remember. The ones left as payment for your peace." Neve's throat tightened. Payment? Her reflection nodded slowly, her gaze drifting toward the ruined village behind her. Once, long ago, Kilkara was like every other place, full of fear, of sickness, of loss. The people grew tired. They begged the lake to take their pain. And so it did. But every mercy carries its shadow. To live free of fear, they had to surrender the selves that felt it. Their true selves. Their reflections. The words came like a lullaby, sung to no one. Neve looked past her, the pale figures reaching toward the glass. They're alive? Alive enough to remember, her reflection said. They breathe here. They dream here. They watch the lives that were once theirs play out across your world. But they cannot return. That was the bargain. Neve's heart ached at the stillness in the figures' movements, the way their hands flattened against the invisible barrier, as if in quiet despair. And you're one of them. The girl in the glass smiled faintly, but it was the kind of smile that hurts to hold. Yes. Or perhaps I am what was left behind when you began. The echo of your first cry, the shadow of your first breath. You have lived all this time, while I have watched. For a moment, Neve felt dizzy, as though her world had tilted under her feet. The candle's flame bent sideways, elongating against the wall. It's not possible, she whispered. I'm real. You're just a reflection. Real, the girl echoed softly. That is what they all said once, before they forgot that we were the part that could love, that could fear, that could change. Neve's eyes filled before she could stop them. Why show me this? Why now? Because the promise is thinning, the reflection said, her tone almost sorrowful. The veil cracks. The balance trembles. Your people can no longer live untouched by truth. The ones who built their peace on our silence feel the weight returning. Neve thought of the pilgrim who had recognized Moira, the tremor in her grandmother's hands, the faint tapping behind the walls. The pieces slid together with a sickening calm. They know, Neve said. They've always known. Her reflection tilted her head, the motion slow, graceful. Knowing is not the same as remembering. They buried the knowledge deep enough to sleep. But you, child, you were born too close to the seam. You dream of the lake because your mother could not forget it. Neve's breath stilled. My mother. The reflection stepped aside, motioning gently toward the world behind her. The mist within the glass thinned, and through it, Neve saw the ruined Kilkara more clearly now. The cracked stones, the still sea. Among the gray figures, one moved differently. A woman standing apart from the others. Her hair, though pale, carried a softness Neve recognized. Her face was tired but kind, and her hands trembled as they reached toward the glass. The moment her eyes met Neve's, something inside Neve cracked open. A memory that had never been hers, a lullaby hummed over black water, the smell of lavender and peat smoke mixed with tears. The woman pressed her palm against the inside of the glass. Who is she? Neve whispered, though her heart already knew the answer. The reflection's voice dropped to a whisper. Your mother, Era O'Rourke. She has been waiting here, keeping the others calm, hoping one day you would look into the dark long enough to see her. The woman in the mirror smiled, a trembling, fragile smile, and mouthed something that Neve could not hear, but felt she understood. I'm sorry. Neve lifted her hand, pressing her fingers to the cool surface. For a breath, she thought she felt warmth, faint like breath against winter glass, answering her touch. Behind her, the clock struck once. The sound broke the spell. The light in the mirror dimmed, the mist folding back into shadow. The figures blurred, their outlines thinning, the woman's hand fading last of all. Neve found herself staring again at her own face, pale and shaken, candlelight trembling in her eyes. Her reflection watched her, voice barely audible now. You see now what was lost to make this peace. Every comfort has its cost, every silence its ghost. Neve whispered, Why me? Because you still believe that peace should not hurt to keep. And then the mirror stilled completely, only showing the girl who no longer knew which side of the glass she stood on. Morning crept slowly into Kilkara, spilling pale light through the thin curtains and painting the kitchen in soft gray gold. Outside, the rain had passed, leaving the cobblestones slick and shining. The air smelled of salt and wet earth, the kind that carries a quiet promise of calm after turmoil. Moira moved about the kitchen in her usual rhythm. Kettle on the stove, cups lined up neatly, slices of brown bread laid on the table beside a pot of jam. Steam curled from the teapot like a ghost rising, swirling around her as she hummed the same old tune Neve had known since childhood. The familiar pattern of it should have been comforting. It wasn't. Neve sat at the table, elbows resting on the worn wood, her eyes fixed on the window. The glass was fogged, but through the blur she could see the sea beyond, gray and endless. The world looked exactly the same, and yet everything inside her had shifted. She hadn't slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the ruined village, the dried sea, the pale faces behind the glass. She saw her, the woman with the tired smile, and the same dark eyes. When Moira set a cup in front of her, the soft clink against the saucer made Neve flinch. "You're quiet this morning," Moira said gently, taking her seat across the table. "Even the birds are louder than you." Neve lifted her gaze. The words came out before she could soften them. "Who was Era?" The teacup stopped halfway to Moira's lips. A faint tremor rippled through her hand, and for the first time, the steam from the cup rose between them like a wall. "I dreamt of her," Neve continued quietly. "Or maybe it wasn't a dream. She looked like me, only older. Sad. She was behind glass. She said she was waiting." Moira's face went still, her features tightening as though the name itself was a wound reopened. "Neve, I saw the other Kilkara," Neve said, voice shaking now. "The broken one, the houses, the people trapped inside. I spoke to her, my reflection. She said the villagers traded their real selves for peace, that they live outside while the truth stays locked away." She leaned forward. "Is it true?" For a long moment, the only sound was the faint bubbling of the kettle. Moira's gaze drifted to the window, to the mist still hovering over the fields. The birds outside sang their small, oblivious songs. Then, softly, she said, "Yes." The words settled heavy in the air. Moira clasped her hands in her lap, the way she did when she prayed. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "It was a long time ago, before I was born. Kilkara was not the place you know. It was a place of fear. We had storms that never ended, crops that rotted, children who didn't wake. People said the land was cursed, that something in the water had turned against us." She paused, looking at Neve. But there was something in the lake, something that listened. The elders called it the sleeper of the glass. It was not a god, not a demon, just a voice that spoke through the water when the moon was low. It promised an end to pain, an end to loss. It said we could live without fear if we only gave up what caused it. "Our souls?" Neve whispered. Moira shook her head. "Not souls, not exactly. It asked for our reflections, our true selves, the part that remembers and feels too deeply. We were told we would remain whole, only lighter, free from grief, from sickness, from nightmares." Her eyes darkened, and we believed it. We were tired, Neve. Tired of burying our children, tired of counting storms. The lake offered mercy, and we took it. Neve's stomach twisted. "You gave away who you were." Moira nodded, slow and heavy. We walked to the water, under the moon, one by one. We stood before the lake glass. When we looked into it, the surface rippled, and then she stopped, pressing a hand to her chest. Our reflections stepped out. They looked at us, smiled, and stepped backward into the dark. The water closed, and it was done. She swallowed hard, tears shining in the creases around her eyes. When the sun rose, the world was quiet. The sick were healed. The storm stopped. And for the first time, Kilkara slept through the night without fear. Neve could not find words. She stared at the woman across from her, her grandmother, her caretaker, the one who had always been so gentle, and saw now the shadow of guilt that had lived in her eyes all along. "You knew," Neve said finally, voice barely above a whisper. "All this time?" "I knew," Moira said. "And I kept the promise, like everyone else. No mirrors after dark, no looking too closely, no remembering the price." She looked down at her trembling hands. But it was never as simple as they said. The ones who made the pact began to fade inside, even as they stayed young, They forgot how to grieve, how to love deeply. We lived long but thin, like songs missing half their notes. And my mother. Moira's breath hitched. Ira was born into the peace, but she was different. She remembered dreams she shouldn't. She would walk by the lake at night and swear she heard voices calling her name. When she grew older, she begged me to tell her the truth. I refused. I was afraid. I thought keeping her safe meant keeping her ignorant. Neve felt her throat tighten. And when I was born, Moira's gaze lifted to her, raw and unguarded. That night, the mist came down from the hills thicker than I'd ever seen it. The bells rang on their own. I was alone with your mother by the lake. You were small, barely breathing. The water began to shine, and for a moment, I thought the sleeper was calling again. To take you, or perhaps to bless you, I did not know. Her voice cracked. Era stepped forward, holding you. She said she would not let them have you. And then, something changed. The lake stilled. She looked at you one last time and whispered something I could not hear. When the mist lifted, you were crying, and she was gone. Neve stared, her chest hollow. Gone? The others said the lake took her. Moira whispered. That it had claimed her for breaking the pact. But you remained. I thought that meant the lake had spared you. The room went very quiet. The clock on the wall ticked softly, as if trying to count through the silence. Neve's hands trembled. You said the villagers gave up their true selves. So why am I normal? Why can I feel? Moira looked at her for a long moment, her eyes filled with something like sorrow and awe. You shouldn't, she said at last. Not completely. You were born on the edge of the bargain, Neve. Half in our world, half in the one beneath the glass. Both sides claimed you the night you were born. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You are overlapping. You are the seam between what we kept and what we lost. Neve felt the room tilt again, the edges of the world bending slightly. Steam from the teapot curled upward, vanishing into nothing. Then what am I? She breathed. Moira reached across the table, her hand trembling as it brushed Neve's cheek. You are the mistake that became hope, she said softly. And now that you've looked into the mirror, the lake will remember you too. The birds outside fell silent. The mist at the window thickened once more, as though the sea itself had drawn a long, slow breath. The kettle had gone cold. Neither of them noticed. The tea sat untouched between them as Moira's words unfurled the past across the small kitchen like a shadow stretching with the rising sun. Neve listened, hands wrapped around an empty cup as if it might anchor her. Before the pact, Moira began quietly. Kilkara was not a place anyone came to rest. It was a place people fled. Her eyes were not in the room anymore. They were turned inward, toward the memories she had spent a lifetime folding away. My mother used to tell me how the winters came hard and mean. The sea would swallow boats with no warning. Cattle sickened for no reason. Children burned with fever no herb could touch. There were 3 years in a row when the bells rang more for funerals than for Sunday Mass. Outside the window, the sky was clear, innocent. The village went about its gentle routines, unaware that in this room the story of their comfort was being unraveled. War did not touch us like it touched the cities, Moira continued, but its echoes did. Men came home wrong. Some did not come home at all. The grief did not end. It stacked year after year, like stones in the graveyard. People began to talk as if sorrow were a river that would never stop rising. Her voice softened, thick with compassion for the people they had been. They were not wicked, Neve. Just tired. The kind of tired that seeps into bone and prayer and makes even the faithful whisper, "Anything, please, anything for one night of peace." Neve could hear it, not just in Moira's words, but in the way older listeners beyond this story might feel it. That ache for rest, that longing to set down burdens, even for a little while. It was not unfamiliar. It was human. So when the voice came from the lake, Moira said, they listened. She described the night it happened. The memory passed down like a secret hymn. A moonless stretch of sky, the hills pressed close, the water of the lake black and still as obsidian. The villagers gathered along the shore with candles cupped in their hands, flames trembling in the wind. Faces hollowed by grief, bodies wrapped in threadbare coats, eyes rimmed red from too many vigils. They did not know what they were calling, Moira said, only that they wanted less pain. The surface of the lake had begun to glow, not bright, just a pale, glassy sheen, like frost catching starlight that was not there. A voice rose from it, soft and level, offering terms that sounded merciful. No more sickness before its time, no more children buried too soon, no more screams tearing through the dark, no more nights waking in terror to things that could not be fixed. In return, Moira whispered, they would surrender the part of themselves that trembled, the part that feared, the part that hurt. They would pour it into the lake glass, where it would sleep. They would live lighter. She looked at Neve, her gaze wet. You must understand. They did not think of it as losing themselves. They thought of it as letting go of pain. Neve saw it as Moira spoke. The row of villagers stepping forward, one after another, candles held out like small, fragile hopes. Each stood before the shining water and looked down. Their reflections looked back, exhausted, grieving, too human. Then, in a slow, impossible motion, those reflections stepped upward, out of the water. For an instant, there were two of each person, the heavy one and the hollowing one. The reflected selves turned, walked calmly into the dark surface of the lake, dissolving like breath into a mirror. The ones left standing felt something lift from their chests. A lightness, a numbness, a clean, quiet space where once there had been ache. And when they woke the next day, Moira said, things were better. The storms calmed, the fevers broke. People slept through the night for the first time in years. Gentle horror threaded through the tenderness of the memory. Neve thought of the pale figures in the mirror world, pressed against unseen walls, watching lives that should have been theirs unfold without them. And they stayed there, Neve said slowly. All of them. Their reflections. Moira nodded. Trapped behind the pact, in the lake glass, in every mirror we now fear. That is why we cover them after dark. Not because glass is cursed, but because it is a door. And we are cowards who promised not to look through it. The words landed with soft brutality. Neve's fingers tightened around the cup. You call yourselves cowards, she said, but you were broken. You wanted to stop burying your children. That is not evil. No, Moira agreed, her voice small. It is not evil to want rest, but it is dangerous to buy it with a part of your own soul. Silence settled again. Outside, a pair of pilgrims walked past the window, suitcases in hand, faces already softer than when they arrived. Neve watched them go, something cold and clear threading through her thoughts. Grandmother, she asked quietly, the people who visit here, the ones who say they sleep better, why do you think that happens? Moira hesitated. Her gaze drifted to the cloth-covered mirror on the far wall. "Kilkara is a peaceful place," she said carefully. "The air is kind. The nights are quiet." "That is not an answer," Neve said, but there was no anger in it, only a weary insistence. "My reflection told me the ones behind the glass have been watching, waiting, feeling what we do not." Moira flinched. "She spoke to you of that?" "She showed me them," Neve whispered. "They look so tired, like they have been holding something for a very long time." It fell into place with terrifying grace. The pilgrims arriving with haunted eyes, leaving lighter, as if some invisible hand had stroked the worry from their brows. The villagers sleeping soundly, untouched by nightmares, even when they ought to have them. "Where do the bad dreams go?" Neve asked. Moira closed her eyes. A tear slipped down, catching on the fine, ageless lines of her cheek. "Some prices are paid over and over," she said. Neve saw it now. Every fear the villagers refused to feel, every nightmare the pilgrims shed in their rented beds, every grief that should have sat beside them but did not. All of it seeped through the cracks of the pact, drawn down into the lake glass, collected, carried, absorbed by the ones trapped there. While one world slept easy, another tossed and turned without rest. Kilkara had become a sanctuary because somewhere, behind every forbidden mirror, someone else shook with the dreams they no longer wanted. Neve's chest ached. "We sent them our pain," she said softly. "We still send it. We built our quiet on their torment." Moira did not argue. Her silence was admission enough. "I love them," Neve said, meaning the villagers, the pilgrims, her grandmother. "I understand why they wanted this. But how can I be at peace knowing someone else is drowning in our place?" Moira reached for her hand, her touch light, pleading. "What would you have us do, child? Tear it all down? Bring back the storms, the graves, the sleepless nights? They would not survive it. They are too used to softness now." Neve looked at her, and in her young face there was a grief older than Kilkara itself. "Maybe peace that demands someone else's suffering is not peace," she said quietly. "Maybe it is only postponing the storm." Outside, the pilgrims disappeared around the corner, their shoulders no longer so heavy. In a room with no witness, somewhere on the other side of the glass, a pale figure jerked awake, eyes wide, chest heaving, shaken by a nightmare that had never been theirs. The day moved on as if nothing had changed. The village went through its familiar motions. Washing hung between stone houses, smoke from chimneys curling up like questions that never reached the sky. Pilgrims strolling along the lanes with slow, relieved steps. The bell rang for noon, then for evening, each chime landing softly on roofs that had heard too much and remembered too little. Neve walked through it like someone walking inside a story they no longer fully believed. Every face she saw, kind, unlined, gently content, now carried another image behind it. A pale twin pressing against invisible glass, absorbing storms meant for someone else. Every laugh sounded thinner, every blessing a little heavier. Moira tried to return to normal. She sliced bread, poured tea, asked Neve if she would fetch more sugar from the storeroom. Her hands were careful, her smile gentle, but the confession had carved something open that could not be closed with small chores and softer tones. When night came, Neve lay awake in her narrow bed, watching the play of lamplight on the ceiling. The house had settled into its usual quiet, the rhythmic tick of the clock, the faint creak of old beams. Moira's breathing steady in the next room, but beneath it all, there was another sound now. A subtle hum, like distant singing through water. It pulsed at the edges of her awareness, growing clearer whenever her thoughts drifted toward the mirror wrapped in cloth beneath her bed. At last, she slid her feet to the floor and knelt, pulling the bundle out into the lamplight. The cloth whispered against the wood as she unwrapped it. The silver frame gleamed, gentle and patient, as though it had been waiting for her to remember that it was there. She lifted the mirror, holding it carefully in both hands. Her reflection looked back at her, but it was not the simple image of before. There was a steadiness in those eyes now, a knowing that did not belong entirely to a girl of 16. "Why me?" Neve whispered. "Why show me all of this?" The reflection did not hesitate. "Because you were born in the split," she said softly, "between a woman who belonged to the pact and a woman the pact stole. Moira and Era, grandmother and mother, bound and taken." Neve swallowed. "Explain." The girl in the glass stepped closer, though her body did not move. It was as if the world inside the mirror leaned in. "Your grandmother gave up her reflection when she was young. She chose the bargain, the quiet, the long life. Your mother did not. She questioned. She went to the lake when she was heavy with you, and the lake remembered the debt." Neve's hands tightened on the frame. "You were born where their choices collided," the reflection went on. "Part of you claimed by the world outside, the fetch, the echo without weight. Part of you tugged toward the glass, toward us. The sleeper reached, your mother refused. In that refusal, something broke." Her gaze softened. "You were not cleanly claimed by either side." Neve's pulse thudded in her ears. "So, what am I?" "The hinge," the reflection said. "The seam between two Kilkaras. The lock that never settled into place." The words fell over Neve like a blanket and a burden all at once. The strange dreams, the sense of suffocation in a village that called itself safe, the way the mirror had answered her so quickly. It all fit too well. "What does that mean?" she asked. "It means you can hear us when they cannot," the reflection said quietly. "It means you can open what they sealed, or close what has begun to crack. The pact is unraveling. The pain can no longer be held away. You are the one both sides will listen to, if you choose to speak." The room seemed smaller, the air thicker. Stakes unfolded with gentle clarity. "If you free us," the reflection continued, "if you break the pact, the fetches who walk your streets will no longer be protected. Some may fade. Some may fall ill. All of them will feel what they have forgotten: grief, fear, love, age. Their peace will end." Neve thought of Moira's careful hands, Father Callan's tired eyes, the children running along the harbor, never waking from nightmares because they had none. The pilgrims who arrived, broken and left lighter. "And if I do nothing?" she asked. "Then the pact collapses crooked," the girl said. "The glass will crack on its own. Souls will tear instead of mend. Those behind it will shatter. Those outside will break without understanding why. The pain will come, but twisted." Her voice did not accuse. It simply told the truth. Neve felt tears sting her eyes. There must be another way. The reflection's expression filled with something like sorrowful affection. "I have spent 16 of your years looking for another way," she said. "There is only the true one, and the avoiding of it." Neve's chest ached for both worlds at once. For her grandmother, who had chosen wrongly for reasons that made sense. For the pale figures behind the glass, who had been paying for that choice ever since. For her mother, who had tried to stop it and been taken instead. "Why are you not angry?" Neve whispered. "Why do you sound like you pity us?" "Because I have watched you," the reflection said. "I have seen Moira pray for you. I have seen you bring tea to the tired and draw light in the margins of your notebooks as if trying to remember the shape of hope. You are not monsters, just people who wanted their pain to end and did not see where they were hiding it." Gentle horror and gentle mercy braided themselves together in her words. Neve lifted her free hand, fingers hovering inches from the glass. "If I touch it," she asked, "will it start?" "It has already started," the reflection said. "Touching will only show you what is at stake." Her voice was so calm, so weary and kind, that Neve believed her. Heart racing, Neve placed her fingertips against the mirror. The glass was cold, then suddenly not. It warmed under her touch, pulsing faintly like skin. A ripple spread from where she touched, distorting the room behind her, bending the candle's light into slow arcs. For a heartbeat, the world inverted. Neve gasped as she felt something seize her from behind the eyes, a soft, relentless tug. The room snapped away, and she was staring out from the other side of the glass, at her own bedroom, at her own body sitting on the bed, holding the mirror. Her body, but not her. The girl on the bed blinked, adjusting to the weight of herself. Her shoulders rolled back. She looked around with careful curiosity, as if the air felt different drawn through living lungs. Her eyes, Neve's eyes, gleamed with a depth Neve had always seen in the reflection, not in the mirror. Panic fluttered in Neve's chest, trapped now within the cold, hollow calm of the glass world, the edges of the room blurred by a thin veil of frost. Behind her, in that distant, ruined Kilkara, she sensed movement. Pale figures turning toward her, hopeful, afraid. Then, just as quickly, the pull released. The world spun. Neve stumbled, knocking the mirror against her knees. She was back on the bed, breath tearing into her lungs, the candle flickering wildly. Her reflection was once more inside the glass, her expression strained now, as if the brief exchange had cost them both. "Do you see?" the girl whispered. "This is not a story you can watch from outside. If you turn the key, something of you will stand where I stand now." Neve cradled the mirror with shaking hands. The house was quiet again. Moira still slept. The village still dreamed. But Neve knew, with a certainty that settled deep into her bones, that the choice ahead would not only decide Kilkara's fate. It would decide which side of the glass she belonged to when it was done. That night, Kilkara did not sleep. From the cliffs to the harbor, the mist clung closer than usual. Thicker, heavier, pressing against walls like a living thing. The wind that usually hummed softly through the chimneys fell silent, and in its absence came a sound both smaller and stranger. A low, steady hum, rising and falling in quiet pulses, like breath drawn through glass. At first, no one noticed. The villagers went to bed as they always did, their rooms neatly arranged, their mirrors turned toward the walls, their linen cloths tucked smooth and tight over every shining surface. But the stillness of the night refused to remain still. In the quiet cup, the air changed. The draped mirrors began to stir beneath their coverings, linen trembling with the faintest vibration. Every few minutes came a soft tap, 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 rhythmic and distant, as though polite knuckles were testing from the other side of the glass. It was not loud. It was not frightening. It was simply persistent. Neve lay awake, staring at the ceiling, her pulse matching the quiet rhythm that seemed to come from all around. It reminded her of a clock, or perhaps a heartbeat trying to find its way through a wall. She sat up, listening. The tapping came from the far corner. from the cloth-covered mirror that Moira had draped before bed. The fabric swayed slightly, even though no draft passed through the room. "Grandmother?" she whispered. No answer. Through the thin wall, Moira's breathing was steady. Too steady. Like the practiced calm of someone who had learned to pretend sleep when danger came. Neve rose from the bed and crossed the floor on bare feet. The boards were cold under her skin, creaking softly. The house smelled faintly of peat smoke and sea air. She stood before the mirror. The linen twitched again, as if something behind it had brushed the inside of the glass. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the fabric. Every part of her screamed not to. Every memory of Moira's trembling hands and whispered warnings told her that to lift that cloth was to open something that wanted to stay closed. But she was tired of pretending. Tired of being afraid of questions that had already found her. Slowly, she lifted the edge. The mirror waited beneath, pale and quiet, its silver frame catching the faint light from the window. For a breath, it showed only her face. Then, behind her reflection, something else moved. A shadow at first, and then clearer. A figure standing a few steps back, matching her shape but slower, blurred by a thin haze. Its eyes were open, wide and glimmering like wet stones. Neve's hand shook. She dropped the cloth back over the glass. The sound dulled instantly, but the tapping did not stop. She turned away, clutching her arms, and went to the window. Outside, the street was empty. The air shimmered faintly, as if the mist itself were breathing. In one of the houses across the lane, she saw another window, a faint light behind it, and the outline of a woman standing still, facing the glass. At first, Neve thought it was a neighbor. But then the woman in the window smiled, a slow, strange smile, and stepped closer until her face met the glass. Her expression did not change when another figure passed behind her in the room. The reflection stayed. The body moved on. Neve's heart clenched. All over Kilkara, she could see faint movements like this. Small flickers in the windows, shadows lagging behind their owners, reflections turning too late. Candles trembled, flames thinning as though drawn toward the glass. The hum deepened. It vibrated softly in the floorboards, in the walls, in her ribs. It was not angry. It was pleading. She thought of the pale figures in the other Kilkara, the ones pressing their hands against the invisible walls. They were still there, waiting. Perhaps this was them. Tapping, whispering, begging not for vengeance, but for acknowledgement. Her throat tightened. "I know you're there," she whispered into the room. "I see you." Something in the house sighed. A slow exhale of air from the chimney, a floorboard settling, the sound of wood remembering how to breathe. Neve turned toward Moira's door. The old woman slept motionless. The lines around her eyes looked deeper tonight, her face pale even in shadow. For the first time, Neve noticed that Moira's reflection, faint in the small framed glass by her bedside, was not moving in rhythm with her. The mirror version blinked slower, a half-second late, like someone listening through water. Neve's chest filled with both love and dread. She wanted to shake her grandmother awake, to tell her the truth, that the pact was breaking, that the world they'd built on silence was cracking under its own kindness. But she couldn't. She could not bear to see fear return to Moira's face, not after a lifetime spent trying to keep it away. Outside, the wind rose again. It carried with it a faint sound. Not a song, but something close. The echo of voices layered softly together, whispering in tones that brushed the edge of language. Neve pressed her hands to the glass of the window, leaning forward. The village lay bathed in fog. The faintest glimmers moved through it, light catching where there should have been none, like lanterns drifting under the surface of a lake. Then she saw it. At the corner of the square, near the well, a small boy stood facing a shop window. Neve recognized him. Liam, the baker's son. The same child she had once caught whispering to the darkened glass. He stood perfectly still now, his face close to the pane. His breath fogged the surface, and for a moment she saw two sets of hands, his and another, mirroring them from inside. "Liam," she whispered, though he couldn't hear her. The boy tilted his head, watching something unseen. The glass began to shimmer faintly, pulsing with that same soft hum that filled the air. Then, in a motion so quick Neve almost missed it, the reflection behind the glass jerked. Its mouth opened wide, wider than any human mouth should. It screamed silently, face twisting in terror, palms pounding against the invisible barrier. But outside, the real boy smiled, peaceful, unaware. Neve stumbled back from the window, a hand over her mouth. The scream left no sound, yet she felt it, a cold rush of grief that sliced through the air like a blade drawn slow and clean. Then it was over. The reflection stilled, the glass dimmed. The boy blinked, turned, and walked away, humming softly to himself. Neve's breath trembled. She pressed her palms to her knees, forcing herself to breathe. Around her, the whispering did not fade. It spread. From mirror to mirror, house to house, a chorus of small, insistent voices, all asking the same question without words. "Can you hear us now?" The linen cloths fluttered. The light in the room bent faintly toward the covered mirror. The village, asleep in its illusion of safety, dreamed on. Neve closed her eyes and whispered, "Yes, I hear you." But what she didn't know was whether they heard her too, or if the wall between them was already too thin to hold. Morning came pale and slow, as if reluctant to touch Kilkara. The mist did not lift the way it usually did. It lingered low in the lanes, veiling windows and softening the edges of doors. From her bedroom, Neve watched it cling to the rooftops, a white weight that refused to move on. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and went downstairs. Moira was already at the counter, setting out cups, trying to pretend the night before had been ordinary. The lines around her mouth were deeper today. Neve wondered if anyone else saw. "Busy day ahead," Moira murmured. "The pilgrims will want their breakfast. Quiet, steady hands now." Neve nodded, though her thoughts were far from eggs and tea. As she worked, she noticed something small but sharp. When the first villagers came in, they greeted Moira with the usual nod, the usual smile. But their eyes skipped past Neve too quickly, or lingered a fraction too long. Not curious, not kind, measuring. Outside, the murmurs had started. She could hear them when she stepped into the lane to shake out a cloth. "Did you hear? The cloths moved last night." The mirrors hummed, in 3 houses. Something stirred it up. Something, or someone. When Neve walked by, one door that had been half open closed with a quiet, decisive click. A woman who used to press sweets into Neve's palm when she was younger now folded her arms instead, watching with a pinched mouth. A man who once praised Neve's drawings gave her a tight nod and turned away. None of it was dramatic. Nothing so coarse as open accusation. Only a subtle drawing back, like hands pulled slowly from warm water. At the church, Father Callan stood longer than usual on the worn stone steps, speaking softly to those who gathered before dispersing. Neve lingered in the square, pretending to study the notices on the board so she could listen. "The old protections are fraying," he was saying, voice calm but carrying. "There are temptations in every age. Temptations to look where our elders promised we would not look, to speak to what should remain silent. Someone murmured, "The tapping?" "Yes," Callan agreed. "Echoes from the choices we made for our survival. We must not let doubt rot those choices now. Questioning the pact will only invite its price." Neve's stomach cooled. A woman stepped closer. "You think someone broke the rule?" "There are stories," another voice said, one of the older fishermen, his tone carefully empty. "A mirror from the road, a girl with too many questions." Callan raised a hand, as though to calm them. "We will not hunt our own," he said gently. "We will guide them. Remind them that Kilkara's peace exists because we keep our promises. Those who forget must be helped to remember." "Before the sleeper asks again," the fisherman added quietly. Neve walked away before they could see her face. The quietness of their words frightened her more than anger would have. Anger is hot. It burns out. This was cold. Considered. Back at the quiet cup, the air felt different. Two older men sat near the corner, voices low. A woman from the bakery spoke to Moira in a hushed, urgent tone. When Neve entered, they all stopped. Moira forced a smile. "Neva, love, take these plates to the table, will you?" She did. As she set them down, one of the men looked at her with a kind of wary pity. "You're a good girl," he said, almost to himself. "Always have been." Neve offered a small, polite nod, her heart beating too fast. Throughout the day, glances followed her like shadows. No one said her name, no one accused. But when she walked too close to certain groups, their voices thinned. She heard phrases float like stray threads. Things stirring. Should never have left the lake. Someone must mend it. By evening, the mist thickened again. The pilgrims returned from their walks along the cliffs, cheeks pink from the cold, eyes already softer, their words full of gratitude. They sat with hot mugs between their palms and said things like, "You people are blessed here," and "It feels like something lifts off my chest in this town." Neve watched them. For each sigh of relief they gave, she imagined a corresponding jolt of terror in that ruined reflection world. Someone doubling over with a nightmare that was never theirs. Her guilt and anger braided tighter. When the lamps were dimmed and the chairs stacked, Moira drew her aside. "Some of the elders came to speak with me," she said quietly. "They are concerned." "About what?" Neve asked, though she already knew. "That restless things are being disturbed," Moira answered. "That someone has looked where they should not. They think the sleeper remembers us." Neve swallowed. "And what do they want?" "To make sure we remember our part of the promise," Moira said. "To renew it, if need be." There was a tremor in her voice. Neve heard the fear beneath. "I will talk to them," Moira added quickly. "Explain that you are only a child, that you meant no harm, that nothing has been broken. But something had, and both of them knew it." Later that night, when Moira finally slept, Neve slipped back downstairs. The tea house was wrapped in shadow, the counters cleared, the windows dark. The mirror from the peddler lay hidden where she had tucked it behind a stack of flour sacks, its presence like a held breath. From outside came the murmur of voices, not the ethereal hum of the glass world this time, but human voices gathered near the back alley. The kitchen window was open a crack. Neve moved closer, slowly, careful not to creak the floorboards. "Cannot let it unravel," someone was saying, low and firm. "We have families. We have survived because of the pact." "She is the one," another voice added. "Born wrong. Between here and there." You heard what Moira admitted. The mirrors stir around her. Neve's fingers dug into the edge of the counter. A third voice, older, trembling, but resolute. The lake gave us terms. It gave us mercy. If it wants renewal, then we must answer. We cannot all be taken. But one might suffice. A hush followed. Neve could hear the sea, the faint lick of waves against the distant rocks. You are suggesting we offer the girl? The first man asked, though there was less outrage than habit in his tone. She is already tied to it, the older voice replied. She hears it. She sees. She is the hinge. If she will not seal it, she must satisfy it. Better one life than the return of what we escaped. That is not our way, another whispered. But the words sounded thin. Father Callan's voice came then, soft but clear, cutting gently through the dark. We do not speak of killing children, he said. We speak of handing over what already belongs elsewhere. If the sleeper marked her, perhaps returning her to it will heal the tear. Neve felt cold all through. What if she agrees? Someone asked. What if we tell her it will save us? And if she does not? The older voice pressed. Will you watch your grandchildren cough blood again? Will you let the graves grow thick? Silence. Heavy. Complicit. Callan spoke at last, slower, as if choosing each word with care. We will ask her to help us renew the blessing, he said. If she accepts her role, then it is sacrifice. If she refuses, a pause. Then we will do what must be done to keep Kilkara safe. Mercy sometimes asks for cruelty at the gate. Neve backed away from the window, her heart beating so hard she was afraid they would hear it. Her hands shook. The room, her home, the warm walls of the quiet cup, all of it felt suddenly foreign. They were planning to give her to the thing in the lake. Not as punishment, they would tell themselves, but as balance, as payment, as if wrapping the word sacrifice around it could make it feel like anything other than abandonment. She looked toward the ceiling, toward the small bedroom where Moira slept. Tears stung her eyes. She did not know whether her grandmother knew of this plan. She did not want to ask. I will not be their offering, Neve whispered to the dark. And I will not be their jailer. Outside, the voices faded into the mist. Inside, the faint hum of the covered mirrors rose again, not accusing, not demanding, simply witnessing. Kilkara, the village that never worried, had begun to worry in secret, and Neve, the girl born between worlds, understood now that no one else would choose for her which side of the glass she belonged to. The road to the lake was older than any map could remember. It wound between the hills like a scar half-healed, lined with stones slick from centuries of mist. No one in Kilkara walked it anymore after sunset. No one except Neve. And now, Moira beside her. The mirror was wrapped tight in Moira's shawl and carried close against Neve's chest. Its weight was strange, heavier than before, as if it knew what waited for them at the end of the path. The fog grew thicker the nearer they came, swallowing their footsteps until the sound of the world narrowed to breath, to heartbeat, to the faint rasp of the shawl brushing against wool. Moira walked slowly, her hand gripping Neve's sleeve for balance. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The silence was not peace anymore. It was the pause between two kinds of life. When they reached the edge of the lake, the world fell utterly still. It was not water that met their eyes, not truly. The surface lay flat and black as obsidian, reflecting nothing, not the moon, not their faces, not even the faint light of the lantern Moira carried. It looked like an immense pane of glass, a mirror turned toward the sky, but refusing to show it. The air smelled faintly of rain and iron. This is where it began, Moira whispered. Her voice trembled, but her gaze stayed steady. Where they made the promise, where I lost your mother." Neve set the mirror down at the water's edge. Its silver frame caught the dim light, and for a moment, the carved faces seemed to shift, waves moving under skin. "Will it come?" she asked. Moira's answer was soft, resigned. It never left. The lake pulsed, once, twice. A ripple moved across its surface without wind to make it. The water, or whatever the dark surface was, began to glow faintly from within, a dim blue light that moved like breath under skin. The glow spread in slow circles, each pulse carrying the weight of years. Then a voice rose, not from the air, but from the glassy water itself. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was tired, slow, and deep enough that it seemed to vibrate in their bones. "You came earlier than expected." Neve's pulse stumbled. "You're the sleeper." The light beneath the surface flickered. "That is what they named me. I am only what they asked for." Moira took a half step forward, the lantern trembling in her hand. "We came to speak of the pact," she said. "It is unraveling." "Everything unravels," the voice murmured. "Even the threads that once bound peace." Neve swallowed, her voice small but steady. "They think I can fix it." The water rippled again, reflecting her face for the first time. And behind it, hundreds of faint, pale outlines, the echoes of the trapped. "You can," the voice said. "You are the hinge, born of the one who surrendered and the one who refused. Through you, the doors may close or open." Moira's hand gripped Neve's arm. "If she closes it," she said quickly, "the village stays safe? The people remain as they are?" "Yes," said the voice. "Their sleep will be dreamless, their bodies unchanging, their hearts untouched." "And the others?" Neve whispered. "The ones behind the glass?" "They will remain where they are," the voice replied. "Silent, contained, holding what your kind no longer wishes to bear." Neve's eyes filled, but she did not look away. "And if I open it?" "Then the balance breaks," the voice said, low as the tide. "The mirrors will shatter. The fetches who walk your streets will feel again. Their faces will wrinkle. Their bones will ache. They will dream and remember what they traded to forget. The trapped ones will return to them, carrying all the pain and beauty of what was lost." Moira shook her head. "That will destroy them. They cannot survive it. It will make them mortal again," the voice said simply. "To you, that is destruction. To me, it is returning things to where they belong." Neve stared into the black water. She saw flickers of light beneath the surface, not reflections, but movements. Hands reaching upward, the faint glimmer of eyes, the shifting outlines of those who had been cast aside. 100 faces watched her, not accusing, waiting. "Why now?" she asked. "Why me?" The lake's light dimmed, as though the question itself carried sorrow. "Because the forgetting has gone too far," the voice said. "They no longer remember what it cost them. And when memory dies, the pact unravels on its own. You were born where their two worlds touched. That is not accident. It is the echo of a choice long overdue." Moira's breath caught. "Please," she said, stepping forward, her voice breaking into something between prayer and plea. "Do not take her. Take me again if you must, but not her. She's only a child." The voice softened. "I did not take anyone. They offered themselves. They came to me begging for quiet. I gave them exactly what they asked for." Neve's eyes widened. "You mean you didn't demand it?" The light under the water flickered like a sigh. "I do not demand. I answer. It was they who chose forgetting over pain. I only mirrored their wish. The words fell into the night like stones into deep water. For a long time, neither Neve nor Moira spoke. The weight of the revelation was worse than any curse. It was not the work of some ancient monster that had trapped their people. It was their own fear, made manifest and merciful. Neve's voice was barely a whisper. They asked to forget. Yes, said the sleeper. They begged not to feel, to sleep without dreaming, to live without loss. And in doing so, they gave me their truest selves. I held them safely in the dark, as promised. Then the horror was never you, Neve said, her heart hollow. It was us. A small ripple broke the perfect surface. Mercy and cruelty are often the same to those who do not look closely, the voice said. Now the time for choosing returns. You carry both lines, the one who yielded and the one who defied. Through you, the choice may be remade. Moira turned to her, tears cutting paths down her cheeks. Neve, please, if you break it, we lose everything. The people will suffer. The children. And if I keep it? Neve asked quietly. Then they never wake. The fog shifted around them, folding tighter. The mirror at Neve's feet began to hum softly, the faces carved into its frame glowing with pale blue light. What must I do? She asked the lake. Place your hand upon the glass, the sleeper said, and decide. Neve knelt. The mirror's surface shimmered in response, alive beneath her touch. She looked once at her grandmother, the woman who had raised her, who had lied to her, who had loved her fiercely all the same. Moira nodded, trembling. Whatever happens, she whispered, you are my child. Neve closed her eyes. The water whispered like wind through leaves. Behind her eyelids, she saw both worlds, the sleeping village and the broken one. One bathed in peace, the other drowned in memory. She felt both their pulses in her veins, the hinge between two existences. When she opened her eyes again, the mirror blazed softly, showing her face, and 1,000 others behind it, waiting to be freed or forgotten forever. And for the first time, Neve understood. This was never a story about monsters. It was a story about what people are willing to give away for the promise of peace. The sleeper's voice faded, gentle as dusk. Choose well. Child of both worlds, I will only ever be what you ask me to be. And then, the lake fell silent once more. That night, Kilkara glowed faintly from within, as if its quiet houses had begun to dream. Every window, every basin, every polished spoon caught a strange shimmer beneath the lamplight. It was not brightness exactly, more like the trembling of the air before a song begins. Neve could feel it long before she saw it. The hum beneath her skin, the pulse of the mirrors calling softly from every room. The world of glass had awakened. She sat on the edge of her bed, the mirror from the lake leaning against her knees. Moira was downstairs, pretending to busy herself with closing chores, though Neve knew she would not sleep. No one would. The air itself felt alive, as if waiting for an answer. Neve touched the mirror's frame. The carved faces no longer looked sorrowful. They looked calm, almost serene. Are you there? She whispered. The surface rippled. Slow, graceful, her reflection dissolved, and for a moment she saw not the room, but the faint outline of another world pressed close against hers. Then came the first voice. It was small, thin, familiar. A woman she had seen in the marketplace, her hands always covered in flour. Neve, the voice said, soft as fog. Can you hear us now? Yes, Neve whispered. The woman's face appeared faintly in the mirror's depth. Her features were gentle but hollow, her eyes tired, yet peaceful. We thought we had been forgotten. We learned to live in silence, to carry what the others no longer could. But the walls are thinning. Soon it will end, one way or another. I don't want to hurt anyone, Neve said. I don't want anyone to disappear. The woman smiled sadly. Child, we are already gone. You cannot destroy what has been trapped this long. You can only release it. Neve's breath trembled. But if I free you, they'll lose their peace. The people will suffer. Peace built on denial is not peace, another voice murmured. A man's, deep and kind. His face joined the woman's, forming beside hers like ripples joining a wave. It is a pause between two storms. The longer it lasts, the harder it breaks. Neve's throat ached. I don't know what's right anymore. You do, the man said. You have always known. You are simply kind enough to wish it were easier. The words washed through her like salt through a wound, stinging but clean. The mirror brightened, and behind the two faces more began to appear. Children, elders, men and women she had seen her whole life, now pale and shimmering, as if made from the lake's light itself. Some smiled, some wept. None seemed angry. They spoke over one another, softly like the rustle of trees. It is time. Let the world breathe again. Let the little ones dream, even if it means they wake crying. Let endings be what they are meant to be, not enemies, but passages. Their voices layered until they became something larger than words, a sound like forgiveness. Neve pressed her hand to the glass, tears slipping down her face. I'm scared, she whispered. If I do this, everything changes. A soft laugh answered her, and the sound froze her where she sat. It was a laugh she had never heard in waking life, but one that felt like home in her bones, the echo of a lullaby, the warmth of arms she remembered only in dreams. Fear means you are still alive, said the new voice. And that means you are still capable of choosing love over comfort. The faces parted, and her mother stepped forward from the misted crowd. Era O'Rourke looked both young and ancient, a woman carved from memory and water. Her hair floated as if in current, her eyes dark mirrors of Neve's own. When she spoke, the room seemed to listen. You've grown, Era said gently. I hoped you would never have to carry what I couldn't undo. But here we are. Neve reached toward her, fingers trembling. I saw you, the night I looked in. You reached for me. I have always reached for you, Era said, even from this side. Why didn't you come back? Her mother's smile held both pride and regret. Because returning would have meant taking someone else's place. I could not bear to steal another's peace, even a false one. So I waited, knowing one day someone would see clearly enough to end it. Neve's tears blurred the glass. I don't want to lose you again. Era's reflection flickered, the faint shimmer of water running over stone. Loss is not the enemy, my love. The refusal to feel it is. Grief is only love that has nowhere left to go. That is what we were, love trapped without a home. Moira's voice called faintly from downstairs, distant and uncertain. Neve? Are you all right? Neve didn't answer. She could barely breathe. Her mother went on, her voice soft but steady. You have a chance to make it right, not for me, not for her, but for everyone. Do not think of saving one or the other. Think of freeing all. Neve's hand pressed harder against the glass. How can I choose that? If I open it, you'll vanish. If I close it, you'll stay trapped. Era's eyes glistened. Then choose what brings truth back to the world, even if it takes me with it. Choose for all of us, not for one. If you keep us to spare me, we remain what they made us. Fragments. But if you let go, I will not be lost. I will simply be whole again, in a place beyond this glass. Neve shook her head, sobbing now. I don't know if I'm strong enough. You are, Eris said, smiling. You are made of two worlds. You are what happens when love refuses to forget. The faces behind her mother began to fade, their edges softening into the dim blue light that filled the mirror. We thank you, the voices whispered together, for seeing us, for hearing. The glow spread across the room, touching every small reflective surface, the kettle, the teacups, even the drops of water in the basin. Each shimmered faintly with the faces of those long gone, all turned toward her in quiet gratitude. Era's voice lingered last, barely more than breath. If you choose, Neve, choose for everyone, even if it means losing me again. The mirror dimmed. The hum stilled. The house fell quiet except for Neve's soft crying and the sigh of the wind against the eaves. She sat for a long time, staring at the now dark glass, her reflection faint but visible again. Her eyes looked older, not from age, but from knowing. Outside, the mist that had hovered for generations began to thin, curling away from the rooftops as if something in the air itself was learning to breathe again. And as Neve wiped her tears, she realized that peace, true peace, was not the absence of pain. It was the courage to feel it and still stay. By late afternoon, the bell in Kilkara rang a sound no one could ignore. Not the soft, familiar chime that marked mealtimes or mass, but a slower toll, each note spaced far apart, as if the metal itself felt the weight of what it called them to face. Gather, Father Callan had said. We will speak where it began. So they did. The chapel stood on the rise above the village, its stone walls worn smooth by salt wind and time, its wooden door polished by generations of hands that had pushed it open seeking comfort. Inside, candles burned in rows, their flames steady despite the draft that slipped under the threshold. Shadows folded neatly along the pews, leaving the center aisle open like a narrow river of light. At the far end of the chapel, behind the altar, stood the lake glass. It was taller than a man, framed in dark wood, its surface so perfectly smooth it seemed less like an object and more like a wound cut into the air. Draped linen had hidden it for years, but today the cloth had been taken down. The mirror stood exposed, reflecting not the room, but a pale, muted version of it, as though its world lay one breath behind this one. Neve stood before it, the villagers at her back. Moira was near her, hands clasped tight, knuckles pale. Father Callan stood to one side, his stole draped loose around his shoulders, eyes rimmed red from sleeplessness. It is her, someone whispered behind Neve. The Hinge girl. Born wrong, another murmured. Born between. She will fix it, an older woman said quickly, as though saying it would make it true. She will keep us safe. Neve turned, scanning their faces. People she had known all her life. People who had given her bread, told her stories, touched her hair with affection when she was small. Now their kindness had a sharp edge. The desperation of those who saw in her not a child, but a solution. Neve, a fisherman called, voice shaking. We have buried enough. Do not open the door to that again. Please. You have the chance to save us. We are old, said another. We cannot go back to the nights we remember. We cannot bear to watch our children suffer as we did. A younger woman spoke up then, holding her toddler close. I do not know what you must do, she said, voice trembling but clear. But if there is a way to let them rest, the ones behind the glass, without tearing us apart, please, find it. Silence followed. Not everyone begged. Some only watched her with tired honesty. A few looked stricken with shame. "They are not wrong to fear," Father Callan said softly, stepping forward. "Nor are you wrong to question. The pact was born from pain. What we did then, I do not know anymore if it was a sin or merely a wound trying to bandage itself." He turned to the lake glass, its dark surface swallowing the candlelight. "But the balance is failing. The sleeper has called you, Neve, not us. This choice was never going to be ours to keep." Neve felt their eyes on her like hands, not grabbing, not yet, but pleading, pulling in every direction. She understood them. That was the hardest part. She understood the ones who wanted to cling to this impossible quiet, and the ones who were ready to let it go. There was no version of this where everyone walked away untouched. She stepped closer to the lake glass. Her reflection met her halfway, not the girl from her bedside mirror, but a faint echo of her, threaded through with the faces behind her. She thought of her mother's words. "Choose for everyone, even if it means losing me again." Her palms grew damp. "I cannot save all of you," she said quietly, not just to the reflection, but to the room. "I wish I could. I wish there was a way to keep your children safe and free those you left behind. But every path touches someone's grief." "You can save us," someone insisted. "Strengthen the pact. That is all we ask." "And them?" Neve asked, turning, her voice still gentle but sharper now. "The ones who carried your nightmares for you. What do I say to them? Stay in the dark a little longer so we do not have to remember?" Murmurs, eyes dropping. A few flinched as if struck. Moira reached for her, voice cracking. "Neve, please, do not hate them. They were only trying to survive." "I do not hate them," Neve said. "That is why this hurts." The lake glass pulsed with faint light, like a slow heartbeat. The air grew thick, humming softly in that bone-deep way she had come to recognize. The sleeper was listening. Father Callan stepped closer to Moira, lowering his voice. But Neve caught the words anyway. "Have you told her?" Moira's shoulders stiffened. "No." Neve turned. "Told me what?" Moira looked as if the ground had shifted under her feet, her hands twisted in her shawl. "It does not matter. It was only a plea." "A plea for what?" Neve asked, the calm in her tone edged with something fragile. Moira's gaze flicked to the lake glass, then back to her granddaughter. "After I realized what the lake had left in you, I went to the water," she said, quietly, alone. "I begged it to take the choice from your hands, to bind you fully to Kilkara, to let you forget the other side." The words landed like a soft blow, not shouted, not cruel, but heavy. "You tried to keep me here," Neve said, understanding slowly. "As one of them, numb, safe. I tried to protect you," Moira whispered. "You are my child. I could not bear the thought of you standing where you are standing now, with all their hopes crushing your shoulders. I asked the sleeper to close you, to fold you into this world so you would not hear the tapping, would not see the faces." The lake glass shivered. A faint echo of the ancient voice brushed the edges of the room, more felt than heard. She asked. I refused. The choice was never mine to steal from you. Neve's throat tightened. Moira's love, the same love that had raised her, warmed her, held her in the quiet nights, had almost become another cage. A softer one, but a cage all the same. "I am sorry," Moira said, tears spilling now. "I did not understand that trying to keep you from pain was the same thing we did to ourselves. I nearly did to you what we did to them." Somewhere in the chapel, an older man began to weep. someone else sank to their knees. The truth was moving through them like a slow, necessary tide. Neve stepped between her grandmother and the mirror, placing a hand on Moira's arm. "I know you love me," she said, "but this is mine. I cannot belong entirely to one world while the other hangs on by its fingernails." She looked again at the villagers, these people of gentle habits and terrible choices. "You are asking me to choose for you," she said softly, "to either keep you sleeping or wake you up." No one answered. They didn't have to. The question itself was the wound. Neve turned back to the lake glass. In its depths, faint faces rippled. The trapped ones, the waiting ones. The mother who had told her to choose for all, not for one. "I see now," Neve murmured. "There is no merciful way that spares everybody, only an honest way, or a cowardly one." The false choice, save them or save the others, fell apart in her mind. There was no them and others anymore. The souls in the glass and the bodies in the pews were pieces of the same broken whole. Behind her, Moira whispered, "Whatever you do, I will not ask you to choose my comfort over their chains again." Neve took a slow breath. Candlelight flickered, reflected dimly in the lake glass like a line of stars caught in deep water. Her decision was not made yet, not fully, but the path had narrowed. The door marked "Keep Everything As It Is" had quietly closed. The night had deepened into stillness again. But it was not the kind Kilkara had known for a century. It was not the numb quiet of eternal peace. It was the stillness that comes before truth. The wind had fallen silent. Even the sea seemed to wait. Its slow rhythm stilled, as though listening. Neve stood before the lake glass, her hand pressed to the carved frame, her grandmother beside her, her heart steady but full. Behind them, the villagers filled the chapel in hushed rows, the air heavy with candle smoke and prayer. Faces gleamed pale in the shifting light, some tearful, some hollow, some only dazed. A congregation on the edge of waking. The mirror rippled faintly. Her reflection gazed back at her, calm and luminous, the faint shimmer of countless souls moving behind her like a tide that never ceased. The narrator's voice, soft, patient, tender, might have spoken to both Neve and the listener now. To be human, it said, is to risk everything fragile, to hold joy knowing it may break, to love knowing you will grieve. The price of life has always been fear. The sin was never in fearing, only in trying to live without it. Neve's breath trembled. She understood now what the sleeper had meant. The pact was not a curse, but an escape. An unending pause pressed between heartbeat and loss. The villagers had traded pain for stillness, forgetting that the same door that shuts out fear also shuts out wonder. She turned to look at them, her people, her teacher, who had taught her the names of wildflowers, the children who left apples on her windowsill, the pilgrims who had come seeking sleep. Every one of them, fragile, human, terrified. "I do not blame you," she said softly, her voice carrying across the room. "I understand why you made the pact. You wanted to stop hurting. You wanted to stop losing." Her fingers tightened on the mirror's edge. "But what you forgot," she continued, "is that pain is not the enemy. It is the proof we are still alive. It is the sound of life moving through us." No one interrupted. Even the youngest children seemed to understand the solemnity of what was happening. The oldest of the villagers bowed their heads, and for the first time in years, tears were visible on their cheeks. Moira reached for Neve's hand, her voice breaking. "If you do this, everything will change." "Yes," Neve said. "That's what life does." The lake glass pulsed once, faintly. Her reflection stepped closer within the glass, placing her own hand on the inside, mirroring Neve's gesture perfectly. For a long moment, the two stood like that, one on each side of a veil so thin it seemed made of breath. Behind the reflection, the souls gathered, faint and flickering like distant lanterns underwater. Neve saw her mother among them, serene, waiting. The woman lifted her hand too, her gaze steady, proud. Neve's throat closed. "Will it hurt?" she whispered. The reflection smiled gently, only for a moment. Neve nodded. She reached for the small stone at her feet. A smooth piece of slate from the chapel floor, cool and weighty in her palm. Her pulse drummed softly in her ears like a heartbeat syncing with something older than herself. She raised it, and the entire room inhaled as one. The reflection looked at her one last time. "You will not vanish," she said, her voice so quiet it could have been only in Neve's mind. "You will change." The words were a mercy, and a farewell, and a promise. They threaded through Neve's fear and anchored her to something deeper than certainty. To trust. She brought the stone down. The sound was not a crash, but a breath breaking. A low, resonant crack rippled through the air like a note sung in the wrong world. The mirror split along its center, light spilling out from the fracture. A pure, white shimmer that carried warmth instead of pain. Gasps filled the chapel. The villagers shielded their eyes, but Neve did not. She watched. The reflection on the other side smiled once more, the line of her face softening as the glass fractured further. Behind her, the trapped figures began to dissolve, their outlines unraveling into streaks of light that swirled upward, passing through the cracks, spilling into the air like glowing dust. It was not chaos. It was release. The light touched everyone. Brushed cheeks, filled the air, settled on shoulders. Some cried out, others fell to their knees. The candles guttered but did not go out. Neve's mother appeared in the heart of the breaking mirror, her outline faint but unmistakable. She reached forward, and this time, Neve felt it. A warmth against her skin. A touch not of flesh, but of memory. Love distilled into light. "Thank you," Era whispered. Then she was gone. The late glass shattered fully, pieces falling like rain, but never striking the ground. They dissolved before they landed, fading into soft mist. The air rushed outward, then in again, as though the world had taken its first real breath in centuries. When the brightness faded, the chapel was dim again, but different. The stillness had lifted. The silence had weight and texture. Someone in the back began to sob quietly, not from fear, but from the shock of feeling too much all at once. Neve sank to her knees, the stone slipping from her hand. Her reflection was gone. Only her own face stared back from the shards at her feet, not perfect, not glowing, but real. Moira knelt beside her, gathering her into trembling arms. "It's over," she whispered. Neve shook her head softly. "No, grandmother. It's begun." Outside, the wind rose, not cruel, but alive. It moved through the trees with voices that had been silent too long. The sea answered, waves crashing against the cliffs with sound, with power, with life. And through it all came the soft echo of the reflection's final words, carried on the wind like a blessing. "You will not vanish. You will change." The villagers stepped outside into the night. The stars had returned, not dimmed by mist or magic, but blazing cold and honest above them. The first breeze of real time touched their faces, and they shivered not from chill, but from remembrance. Neve stood in the doorway of the chapel, her grandmother beside her, the taste of salt on her tongue, and the faint sound of the ocean whispering through her bones. For the first time, Kilkara was awake, and so was she. The blow fell like thunder muffled by water, deep, slow, and final. The lake glass did not simply crack, it sighed, a long, low sound that seemed to come from under the earth itself. Then the light came. It began as a thin seam of brilliance, white as moonlight compressed to a blade. It widened, bleeding across the mirror's surface, chasing away the dark reflection that had held the villagers captive for so long. The glass split down its center, a glowing fracture like lightning frozen in midair. Every sound, the sea, the wind, the breath of the people watching, vanished. Only the deep hum of breaking remained, steady as a heartbeat. Then the world opened. Light poured out of the mirror, not in a burst, but in a slow, swelling wave, thick as fog and bright as dawn. It filled the chapel, flowed around the pews, drifted over faces stunned into silence. Every shard that peeled away from the frame seemed weightless, floating like petals, each one carrying a reflection that shimmered briefly before dissolving into the air. Neve's hair lifted in the wind that wasn't wind. The ground beneath her seemed to vibrate with the echo of 1,000 forgotten dreams. The lake glass was dying, and something far older, something truer, was being born in its place. From the broken light, figures began to emerge. They were translucent, delicate, made of glow and shadow, silhouettes of those long trapped behind the veil. They stepped forward soundlessly, their movements gentle, uncertain, like newborns learning to breathe. The first few reached toward the villagers, their eyes full of recognition, not accusation. The villagers staggered backward at first, clutching one another. Then the first sound broke from the crowd, a gasp, then a sob, and finally laughter. Not the sharp laughter of joy, but the strange, relieved kind that escapes when grief and wonder meet. An old man dropped his cane, straightened, then buckled again as the years he'd been spared flooded back into him. His face folded into its rightful lines, tears glinting in their new valleys. A woman fell to her knees, her hair paling in seconds from chestnut to silver. She did not scream. She pressed her hands together, whispering, "I remember." Everywhere Neve looked, time was returning. The air shimmered with it, youth fading, age blossoming, the truth of mortality rushing back like breath after a long dive. Some cried out in fear, others in awe. One mother clutched her child as both wept together, their faces illuminated by the drifting shards that passed through them like harmless ghosts. For every tear of sorrow, there was one of release. Moira watched it all with trembling lips. Her skin had grown thin and papery in seconds, her hair whitening at the roots. She did not hide from it. She stood tall, even as her knees shook. "This is what we took," she whispered. "And this is what we give back." The reflection figures, the true selves, moved gently among the living. They did not speak aloud, yet each person who met their gaze seemed to understand something private and wordless. Some embraced the air. Some sank down, holding their chests as though feeling their hearts for the first time in years. The mirror's hum deepened, the sound of release spreading through stone, through air, through memory. The candles flickered wildly, flames bending toward the broken light. Neve stepped closer to what remained of the frame. The center of the lake glass was gone now, its interior a trembling veil of brightness. The reflection she had known, the other Neve, still stood there, bathed in the radiance. Her outline shimmered like a heat mirage, fragile but unmistakable. For a heartbeat, Neve couldn't breathe. The reflection raised a hand, not to the villagers, to her. Around them, the released souls continued to drift upward, each dissolving into particles of light. The chapel had no ceiling anymore, or perhaps it never had. The sky had simply unfolded where stone had been. Stars peeked through, impossibly close. Neve took a step toward the glowing figure. The reflection smiled. Soft, familiar, peaceful. "You see?" she whispered, though no sound came. "It is not the end." Neve's eyes filled. "What happens now?" The reflection's answer was a tender curve of lips, a shake of the head, a look that said, "You already know." Then, for a single moment that stretched longer than breath, longer than heartbeat, longer than time, there was no Neve standing before the mirror at all. Only her reflection. It stood among the people, solid, radiant, and alive. It turned its face toward them with quiet understanding, its presence warm and human. Moira gasped softly, clutching the pew for balance. The villagers blinked, uncertain of what they were seeing. "Neve," Moira whispered. The reflection smiled at her, a look full of love. "She is safe," it seemed to say, though its lips did not move. "She is only changing." Then, like mist in morning light, it began to fade. Not into the mirror, but into the air, into the walls, into the people. A breeze rose from nowhere and moved through the chapel, touching everyone, cool, salt-scented, alive. The villagers wept openly now. Their faces bore age and story once more. Their eyes no longer shone with enchantment, but with the weary, holy light of being real. When the brightness dimmed, there was only a broken frame standing at the front of the chapel, its surface gone, its wood warm to the touch as though it remembered what it had held. And in the silence that followed, the first sound of ordinary life returned. The sound of breath. Human, uneven, imperfect. Moira sank to her knees, her eyes on the empty frame. Her lips moved soundlessly before a single word escaped her. "Thank you." Outside, dawn trembled beyond the horizon. The mist that had cloaked Kilkara for a century began to draw back, revealing the sharp blue of the coming morning. The mirror had shattered, but for the first time, the world could see itself clearly. The morning did not arrive with fanfare. It came quietly, in shades of soft blue and silver, slipping over the hills and across the sea, as if unsure whether it was welcome in this new, exposed Kilkara. The mist was thinner than anyone could remember. The houses stood clearer against the sky. The lines of the cliffs were sharp. The ocean no longer looked like glass. It rolled and breathed and flashed with honest light. Inside the chapel, the air was different. Heavy, yes, but not with enchantment, with truth. The people moved slowly, as if relearning the weight of their own bones. Where once faces had seemed strangely untouched by time, now every cheek told a story. New wrinkles etched overnight, hair turned silvered at the temples, hands gnarled where they had been smooth. Breaths came deeper, chests lifting with the effort and relief of lungs that had finally remembered they were mortal. Sicknesses that had been suspended stirred, not as plagues, but as small, familiar frailties. Knees ached, old injuries twinged, scars burned faintly, recalling why they had formed. Grief, too, resurfaced. Names of children lost long ago, parents buried, lovers gone to sea and never returned. The memories pressed in, raw and sudden. And yet, no one screamed, no one ran. Instead, there was a strange, quiet stillness. The sense of a burden long carried in the wrong place, at last settling where it belonged. The pain was real, but it was clean, not twisted, not hidden. It belonged to them again. Moira sat on a pew near the front, her hands folded in her lap. She looked very old now. The magic that had been holding her in a suspended middle age was gone. In its place was the honest curve of her spine, the tremor in her fingers, the deep map of years at the corners of her eyes. If you looked only at her face, you might think she was weaker. But her gaze told another story. It was clearer. No fog, no enchantment, only a tired, fierce gratitude. In front of her stood the girl, Neve. At least, that's what Moira's heart insisted. She wore Neve's face, the same dark curls, the same soft jawline, the same familiar eyes. But there was something in those eyes now that had never been there before. Layers, like looking into a well and seeing not only your own reflection, but the sky behind you and the depths below. Neve? Moira whispered. Her voice broke midway, as if afraid of the answer. The girl turned to her and smiled. Gentle, steady. I'm here. Moira reached for her, fingers shaking. When she touched the girl's cheek, the skin beneath her palm was warm, real. The girl leaned into the touch instinctively, just as Neve always had. But something else traveled through that contact, a hum, a resonance. Moira saw the flicker of other images behind those eyes. Water as black as obsidian, the pale faces pressed against glass, the moment of shattering, the light pouring back. Memories that were not hers, but which the girl carried without flinching. You remember? Moira breathed. Both, the girl answered softly. This side and the other. Her voice was Neve's, but it held the calm of the reflection, the tired, compassionate steadiness of the one who had waited behind the glass. Moira's eyes filled. Are you my granddaughter? Yes, the girl said without hesitation. Then with a small smile, and I am the one who watched her grow. The part you gave away, and the part you kept. We are not halves anymore. Moira let out a shakier breath than any she'd taken in years. Relief and sorrow and reverence tangled in it. I tried to save you from this, she whispered. I know, the girl replied. You tried to save all of us. Even when you were wrong, it was because you loved. She took Moira's hands in her own. They were smaller, but stronger somehow, as if they had been woven with every nightmare endured and every kindness given. It doesn't have to be a prison anymore, she said. Not for me, not for them, not for you. Around them, people were lighting candles. Not in frantic fear now, but in something closer to devotion, a gentle ritual between neighbors. The flames glowed softly along the walls, lining the broken frame of the lake glass where it still stood empty. Why light them, if the pact is gone? One child asked, clinging to his father's sleeve. So we can see each other, his father answered quietly. In the dark. Not to keep it out, but to walk through it together. That was the new shape of Kilkara. Candles in the windows, not as warding, but as welcome. Doors left ajar, not out of carelessness, but trust. People sitting together in the evenings, sharing stories not only of blessings, but of losses they had been too numb to speak aloud. They named their dead, the ones they had forgotten to mourn, and felt the tears come honestly, no longer siphoned into foreign glass. Neve, or Neve and her reflection, moved through them quietly. When she passed, people fell silent for a moment, then softened. They did not look at her as an offering anymore, nor as a threat. They looked at her like a bridge that had chosen not to break under their weight. She could feel it all inside her, the echo of every nightmare the trapped ones had held, every fear swallowed by the lake glass, every whispered plea for release. But it did not crush her. It flowed through her like water through open hands. She did not cling to it, did not hoard it. She simply carried it, the way a song carries its own sorrow without becoming unsingable. At times, a shadow crossed her gaze, a flicker of some remembered terror. But it passed, leaving her calmer, not weaker. Moira watched her speak to Father Callan, to the fishermen, to the pilgrims who had stayed out of confusion and shame. She heard the girl say things like, "You are allowed to be afraid," and "Pain is not punishment," and "You do not owe me guilt. You owe each other honesty." No one had taught Neve those words. They came from someplace larger than the chapel, larger than the lake. From integration. One evening, as the first true sunset in a century burned gold over the cliffs, Neve sat alone outside the quiet cup, a cup of tea cooling between her palms. The sea threw its voice against the rocks, boisterous where it had once been hushed. She looked into the dark surface of the tea, an ordinary reflection. It looked back without lag, no second self delayed behind it. Yet when she focused, she sensed others. Not trapped, not banging to be let out, but near, woven, as if the souls who'd been freed had not vanished upwards, but settled gently into the world they belonged to. "I can hear you," she whispered, not distressed. For the first time, the echoes did not sound like cries. They sounded like a distant choir at rest. Neve lifted her gaze to the windows of the village. Candles glowing, silhouettes moving about their lives. People who would now age and fall ill and break and heal and love and grieve. People who might wake at night from bad dreams and instead of turning away, find a hand to hold till the shaking stopped. She smiled. It was small but steady. She was not retribution. She was not a sign of curse. She was what happens when both sides of a story are finally told, and instead of choosing one, you let them become one whole. Flawed, finite, luminous. A world that can age again is a world that can live again. And in that quiet, complicated, very human truth, Neve felt something she could finally trust. Peace. The path to the lake felt different in daylight. The old stones still lined the way, the same crooked trail through heather and bracken, but the air around it had lost its held breath. The fog did not cling, it wandered. The hills did not loom, they watched. Neve walked slowly, her hand loose at her side, her steps unhurried. Moira had wanted to come, but Neve had kissed her forehead and told her to rest. "You've carried this long enough," she'd said. "Let me walk this part alone." Now, alone did not feel lonely. Birds flitted between gorse bushes, startling splashes of color in the muted greens. The sky stretched open and pale, brushed with faint strands of cloud like forgotten writing. The wind moved easily over the land, no longer cautious, no longer summoned. Just wind. When Neve reached the lake, she stopped. For the first time in her life, it looked like nothing more and nothing less than a water. The black, glassy hardness had softened into a deep, natural blue-green. Ripples ran across the surface where the breeze touched it. Sunlight pooled in trembling bands. The reflection of the sky lay whole upon it, unbroken by secrets. She stepped closer. No hum rose to greet her. No light churned beneath the surface. There were no pale faces pressed to an invisible barrier, no ghostly hands reaching up. Only the gentle lap of small waves against stone. She knelt and trailed her fingers in it. The lake was cool, clean. It did not pull. It did not whisper bargains. It received her touch like any body of water gladly touching living skin. For a while, Neve simply knelt there, listening to the simple sounds of the world. The wind through reeds, the small slap of water against rock, a distant gull, the quiet rhythm of her own breath. "I thought you might speak," she murmured. A breeze moved across the lake in answer. bending the grasses, stirring the ends of her hair. It carried no words, and yet something in it felt familiar. The presence that had once been heavy and sorrowful was softer now, like a deep exhale that had finally finished. When the voice came, it was almost not a voice at all, more an awareness, a thought pressed gently against her own. You chose to be real. The words seemed to rise from the water, from the trees, from within her ribs. Rest in that. Neve closed her eyes. The blessing was not grand. It did not promise safety. It did not offer protection from future pain or a map to avoid loss. It simply acknowledged what had been done and accepted it. "I was afraid you'd be angry," she whispered. The wind skimmed the lake, brightening the surface into tiny stars of light. "I was never your judge," the knot voice answered. "I was only your reflection. You gave me back what was never mine to hold." There was peace in that, a strange, steady peace that did not deny how hard the choice had been, but did not burden it further. Neve sat there a long time, letting the quiet sink into her. The anxiety that had once knotted inside her chest had loosened. She could still feel the echoes of the glass world, the memories she carried, her mother's hand on the other side, the trapped soul's relief. But they no longer clawed for release. They were stories now, not chains. When she opened her eyes, she studied the surface of the lake again. This time she leaned over until her reflection formed clearly in the water. A young girl, dark curls tucked behind her ears, shadows under her eyes that spoke of heavy nights and holy decisions, lines at the corner of her mouth that had not been there before, not age, but depth. She lifted her hand. The girl in the water lifted hers in the same instant. No lag, no echo. Neve smiled. The reflection smiled with her, perfectly aligned. She frowned, testing it. The reflection frowned in flawless sync. She blinked quickly. The girl in the water did too. It was such a simple thing that it felt like a miracle. For the first time in 16 years, there was no sense of someone else behind her eyes, no delayed double trying to catch up. She did not feel split. She did not feel tugged. She felt whole. "Hello," she said softly to the girl in the water. "Hello," the image said back, as any honest reflection should. The horror that had once lurked in every surface was gone. In its place was something humbler and more profound: acceptance. The lake showed only what was there, not less, not more. As she rose to leave, Neve glanced once over her shoulder at the water. It lay calm, untroubled, a part of the land again instead of a wound in it. Fish darted near the reeds. A dragonfly hovered briefly like a tiny jeweled thing sent up to check on her before zipping away. "Thank you," she whispered. It was unclear whether she spoke to the spirit, the souls, the village, or her mother. Perhaps to all of them. The wind brushed her cheek. Not an answer, just a touch. That was enough. On her walk back, the world seemed fuller. Children's laughter rang from the lane below. She heard someone arguing good-naturedly over the price of fish. A door slammed. A dog barked. A baby cried somewhere, loudly and unapologetically. Ordinary sounds. Imperfect, alive. As she reached the quiet cup, Neve paused at the window. The glass pane caught her reflection in the soft afternoon light. There she was. One self, one life. No one behind her, no one trapped beneath. Inside, she could see Moira bustling slowly, her movements careful, her back bent. A candle burned on the counter, not as defense, but as welcome. Neve stepped through the door. Moira looked up, and in her eyes was fear, love, and a question. "Well?" Neve smiled and crossed the room to her. "It's just a lake now," she said. "We're on our own." Moira let out a breath that shuddered through her whole frame. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. "On our own," she repeated, as if testing the words. "We'll have to be brave, then." "Yes," Neve said, "but we can be brave together." The mirrors in the shop, the small decorative one by the till, the sheen on the teapot, the faint gloss of the window, showed only what they ought to. Moira's lined face, Neve's soft smile, the warm glow of lamplight behind them. No tapping, no hum, just the gentle clatter of cups and the scent of tea. Night would come again. Bad dreams would come, here and there. People would grow old, fall ill, say goodbye to those they loved. Some evenings would be heavy, some mornings unbearably bright. But that was the point. The Spirit's blessing lingered unspoken in the walls, folded into the sound of waves and the whisper of wind in the grass. You chose to be real. Rest in that. The years passed through Kilkara, the way sunlight passes through lace curtains. Slow, unhurried, leaving patterns on everything it touched. The mist still came and went, but it no longer lingered like memory. It moved like weather, honest and brief. The sea still moaned against the cliffs, the gulls still circled the harbor, but their cries no longer sounded like warning. Only life making its music. The village was ordinary again, and that was its quiet miracle. Children were born with lungs that cried. People grew old, properly old. Faces changed, hands stiffened, laughter deepened. The market square filled with the smells of salt fish, apples, damp wool. The rhythm of days returned, full of flaws and tenderness. The lake lay still at the edge of town, unguarded, unhaunted. Fishermen came sometimes to rest on its banks, dipping their toes in without hesitation. It reflected whatever sky it was given, gray, gold, sometimes pale pink at dusk. Just a lake. At the center of it all, the tea house still stood. The Quiet Cup. Its sign had weathered, its paint cracked a little from storms, but the window panes gleamed in the morning light. Inside, the walls held the scent of peat fire and chamomile. The shelves were lined with teacups, no two alike, each donated by a traveler who had once found comfort there. Neve, or the woman who had once been Neve, and her reflection both, ran the place now. Her hair was longer, streaked with early gray that caught the light beautifully. Her eyes, those dark Irish eyes that had once reflected two worlds, now seemed to hold one deep, steady sea. When she moved, there was patience in every gesture, the kind that comes not from slowness, but from having already rushed once and learned where it leads. She still did not use mirrors after sundown, not from fear anymore, but from reverence. Some stories deserve their silence when night falls. People came to the Quiet Cup from far away. Pilgrims still, though no one used that word now. Tired travelers from Dublin, London, Boston, New York. Men and women with kind faces and eyes that carried storms. Some came alone, some in pairs. All left a little lighter, as if the air here knew how to share weight. Neve never asked what brought them. She only poured tea, set out bread, and listened if they spoke. If they didn't, she let the quiet do its work. On certain evenings, when the day had softened into gold and the lamps were just beginning to glow, she would sit near the hearth with a pot steaming between her hands and tell stories. She spoke not as a teller of ghost tales, but as someone remembering something tender and strange that had once lived under her skin. Her voice was low, her words slow, each sentence like a thread pulled from the hush. Long ago, she would begin, there was a village by the sea. It was peaceful. Too peaceful, perhaps. The people there did not grow old, and their nights were free of dreams. They thought themselves blessed until they learned what blessings cost. The guests would listen, their faces lit by firelight. Some would close their eyes, the way one listens to a song rather than a story. She spoke of the mist, of the forbidden mirrors, of the girl and her grandmother, of the lake that held its reflection hostage. She never said the names, not Kilkara, not Neve, but the story unfolded as if it remembered itself. She described how the girl had found the mirror and how it had spoken in her mother's voice, how she had faced her village's choice and broken what had once been sacred to save what had always been human. When she reached the moment of the shattering, her tone softened to almost a whisper. The light came out slow, like forgiveness, she would say. The people aged. The reflections were freed. And for the first time, the village slept, not in false peace, but in real rest. No one interrupted. The clink of teacups ceased. The fire snapped softly. She would end, always, the same way. The lake is quiet now. The mirrors are just glass. And the girl, whoever she became, no longer fears her reflection. She knows it's her, through and through. Sometimes her guests would smile faintly, not because they thought it a happy ending, but because it felt right, real. And when she finished, she'd pour them a refill, maybe a touch of honey, and say, "You look tired, love? Rest a bit. The rooms upstairs are warm." No one ever refused. That night, one such visitor came, a weary figure wrapped in a travel coat, face half hidden by the low light. Older, American perhaps, from the way they thanked her softly and the accent tucked beneath the words. They sat near the corner, by the window that looked out toward the hills, and listened as Neve told the story. When it ended, the visitor said quietly, "That's a good story. Sounds like a true one." Neve smiled. "Aren't they all in their way?" The visitor nodded, gaze distant. Did the girl ever forgive the village? "Forgive?" Neve repeated. She thought for a moment. "I think she stopped needing to. They were never wicked, just afraid. Forgiveness isn't for fear, it's for cruelty. Fear needs gentleness, not pardon." The visitor's shoulders eased. A long breath. "You tell it like you were there." Neve only smiled again, her eyes soft. "Maybe I was." They shared a quiet look, the kind that passes between two souls who recognize one another without needing to say why. Later, when the visitor left and the bell above the door chimed softly, Neve walked to the window. The road was empty except for the curve of lamplight fading into mist. For a heartbeat, she thought she saw the figure still walking there, slow, steady. But when she blinked, it was gone. The teacup they had used still sat on the counter, half finished, steam curling like breath in the dim room. Neve turned off the lamps one by one until only the firelight remained. She caught her reflection in the window, her own face in the dark glass, flickering between fire and night. It looked back at her, smiling gently, in perfect time. Outside, the wind lifted. Somewhere far away, waves met the cliffs with a sound like slow applause. And for the first time, it was unclear whether the story had ended or only begun again. Whispered to someone else, somewhere else, before sleep. There are nights when stories are not meant to thrill you, only to keep you company while you remember how to breathe. This is one of those nights. The voice that once told of Kilkara softens now. Slower, closer, not distant like a myth, but near enough that you can almost feel its warmth. The light in the room where you sit has dimmed. The screen glows softly against the dark. Outside, the world has gone quiet. You might be alone, or you might be listening with someone sleeping nearby. It doesn't matter. The story has reached you, and that is enough. The narrator speaks as though to the space just beside you, not into your ear, but into that small ache behind your heart where tiredness gathers when the day has gone on too long. It is all right, the voice says, to be afraid of growing old. It pauses, like an exhale. It is all right to miss the ones who have gone, to feel the absence like a bruise that never fully heals. These things make you real. They are proof that you have loved, and that you remember. The camera drifts, maybe over an image of the Kilkara lake, now just a ripple of dark water under a gentle moon. No glow, no whisper. Only the reflection of the sky, soft and ordinary. The people of Kilkara once forgot that. The voice continues. They traded their fear, their pain, their grief, all the rough edges of being human, for peace that was too smooth, too quiet. And they called it safety. There's another pause. The wind moves faintly through your headphones, or maybe through the open window near you. But peace without truth, the narrator says, is not peace. It's sleep that never dreams. The story you've followed so far, the girl, the mirror, the shattering, has changed its shape. It no longer belongs to the village by the Irish Sea. It belongs to everyone who's ever wished not to feel so much. You. Her story is your reflection, gently told back to you. It speaks to the nights when you have stared into the mirror and looked for the person you used to be, or the one you were supposed to become. The nights you've caught the faintest flicker in your own eyes, the sadness, the weight, the tired compassion, and wondered when you started looking like someone who had seen too much. The story says, that person in the glass is not your ghost. They are not waiting to replace you. They are waiting to be let in. Because they are the part of you that stayed behind when you chose to be strong. The part that carried what you didn't have time to feel. The one who remembers the dreams you forgot to dream. Look gently, the voice says. You might see someone there who has been waiting a long, long time to be accepted. The shot lingers on water, dark, reflective, patient. You might feel an urge to look at your own reflection wherever it hides near you, in the phone screen, in the faint shine of the glass door, in the edge of a cooling mug. The narration continues, soft but unwavering. We are told that monsters live in the shadows, in glass, in water, in dark corners of the mind. But the monsters were never fangs or claws. They were never ghosts waiting to drag us away. The real terror, the voice says, was always the temptation to live without truth, to live without the parts of ourselves that hurt. A gentle swell of music rises, something with strings, slow and tender, not sad exactly, but honest. The villagers of Kilkara learned this, the voice says. And the girl, the one who broke the mirror, she did not slay a creature or banish a curse. She did something far harder. She chose to feel again. Images appear in the mind. The broken lake glass turned to mist. The villagers, older and fragile, holding each other through their first real night of sleep. Moira lighting a candle not to keep fear out, but to remind the weary to rest. The voice continues. To be human is not to be fearless. It is to carry fear gently like a fragile thing and still move forward. It is to love, knowing loss will follow. To build, knowing time will one day undo. To dream, knowing you may never reach the shore. Silence stretches, not empty, but breathing. And then the voice softens again. Closer now, almost a whisper. But you are here. You are listening. That means you are still choosing life, even when it aches. Somewhere in the soundscape, there's the faint creak of floorboards, the hush of sea wind, the kind of quiet that fills rather than empties. "Do you see it now?" the narrator asks. Kilkara was never a haunted place. It was a place that forgot to grieve. Its curse was simply this: forgetting that endings are not enemies. They are the doorways through which love learns to move. The voice fades to a hush, leaving space for your breath, your pulse. And then, a final thought, wrapped in warmth. If tonight you pass a mirror, don't turn away. Don't look for youth or perfection or ghosts. Look for the part of you that stayed kind despite everything. The part that waited. The one who still believes in soft mornings and second chances. The lake glimmers faintly under the moonlight. No spirits, no whispers, only water reflecting what it's given. And for a moment, if you look closely enough, you might see what Neve saw years ago. Not a horror, not a curse, but a companion. A reflection that smiles with you, not after you. The narration lingers in the quiet. It's all right to be tired. It's all right to be afraid. You don't need to trade your soul for peace. You only need to remember that you already are whole, cracks and all. Then the music fades, the light dims, and the story exhales. No scream, no twist, only truth. Because the end of a horror story, when told right, is not fear. It's rest. Night falls again over Kilkara, but it is not the kind of night that hides. It moves gently through the streets, settling over rooftops and hedges, filling every crack and window with a deep, breathing calm. The fog rolls in as it always has, though thinner now, like a shawl rather than a shroud. From the harbor comes the slow rhythm of the tide returning home. The lamps along the main lane burn low, their halos trembling in the mist. A cat slips between doorways, wet-pawed from the drizzle. Somewhere, an old dog barks twice, then decides against it. The village is not enchanted anymore. It is only alive. Inside the homes, the people of Kilkara sleep. Properly this time. Not in the unfeeling stillness of the past century, but in the fragile, beautiful disorder of real rest. You can hear it if you listen closely. The sound of life at peace with itself. The uneven snore of someone who forgot to turn sideways. A cough echoing once through the night before quieting again. The soft creak of timbers in the damp. A pot settling on its hook. Rain tracing its fingers down the glass. Every sound is proof that nothing supernatural stirs here anymore. No bargains. No unseen watcher waiting for its due. Only time doing what time does best. Carrying everything forward. At the quiet cup, a few candles remain lit, their light flickering in the front window. The tables are cleared, the teacups washed, the fire burned low to embers. Moira's rocking chair sits empty by the hearth. She has long since gone to bed. Upstairs, behind a closed door, Neve, older now, steady and whole, is writing something by the glow of a small oil lamp. Her pen scratches softly. Sometimes she pauses and looks out of the window toward the lake. It's dark tonight, but she can see its faint shimmer beneath the moon. Just water. Honest and deep. On her desk lies an open journal, its pages filled with tidy handwriting, fragments of the story you've heard. She writes not to preserve legend, but to remind herself how easily peace can be mistaken for forgetting. The rain thickens outside, a soothing percussion against the glass. She smiles at the sound. It is ordinary. That's why it's sacred. When she finally sets the pen down, she moves to the window and watches her own reflection in the glass. The candlelight plays across her face, softening the lines, deepening the eyes. She smiles faintly. The reflection smiles back, perfectly in time. It is strange how beautiful honesty can look when it is no longer feared. In the village below, a few more candles burn behind curtains, not to keep out shadows, but to keep one another company through them. Kilkara has learned to light its nights from within, not to push the dark away, but to give it shape. Every flicker is a small act of defiance and tenderness at once, a reminder that even in endings, there is gentleness to be found. The narrator's voice returns now, quieter than before. The hush that comes after truth has been spoken. It does not speak to the village anymore. It speaks to you. You are allowed to rest. Nothing is chasing you here. The sentence lands like a blanket over the shoulders, soft and absolute. You have carried too much for too long. Let it set itself down for tonight. The world will not crumble without your worry. The tide will come in whether you wait for it or not. Outside, a window closes with a soft click. Somewhere, a clock strikes midnight, and the sound fades like a deep breath exhaled. Your regrets, your wrinkles, your memories. The voice continues. They are not marks of failure. They are the proof that you have lived. The gentle weight of time upon you means you stayed. You loved. You tried. The story breathes around you. You can almost feel the candlelight, the faint salt of the air, the steady comfort of rain. There was never a curse, the voice says. Only the wish to escape the pain of being alive. And the truth is, that wish lives in everyone. It isn't evil. It's just tiredness, dressed in different names: ambition, denial, silence. We all have our Kilkaras. We all have our mirrors. The pause that follows is long, intentional, the kind that invites reflection, not answer. And maybe, the voice adds, the only thing that ever haunted you was the part of you that wanted to be seen. A slow swell of quiet music returns, piano, or maybe the sound of the tide itself turned melodic. Neve moves away from the window, leaving the lamp burning low. Her footsteps fade as she climbs into bed. The house settles with her weight. Outside, the lake reflects the faint glimmer of the candle in her window. The rain slows to a drizzle. Somewhere, a door creaks open, and a late light is extinguished. And there, in the stillness, we see it, a single, simple image. A window glowing faintly against the dark, a candle flickering inside. The reflection of the flame mirrored perfectly on the wet glass. And beneath it, another reflection, yours. For a brief, delicate second, the two reflections blink in sync. The one in the story and the one in your screen. The line between them gone, as if the tale was only ever a gentle way of returning you to yourself. The narrator speaks one last time. A whisper now, more breath than sound. Sleep now. The mirrors are honest again, and so are you. No thunder follows, no twist. Only the soft hush of rain against glass, and the slow, steady rhythm of a village. And a heart, at peace. Then silence. Sacred, lingering. The kind of silence that feels like being home. The road bent softly through the Appalachian hills, its curves gentle as thought. Judith Peyton drove with the windows slightly open, letting the cool scent of pine and fading leaves slip through. Her old sedan hummed at a steady pace, not hurried, not slow. The kind of rhythm that suited someone who had nowhere left to be urgently. She had left Boston 2 days ago without saying much to anyone. The house had grown too quiet after her husband's passing, and every corner of it had begun to echo his absence. Even her own footsteps felt like someone else's memory. The radio murmured quietly, half static, half sermon. A local station was advertising a retreat center somewhere ahead. Mercy Hill Lake, the place where grief sleeps easy. Judith smiled faintly. It sounded like marketing fluff, the kind of promise that preys on loneliness. But the name lingered in her mind. She turned the dial down and let the silence fill the car again. The scenery unfolded in waves of amber and rust. Maple trees leaned toward the road, as if to watch her pass. Small rivers glinted through the woods like strips of glass, and each gust of wind sent a shimmer of gold across the forest floor. She passed old barns with sagging roofs, white porches with forgotten rocking chairs, and fields where scarecrows stood in patient silence. It was early afternoon, the hour when the sun feels both warm and tired. Judith thought about the newsroom, the way deadlines had devoured her sense of time. For 30 years she had chased voices and scandals and war zones, always telling herself she was seeking truth. Now, truth felt like noise. In her rearview mirror, the road stretched back in a pale shimmer, already swallowing the world she had left behind. She whispered to herself, almost amused. No more deadlines. When the gas light blinked on, she pulled into a roadside station, an old place with faded paint and a hand-lettered sign that read, "Hilltop Fuel and Groceries." The bell above the door chimed softly as she entered. Inside, the air smelled of motor oil and coffee that had been sitting for hours. A single man stood behind the counter, probably in his 70s, reading a newspaper that seemed older than he was. He looked up and smiled. "Afternoon, ma'am. You heading somewhere special?" "Nowhere in particular," she said. "Just driving." He nodded, folding the paper neatly. That's the best kind of direction sometimes. While he filled her tank, Judith wandered toward the window. From there, she could see the faint outline of mountains rolling toward the horizon, blue fading into softer blue. Somewhere between those folds was the lake mentioned on the radio, Mercy Hill. The old man returned to her window, wiping his hands on a rag. "You thinking of stopping in at the lake?" "Maybe," she admitted. "I heard it's peaceful." He hesitated for a moment, eyes narrowing just slightly. Then his smile returned, thinner this time. "It's kind, that place. The water's got a memory to it. Just don't ask it to remember too much." She chuckled, unsure if he was joking. "What does that mean?" "Means," he said, "that peace always wants something in return." Judith thanked him, paid, and stepped back into her car. The remark followed her like the smell of gasoline, faint but impossible to ignore. As she drove on, the landscape began to change. The forest thickened, shadows lengthened. The air grew cooler, even though the sun still shone. The road narrowed into a lane lined with oaks, whose branches met above like clasped hands. Occasionally, she saw wooden signs pointing toward Mercy Hill, 5 miles. She passed a diner with a single neon sign blinking open, and on impulse, pulled in. Inside, it was quiet but welcoming. The kind of place that felt the same in every decade. A waitress with kind eyes poured her coffee without asking. The pie case gleamed under yellow lights, each dessert perfectly round and untouched. Judith took a corner booth, looking out at the long stretch of road and the small town beyond it. An old couple sat near the window, sharing fries without speaking, their silence easy, like breathing. Something about them steadied her. She ate slowly, savoring the warmth of the coffee, the sound of the ceiling fan's slow turn. When she left, the sun was dipping behind the hills, spilling gold across the lake's distant outline. It was more beautiful than she expected. Too symmetrical. Too still, as if the world had forgotten to breathe there. By the time she reached the town sign that read, "Welcome to Mercy Hill," a place to rest, twilight had deepened into a silvery haze. The air felt heavier, the kind that carries the scent of rain even when there are no clouds. She parked near a wooden overlook where the road curved beside the water. The lake stretched wide, calm as a mirror. Pines rimmed the far bank, their reflections so perfect she couldn't tell where tree ended and water began. Judith stepped out, wrapping her scarf tighter around her neck. For a long time she simply stood there, listening. Not even a bird stirred. No cars, no wind, just the faint hum. Or was it a vibration? Rising from the water, low and steady like the lake itself was thinking. It was peaceful, and a little too peaceful. The last orange light bled out of the sky, leaving behind a pale, soft gray. Judith leaned on the railing and whispered, mostly to herself, "Just a few nights." Somewhere in the quiet, far across the stillness, came what could have been the sound of a sigh or a ripple breaking the surface. Before silence folded back around her completely, that was the moment she decided to stay. Mercy Hill announced itself without hurry. The town rose gently from the road like something grown, not built. A scattering of white porches and weathered siding, draped in ivy and softened by the long gaze of the hills around it. Hand-painted signs swung lightly from iron brackets. Brannigan's Grocer, Pine and Pearl Diner, Hilltop Pharmacy, Lakeside House. Hanging baskets spilled petunias and trailing green vines, their colors muted by the settling dusk. Judith rolled down her window as she drove along the main street. The air carried the faint sweetness of wood smoke and something cool and clean beneath it, like water that had never known rust. On a wide veranda, 3 rocking chairs moved in slow unison, occupied by gray-haired men in flannel shirts, their conversations no louder than the creak of the wood. They glanced up as her car passed. Their nods were small, deliberate, polite. Nothing like the rushed half-smiles of city life. Here, everything seemed to move on a longer clock. She parked in front of the 2-story inn with the pale blue shutters and the sign that read, "Lakeside House, since 1953. The building looked like it had been tended more than renovated. Its paint soft with age, the porch boards worn smooth by years of careful steps. A wind chime of shells and polished stones hung by the door, chiming faintly with notes that sounded more like breaths than bells. Inside, the lobby smelled of lemon oil, old books, and freshly brewed tea. A long wooden counter stretched beneath a wall of little cubbyholes, each holding a brass key on a leather tag. Framed photographs of the lake in different seasons lined the walls. Mist in spring, green reflections in summer, copper fire in fall, still white in winter. The water looked almost unreal in each image, flat and flawless like painted glass. "Evening," a warm voice said. She turned to see Mr. Alden. He was in his early 70s, she guessed, tall in a quiet way, with a neatly pressed shirt and sleeves rolled to his elbows. His hair had gone completely silver, but was still thick, combed back from a gentle, observant face. His eyes were not sharp or demanding. They held the kind of patience that came from listening more than he spoke. "You must be Miss Peaton," he said, as if he had been expecting her, but not in a strange way. Only as someone who noticed the single reservation on the page. "Welcome to Lakeside House. Long drive?" "Long enough," Judith replied. "It is beautiful here." He smiled at that, a slow, genuine smile. "We do our best to keep it simple. Folks come here to breathe a bit easier." She filled in the check-in card with her careful handwriting. He glanced at it, then reached for a key. "Room 3, front corner. Lake view if you like that sort of thing." "I think I might," she said. "Dinner's easy in this town," he added. "The diner closes at 8, the grocer at 7. Most of us turn in early. Mornings by the water are nice. You will hear less traffic than you are used to." Less of everything, really. There was no boast in his tone, only a matter-of-fact kindness. As he handed her the key, she noticed the way his gaze flicked, just briefly, toward one of the framed lake photos behind her. "If you walk down to the shore," he said gently, "do remember we keep it quiet there. No loud music, no yelling. The lake is a good listener, but we try not to disturb it." "The lake," Judith repeated, hearing the capital letter in his voice. He nodded once. "You will see." The hallway creaked softly under her suitcase wheels as she climbed the stairs. Her room was simple but lovingly kept. A wide, firm bed with a quilt of faded blues and greens, a wooden dresser, lace curtains framing a broad window that faced the darkening shape of the lake. A lamp on the bedside table gave off warm, honey-colored light. Judith set her bag down and stepped to the window. Mercy Hill Lake lay just beyond a gentle slope and a fringe of pines. A dark oval nested in the hollow of the land. The last of the day's light rested along its surface like a thin sheet of burnished metal. No boats, no docks jutting out, no glaring lights. Just water and trees, and a sky moving through its slow colors. For the first time in a long while, she felt no urgency to unpack. She left the suitcase half open and made her way back downstairs, then out the side door that led to a footpath down to the shore. Gravel crunched softly beneath her shoes. When she reached the edge of the lake, dusk had settled into that gentle blue that blurs edges, softening the world. She was alone. The water lay utterly still. Not a single ripple disturbed the mirrored trees. The line between real pine and reflected pine was almost impossible to find. Above, the first timid stars blinked through the thinning light. The air was cool, the kind that wakes the lungs without biting. Judith walked to where a narrow wooden railing marked the lookout point. There she stood and leaned her hands lightly on the smooth rail. For a moment, she simply let herself breathe. Her shoulders eased, her jaw unclenched. She looked down. The lake returned the world to her with eerie precision. The trees, the sky, the faint outline of the inn on the hill. But when her gaze searched for her own face in that glassy surface, she found only the background staring back. The place where her reflection should have been seemed to waver, blank, as if it were thinking about it. Then, a second later, there she was. Her reflection slid into place, just a beat behind her movements, like a delayed broadcast. She raised her hand slowly. In the water, the gesture followed a breath later, not wrong enough to be dramatic, just off enough that her body felt the strangeness before her mind did. A small shiver traced her spine, not of terror, but recognition. Like the feeling of hearing someone call your name in a crowd when no one has. She stayed there, testing it without quite meaning to. Turned her head, blinked, watched the water lag by a fraction. Eventually, the delay seemed to catch up and settle, as if the lake had finished its consideration of her and decided, reluctantly, to cooperate. In the deepening quiet, a sound rose, so faint she could have dismissed it if she wanted. A low, sustained humming, somewhere between wind through a bottle and a distant choir. It did not come from the trees. It did not come from the inn up the hill. It seemed to come from beneath the surface, from the dark body of water itself, carrying no words, only tone. It was not menacing. It was not welcoming. It was aware. Judith closed her eyes. The hum faded into the rhythm of her breathing, into the thud of her heart. She opened them again to find the lake unchanged, silent, placid, obediently reflecting the first real stars. Behind her, in the town, a porch light clicked off. Somewhere, a screen door shut with a soft clap. Mercy Hill was going to sleep. She whispered a good night without thinking whom it was for. The town, the lake, her husband, herself. Then she walked back up toward the inn, with the odd, lingering impression that something old and patient had listened very carefully and chosen for tonight to let her go to bed in peace. The next morning unfolded like the slow turning of a page. Judith woke to the faint scent of coffee drifting from downstairs and the whisper of rain on the window. Light, uncertain, the kind that hesitates between drizzle and mist. The lake outside looked softer beneath the gray sky, its perfect reflection blurring into a watercolor haze. She dressed, tucked her notebook under her arm, and wandered down to the foyer. The inn was empty, except for Mr. Alden behind the counter, polishing brass key tags with deliberate care. His movements were quiet, almost ceremonial. Judith greeted him softly, and he nodded, his expression kind but distant, like a man whose thoughts lived half in memory. "I slept well," she said, almost surprised. "That's good to hear," he replied. "The air here does that to people. It slows the mind, gives it permission to stop running." Judith smiled faintly, then turned her attention to the wall of framed photographs she had noticed the night before. There were dozens, some black and white, others faded color prints, arranged without strict order, as if they'd been added over decades by many careful hands. She stepped closer. In one photograph, dated 1964, a small group of elderly women stood beside the lake, holding bunches of white lilies, their dresses fluttering in a faint breeze. Another, from the early 70s, showed townsfolk gathering in front of the chapel, candles in hand, faces blurred by the long exposure. Every image seemed touched by the same quiet, that same calm that filled the town itself. The kind of stillness that could be either peace or absence. Her eyes moved from frame to frame until one in the middle stopped her. It was a color photo, its tone slightly yellowed with time, a summer scene from the 1980s. A dozen people stood along the water's edge, arranged in 2 rows. Men in rolled-up sleeves, women in pale dresses, all looking straight at the camera. The lake behind them was as glassy as ever, the pines as eternal as if no year had passed between then and now. And there, on the left edge of the group, half in shadow, stood a woman who made Judith's breath catch. She leaned closer. The woman's hair, cut to the shoulders, was chestnut streaked with silver. Her chin lifted slightly, her half-smile modest and unguarded, the same way Judith herself smiled when caught off guard. Even the tilt of her head, the gentle fold of her hands in front of her, were precisely her own gestures. For a long moment, she couldn't move. The rational part of her whispered explanations, coincidence, likeness, pattern-seeking. Yet her body felt rooted, transfixed by the familiarity. The caption beneath the photograph read in small gold letters, "To those who chose to rest." No names, no date, except a faint stamp on the corner. Summer 1983. She turned toward the desk. "Mr. Alden?" she said quietly. "Who are the people in this photo?" Looked up, following her gaze. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Recognition or memory, she couldn't tell. Then he set down the key tag and walked over, wiping his hands on a cloth. "That one's been here longer than I have," he said. "I think it was taken during the old retreats, back when the lake gatherings were more frequent." "Retreats?" He nodded, adjusting his glasses. "People used to come for weekends, sometimes weeks. We'd host ceremonies of thanks. It was before we turned away from the tourism part of it. The lake doesn't much like spectacle." Judith gestured toward the woman in the photo. "She looks like me." Mr. Alden bent closer, studying it, his brow furrowed slightly. I suppose she does. Same expression, same calm. Who was she? He shrugged gently, not evasive, simply accepting. Records from that time aren't well kept. Faces repeat in this world, don't they? My grandmother used to say, the world reuses its favorites. His tone carried no suspicion, only a quiet philosophy. He smiled. Maybe she was someone the lake liked. Judith wanted to laugh, but the sound stuck in her throat. Someone the lake liked, she repeated softly, as though testing the weight of the words. He patted the frame once with the back of his hand, a small, almost affectionate gesture, and then returned to his counter. Judith stayed there longer than she intended, tracing the edges of the frame with her eyes. The woman's gaze in the photo seemed steady, kind, but there was something else beneath it. A depth, a stillness that mirrored the lake behind her. Not a warning exactly, but a knowing. She turned away, yet the feeling followed her. That evening, the rain stopped. The sky cleared just enough to reveal a soft, pale moon rising over the trees. Judith made tea in the small kitchen nook of her room and stood by the window. The lake below glimmered faintly, dark and inviting, the windless air leaving its surface unbroken. She thought of the photograph again, of that half-familiar smile, and felt a strange blend of comfort and unease. If the world truly did reuse its favorites, perhaps that woman had been someone gentle, someone who'd also come here seeking rest. The clock on the nightstand ticked quietly. 9:17 p.m. She turned off the lamp, lay back, and let her body sink into the cool sheets. The quiet of Mercy Hill wrapped around her like a second blanket. But as her mind began to slip towards sleep, something subtle stirred at the edge of awareness. A sound too faint to name. Not the hum she'd heard by the lake, not wind, not plumbing, not dream. A voice, almost touching her ear, soft and deliberate. It spoke her name, not Judith, not Ms. Peaton, but Judith Eleanor Peaton, her full name, including the middle name she never used, the one only her parents and her late husband had spoken. The syllables were drawn out, whispered with tenderness, not menace. A woman's voice, older, lower, careful, carrying the same timbre Judith herself heard in recordings of her interviews from long ago. She opened her eyes. The room was dark, the air perfectly still. The lake's faint shimmer pressed against the window pane like a held breath. She lay there, heart steady but awake, every sense tuned to that impossible recognition. There was no fear, not yet. Only the strange, quiet certainty that something had reached for her from the dark, not to harm, but to remind her. She waited for the voice to come again. It didn't. Instead, the silence grew full, dense, almost warm. Outside, the lake returned to being just water, and the town slept. Judith stared at the ceiling until the ticking clock became part of the night's rhythm. Calm but unsettled, she drifted slowly toward sleep, the name, her own, still echoing somewhere between the waking world and the water's deep, patient hum. Morning in Mercy Hill began without alarms, without rush. The light came slow and golden through a mist that hung low over the water, softening everything it touched. From her window, Judith watched it rise over the treetops, painting the lake in pale amber, the kind of light that made her want to whisper instead of speak. Down by the shore, figures moved quietly, the early risers of the town. Elderly men in flannel coats walked the path with the deliberate care of those who had learned not to hurry. A few women, silver hair tied back in scarves, performed slow Tai Chi motions facing the lake. Their arms drifted through the air like reeds swaying underwater. Every movement seemed synchronized not to a clock, but to the faint rhythm of the ripples that lapped at the shore. Judith wrapped herself in a sweater, took the room's old ceramic mug, and stepped outside. The wooden steps creaked beneath her feet. The air was crisp but not cold, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. From the porch, she could hear a few distant voices greeting one another. A chorus of good mornings murmured low, never loud enough to break the quiet spell the lake cast over the town. At the far end of the path, near the waterline, she noticed a small circle of chairs arranged beneath a cluster of birches. About a dozen people sat there. Older men and women mostly, each holding a cup or thermos, faces turned toward one another, in the kind of comfort that comes from shared understanding. The tone of their conversation wasn't somber. It was steady, intimate, like people reading letters aloud that they had already accepted the endings to. A woman with kind eyes and a blue cardigan caught Judith's gaze and waved her over. "Come sit," she said softly. "We were just getting started." Judith hesitated, then walked down the path and joined them. The group made space without question. The woman introduced herself as Nora and pointed around the circle as she spoke. "We just talk a bit each morning. Nothing official. No counselors, no steps, no rules. We just keep each other company before the day begins." Judith nodded. The chairs creaked as people shifted, settling into the small silence that meant someone would begin. It was an old man who spoke first. His voice was gravelly but warm. "My wife June passed 5 years ago. Still feels like she's around most mornings. But I used to wake up angry about it, angry that she left before I could tell her the things I didn't say when we still had time. Then last year I came to the lake. One morning I sat right where you are, told it everything, all the things I never said. Next night was the first time I slept through until dawn." The others nodded, not as though agreeing, but as though remembering. A woman in a gray shawl added, "It's like the lake doesn't just listen. It keeps what you tell it so you don't have to carry it anymore. You let the lake hold it for you." The phrase settled in the air. "You let the lake hold it for you." The others repeated it softly, as if the words themselves were a small prayer. Judith listened, her journal still closed in her lap. "Do you mean it actually helps you sleep?" she asked, half smiling, trying to sound light. "Oh yes," Nora replied. "Some nights you can almost feel it, like a hush settling over your chest. You wake up lighter." A man across the circle nodded slowly. "I told it about my son," he said. "Haven't seen him in years. We fought about small things until they turned into big ones. I said his name to the lake, and the anger just went somewhere else. Maybe the lake took it." Their stories unfolded one by one. Losses, regrets, forgotten birthdays, guilt, apologies never spoken. Not grand tragedies, just the slow, ordinary aches of long lives. No one dramatized their pain. They spoke like gardeners describing the weather, matter of fact, with the calm of acceptance. Judith sipped her coffee, the steam curling in front of her. There was something soothing about the honesty, about how plainly these strangers spoke. No false hope, no forced cheerfulness. Only the belief, unprovable but deeply felt, that the lake listened. When the group fell quiet again, Nora turned to Judith. "You came for something too, didn't you?" The question was gentle, not invasive. Judith thought of saying no, of claiming she was only traveling through. But she found herself saying, "I suppose I came to rest a bit." "That's as good a reason as any," Nora said, smiling. "Sometimes rest is the first thing we forget to ask for." The circle ended as naturally as it began. Chairs folded, hands waved, footsteps retreated toward porches and paths. No one said goodbye loudly. It was a kind of dispersing that felt organic, like leaves falling where they must. Judith stayed behind for a while, looking out over the water. The lake was brighter now under the climbing sun. A pair of ducks glided along the far side, leaving two perfect trails that faded almost instantly. She tried to imagine the water as a listener, a keeper of voices and sorrows. The idea seemed childish, even superstitious. Yet, watching the steady stillness, she felt a peculiar tug in her chest, like the faint pressure of gravity drawing her thoughts downward. She knelt and dipped her fingers into the water. It was colder than she expected, startlingly clean. For a brief second, the surface trembled around her hand, and she thought she felt something pulse beneath. Not movement, exactly, but a kind of attention. The thought was absurd, but she drew her hand back quickly all the same. As she stood, a voice behind her said, "Beautiful, isn't it?" It was Mr. Alden, hands in his pockets, his calm presence as steady as the lake itself. "Beautiful," Judith agreed, "and very still." He nodded. "Stillness can be a mercy. Some of us come here because we've had enough noise. The lake helps us remember how to be quiet again." She smiled. "The others told me it listens." His eyes softened. "Oh, it does. But listening is never free. You give it a story, and it keeps it safe. That's what it's for. You'll sleep well tonight." "I didn't tell it anything," Judith said lightly. "Not yet," he said, with a kindness that made the words linger. Judith watched him walk away, his figure blending into the brightening path. She looked down at her reflection once more. The lake showed her face clearly now, unbroken, her eyes calmer than she felt. "You let the lake hold it for you," she murmured under her breath. The words felt strange in her mouth, like the first verse of a hymn she almost remembered. She turned and walked back toward the inn, the sound of her footsteps swallowed by the hush that hung over Mercy Hill. A hush that was not emptiness, but listening. That night, Mercy Hill slept like a living thing. Slowly, deeply, without interruption, the houses on the hill dimmed one by one, and soon only the soft yellow lamps along the lake shore remained, their light trembling on the surface of the water like fireflies, too tired to rise. Judith sat in bed with her notebook open, but unwritten. The quiet here was not just absence of noise. It was the presence of something vast and deliberate. Even her pen seemed hesitant to move, as though it might disturb the air. She could hear the tick of the clock on the wall, the hum of the old radiator, the low breathing rhythm of the lake outside her window. She remembered what the man at the gas station had said, the warning wrapped in kindness. Don't ask it to remember too much. And then Mr. Alden's gentle insistence that the lake listens. The word had stuck in her mind like a seed caught under the tongue. Curiosity was an old itch she couldn't quite stop scratching. Even after years away from the newsroom, her instincts still pulled toward evidence, proof, recording, capture. If the lake was really listening, she thought, maybe tonight she would listen back. From her bag, she pulled out a small silver recorder, the kind she used to keep in her pocket for interviews, its plastic casing worn smooth from decades of use. The battery light still glowed faintly. She set it on her nightstand facing the window, next to the glass of water she'd half finished. The room smelled faintly of pine soap and old linen. Outside, the lake's reflection glimmered faintly through the gauzy curtains. Judith sat for a long time, just looking at it, her hands folded in her lap, the recorder's red light a quiet pulse in the dark. "Just in case," she murmured, pressing the record button. The tiny machine clicked and began its steady work, capturing the shape of the silence. She lay back, half amused at herself. A woman chasing ghosts with an outdated gadget, she thought. Yet the thought didn't feel cynical. It felt tender, almost nostalgic. She turned off the lamp. The darkness of Mercy Hill wasn't the kind that frightened. It was soft, heavy, complete. Even the stars seemed muted, as though they too respected the hush. Judith listened to her own breathing until sleep came, and the room drifted out of focus. The sun woke her gently, slipping through the curtains in thin threads of gold. Birds chirped somewhere beyond the porch. For a moment, she forgot the recorder entirely. Then, as she reached for her glasses, the small red light caught her eye, still blinking faintly. She smiled at her own foolishness and pressed stop. The faint mechanical whir of the tape winding back brought a flash of memory. Late nights in newsrooms, playback clicks, scribbled notes. It was comforting in its familiarity. She took a sip of cold coffee from last night's cup and pressed play. At first, there was nothing, only the static murmur of quiet itself, like a seashell held to the ear. Then came the slow, deliberate ticking of the wall clock. She could hear herself shifting once under the covers, the faint rustle of sheets. She listened, eyes half closed, expecting nothing more. Then a sound emerged, barely there, soft enough to make her doubt it. A woman's voice, distant but close, as though speaking through a thin layer of water. The tone was calm, familiar, and heartbreakingly gentle. "You came back later this time." Judith froze. The words were clear, slow, unhurried. They carried the soft rasp of age, of breath that had learned patience. And the voice, it was hers. Not exactly, but unmistakably of her. Her cadence, her careful consonants, only older. A version of her voice that had lived longer. The recording continued for another few seconds, then faded into static again. No footsteps, no other noise. Just that one sentence, balanced perfectly in the middle of the night. Judith sat still, the recorder warm in her hand. "You came back later this time." She replayed the words in her head, testing their rhythm, their shape. Later this time. What could that mean? Had she dreamed? Spoken aloud? But she knew the texture of her own sleep. It was heavy, dreamless. And the tone in the voice wasn't the wavering half-speech of sleep talking. It was deliberate, measured, like someone leaving a message. She pressed rewind, then play again. This time, there was only static. The ticking clock, the sound of her breath. No words. She tried again. Nothing. The line had vanished as if it had never been there. Judith stared at the recorder, her pulse steady but firm. A small part of her mind whispered rational explanations. Faulty tape, background interference, wind. But another part, quieter and older, refused those comforts. That part of her, the same part that made her pull over at roadside diners just to listen to strangers, knew something had spoken to her, and not out of malice. She walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Morning light spilled across the lake, turning it into a perfect mirror. The sky, the trees, the inn, all reflected without flaw. She searched for movement, for a ripple, for proof of disturbance. There was none, only the slow pulse of sunlight crawling over the water's skin. Her reflection stared back, serene, calm, unchanged. But she felt it then. The same sensation she'd had that first night on the overlook. That slight tug somewhere inside her chest, like being gently called by name. She pressed her palm to the glass, half smiling despite herself. "You've got imagination, Judith," she whispered. Still, she left the recorder running again that night. not out of fear, not even out of curiosity, but because the voice had carried something she hadn't felt in years: recognition. Someone, somewhere, had known her name long before she arrived. Outside, the lake remained still, its silence deep as sleep. Whatever had spoken was in no rush to speak again. The day went on as though nothing had happened, but the air around Mercy Hill seemed a shade more aware, as if it too had been listening. And though Judith would never have admitted it aloud, that thought did not frighten her, did not frighten. It comforted her in a strange, inexplicable way. Like the world, vast and quiet, had turned its face toward her for the briefest moment and whispered, "I remember." The path to the chapel curved along the lake shore, a ribbon of pale gravel softened by pine needles and time. Morning light filtered through the trees in long, slanted lines, cutting the mist into ribbons. Judith walked slowly, her shoes crunching lightly, the recorder tucked in her pocket out of habit, though she wasn't sure what she meant to record anymore. The lake stretched beside her, calm as breath, its surface glazed with light so clear that the line between water and air seemed to vanish. The chapel appeared at the curve of the path, modest and quiet, a single-story wooden building with white paint faded to ivory, its steeple short and round like a candle snuffed halfway. Ivy had claimed one side of the walls, and the windows glowed faintly from within, amber light wavering behind the frosted glass. Above the door hung a small wooden sign, "The Chapel of Names." Judith hesitated before pushing the door open. The hinges sighed softly, as if even they wished not to disturb the peace inside. The scent of beeswax and cedar filled the air. The chapel was simple, no altar, no pews, only rows of wooden benches and a dozen shelves along the walls lined with small plaques. Each plaque bore a name carved by hand, the letters uneven but deliberate. Candles stood before them, some newly lit, others melted nearly flat. The air shimmered with faint heat, and shadows from the flames danced across the walls like memories refusing to rest still. Judith stepped inside. The floorboards gave beneath her feet, each creak absorbed by the soft murmur of burning wicks. A few people sat scattered among the benches, mostly locals. Older faces, hands folded, eyes closed. Some whispered, not prayers exactly, but fragments of speech. First names, apologies, small confessions spoken so quietly they seemed meant for no one. The atmosphere wasn't wholly in a formal way. It was intimate, private, like stepping into someone's recollection. Judith moved slowly along the plaques, reading the names. Some were recent, others so old the carvings had faded into the wood grain. Helen Carter, 1959. Samuel Boyd, 1978. Eleanor Bright, 2002. No last names matched, but the pattern was clear. This was where people left pieces of their stories behind. Near the back of the room stood a wooden table with a large, open book resting on it. The paper was thick and slightly yellowed, the cover stamped with the words "Visitor's Ledger." A pen rested beside it. Curiosity pulled her closer. The pages were filled with neat signatures, some shaky, some firm, often followed by a line or two of reflection. I slept for the first time in years. She forgave me. I am lighter now. She smiled softly. There was something touching about it, almost childlike. People needing to prove their presence, to leave behind proof that they existed, even in a town this quiet. She flipped forward a few pages to see the most recent entries, and there it was, her name, Judith E. Peaton. The handwriting was unmistakable, her own, the same looping capital J, the same slightly tilted P. Her signature, dated not today, not yesterday, but 3 days ahead. Judith stared at it, heart steady but breath caught somewhere between disbelief and awe. The ink looked fresh, as though written minutes ago. A thin blue glimmer still catching the light. For a long while, she didn't move. She only stood, the quiet pressing close around her, the sound of the candles breathing in small rhythmic crackles. She ran her thumb over the curve of her signature, half expecting the ink to smudge. It didn't. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice was gentle. Judith turned to see a woman standing near the doorway, hands clasped loosely before her. She was tall, with graying hair pulled into a braid, wearing a soft linen dress and a shawl of faded rose. Her eyes, pale green, carried that same calm, ageless patience Judith had begun to notice in the people of Mercy Hill. "Pastor Miriam," the woman said, offering a smile. "You must be our new guest at Lakeside House." Judith nodded, still half lost in the moment. Yes, I was just looking." She pointed to the ledger. "It seems someone has been practicing my handwriting." Miriam's smile didn't fade. "That happens more often than you'd think." "Really?" The pastor approached, her steps unhurried. "People often feel like they've been here before. They write things they don't remember, or they find words written in their hand that they swear they never penned. It's all right." Judith's brows knit slightly. "You're saying it's common? That people find their own names before they write them?" "The lake has a way of making time circular," Miriam said, her voice smooth as still water. "Some say it keeps our stories before we do. So when we arrive, we're simply catching up." Judith looked back down at the page. The simplicity of the pastor's tone made it impossible to dismiss as superstition. It wasn't mystical, just quietly factual, as though she were describing the weather. "I suppose that's comforting," Judith said after a moment, though her voice carried uncertainty. "It can be," Miriam said softly. "It means you were safe last time, and you will be again." The words settled between them, gentle and final. Judith blinked. "Last time." The pastor's gaze was calm. "You'll understand in your own way. Everyone does." Something about her kindness made the strangeness easier to bear. Judith closed the book and rested her fingers on the cover. "And what are the plaques for?" "Names of those who wanted the lake to remember them," Miriam said. "Not all do. Some come here to let go of memory instead." Judith nodded slowly, her hand still over her name. The air felt thicker now, the candlelight dimmer, though the same number of flames burned. She traced the letters with one fingertip, and in that moment, the softest whisper unfurled in her mind. Not through her ears, but somewhere behind them, like a thought that didn't belong to her. "You were safe last time, too." She drew in a sharp breath. The room hadn't changed. No one stood closer. Yet she felt the certainty of the words settle through her, neither dream nor imagination. When she looked up, Pastor Miriam was already walking toward the door, her shawl brushing lightly against the wooden benches. "Take your time," the pastor said. "The lake keeps its own schedule." Judith lingered only a moment more. She looked once more at her signature, then at the quiet flames that refused to flicker. Stepping outside, she was met by a wind she hadn't felt going in. Cool, damp, carrying the smell of rain and something older, like stone underwater. The lake stretched before her, infinite in its calm. She felt no fear, only a peculiar steadiness, like the feeling of déjà vu carried to its natural conclusion. If her name was already written, perhaps it meant the worst had already passed. As she walked back toward the inn, the leaves above her whispered together, and the path underfoot seemed to hum faintly with each step, as though the world itself was murmuring the same promise she had just heard. "You were safe last time, too." The day had been long, but easy. the kind that passed like a sigh. Judith spent the afternoon wandering the town's narrow lanes, listening to the gentle rhythm of Mercy Hill's quiet life. The scrape of chairs on porches, the faint laughter of neighbors talking across fences, the clink of cups in the diner. Nothing here demanded urgency. Every action seemed softened by patience, as if the whole town had learned to live at the speed of forgiveness. By the time dusk began to gather, Judith found herself walking toward the lake again. The path down from Lakeside House glowed with a last thin stripe of amber light. The air was warm but fragile, the way it gets before the night cools. Crickets had started their slow song in the trees, a sound that felt like the earth itself exhaling. She reached the railing where she had first stood when she arrived. The lake was darker now, a long black mirror that caught only the faintest glimmers of the fading sky. Across the water, the pines were nothing but silhouettes, tall, listening sentinels. Judith rested both hands on the wooden rail and stayed still for a long time. There was no one else by the shore. No tourists, no conversations, no sound beyond the small lapping of water and her own breathing. She hadn't meant to speak aloud, but when the first words came, they felt natural, inevitable. "Michael," she said quietly, almost testing the name. It had been over 4 years since she'd spoken it to anyone. His name had become a private thing, something she avoided in conversation, not out of denial, but because it ached too much to hear her own voice echoing it. Yet tonight, it felt right. It felt like he might be near enough to hear her if she whispered. "I didn't do right by you," she said. "Not at the end." The words left her mouth and dissolved into the stillness. She waited, as though the lake might answer. "I kept working. I told myself the deadlines mattered, that I'd visit the hospital more when the story was done. But it was never done." Her throat tightened. She swallowed softly. "You deserved someone who could slow down." She could see his hands in her memory, steady, tan, the faint scar on his knuckle from their first camping trip. His laugh, too, low and quiet, always arriving a second after hers. He had been patient with her in a way that felt limitless, and she, in her pride, had mistaken his patience for permanence. "I thought I'd have more time," she whispered. The lake's surface didn't move, but the air changed. Subtle, cooler, as if something unseen had leaned closer to listen. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice trembling not from grief, but from release. "I kept your things packed for years because I couldn't let them go. Even the shoes you never wore." She looked out at the dark water. "They told me this lake listens. So if you can hear me, if anyone can, I'd like to leave it here. All of it." Her hand found the edge of the railing, fingers pressing against the damp wood. She leaned forward slightly and spoke his name again, slower this time, letting it carry across the water. "Michael." The sound seemed to sink into the stillness. A ripple spread outward from the point directly below where she stood. One perfect ring that widened, fading before it reached the shore. No breeze followed it, no fish broke the surface. It was as if the lake had sighed in response. Judith felt a warmth bloom behind her ribs. Small, fleeting, but undeniable. She exhaled and realized her shoulders had been tight for months, maybe years. The muscles loosened, the knot of guilt uncoiling in her chest. For the first time since his funeral, she felt like she had actually spoken to him. Not to the absence he left, but to something present, alive in memory. "Thank you," she whispered. It was unclear to whom she said it, to Michael, to the lake, to herself. When she finally turned back toward the inn, the stars were rising, slow and unhurried, above the tree line. The air felt cleaner, easier to breathe. Thora, B. That night, Judith slept. Not the thin, restless half-sleep she'd grown used to, but something whole. Her dreams were soft, vivid only in texture. The feeling of sunlight through curtains, of hands brushing across her hair, of a familiar warmth at her back. There were no words, no images she could cling to afterward. Just peace. When she woke, the morning light had filled the room with quiet gold. For a moment she lay still, her mind blissfully blank. The old ache in her chest, the heaviness that had lived there since Michael's last day, was gone, replaced by a strange, calm emptiness. She smiled, small and genuine. It was the first time in years she hadn't woken with that sharp tug of regret. Her whole body felt lighter, as if she'd finally set something down. Then, as she turned toward the window and reached for the mug on the nightstand, a thought passed through her. Quick, cold, and disorienting. What color were Michael's eyes? She froze, the mug halfway lifted. The question should have been easy. She had stared into those eyes for 20 years, but the answer did not come immediately. Blue, she thought? Or were they hazel? No, blue, surely blue. Yet when she tried to picture them, she couldn't quite summon the shade. It slipped from her mind like a word forgotten mid-sentence. The realization didn't frighten her exactly. It just startled her, like missing a step on a staircase you've walked all your life. She sat still, trying again, but the image refused to sharpen. The memory of him remained vivid. His laugh, his scent, the slope of his shoulders. But the color of his eyes had been gently erased. Judith let out a slow breath, part sigh, part acceptance. Perhaps grief was supposed to fade this way, she thought, not all at once, but in small mercies, one detail at a time. Outside, the lake glowed faintly beneath the new sunlight. As though satisfied with what it had taken, she set the mug down and whispered softly, more to herself than to the room. "You're holding it for me, aren't you?" The water outside did not move, but the light across its surface shimmered once, like the briefest nod of acknowledgement. Judith smiled again, a weary, grateful smile, and closed her eyes. Whatever had happened last night had not frightened her. If anything, it had given her something she had long forgotten how to name: rest. The days that followed moved through Judith like water, slow, cool, and strangely clarifying. Morning mist rolled across the lake, dissolving under the sunlight as if the night's dreams were being gently erased. She fell into the rhythm of Mercy Hill almost without realizing it. Early walks, quiet breakfasts, afternoons spent reading on the porch, evenings watching the sky darken over the water. But beneath that calm, something subtle was shifting. It began with a headline. She was reading an old newspaper left in the inn's sitting room, an anniversary edition of the Boston Chronicle, the paper where she had spent most of her career. A story she had written herself appeared on the front page, a decade-old investigative piece that had once made her name. Yet when she scanned the text, details slipped away. The names blurred together. The exact year escaped her. She remembered the chase, the late nights, the adrenaline of uncovering corruption. But the man at the center of it, the politician she had fought to expose, felt distant, faceless. She folded the paper and set it aside, unsettled but not alarmed. The memory would come back later, she told herself. Memories always did. That evening, sitting with Mr. Alden on the inn's porch, she mentioned it offhandedly. How strange it felt to forget something she once carried so sharply. He nodded, rocking gently in his chair, the motion in rhythm with the crickets. "It happens," he said simply. "The lake has a way of smoothing things." "Smoothing things?" she echoed. He smiled, not looking at her, but at the horizon. When people stay here long enough, the noise in their heads softens. The regrets, the old aches, the hard corners of memory. They dull down, like pebbles tumbled in a stream. You start remembering what matters and what doesn't. Judith laughed lightly. "And what decides what matters?" "The lake," he said, still calm. "Or maybe something inside us that listens when the lake does." She studied his face. There was nothing mystical in his tone, no hint of superstition, just quiet acceptance, the way one might talk about the tide. Later, over dinner, she brought up the idea with a few of the townsfolk she had grown friendly with. Nora, the woman from the morning circle, and two others who had lived by the lake for years. Nora smiled knowingly when Judith described her forgetfulness. "That's how you know it's working," she said. "You stop clinging so hard to the things that hurt you." "It's like a file drawer," another added, chuckling softly. "The lake helps you close the ones you keep opening." Judith stirred her tea, the spoon circling slowly. "But doesn't that mean losing part of yourself?" Nora's expression softened. "Sometimes that's mercy, dear. There's only so much a heart can carry." Mercy. The word fit the town too perfectly. Still, Judith couldn't quite shake the unease that came with it. Her life had been built on remembering facts, details, names. Every piece of truth mattered, even when it hurt. She had spent years believing that forgetting was a kind of betrayal. Yet here, surrounded by gentle voices and unhurried smiles, she began to wonder if there was a difference between healing and erasure. The next morning, she tested herself. She opened her notebook, where she had once listed every source, every lead from her old career. Some names she remembered instantly. Others were gone, replaced by blank spaces in her mind where familiarity should have lived. She couldn't recall the name of her editor from her first job, the one who taught her how to write headlines. She couldn't recall the face of a woman who'd once accused her of ruining her family through an article. And yet, she felt lighter. The memories that remained no longer stung. It was as though the lake had filed away the guilt and kept only the understanding. She closed the notebook and let her hand rest on the cover. The sensation that rose wasn't fear. It was peace. That afternoon, Judith walked the shoreline alone. The wind had picked up, carrying the smell of wet pine and faint rain. A crow perched on the railing near the chapel, its feathers slick and gleaming. It cocked its head at her, unblinking, then turned toward the water. She followed its gaze. The lake was nearly still, but there was a sense of movement beneath the surface, not waves exactly, but a slow turning, as though something vast was breathing in reverse. The crow let out one short cry, sharp and lonely, then launched itself into the air. Its wings beat the silence, and as it rose, one black feather came loose and drifted downward. Judith watched it fall. The feather landed on the surface of the lake, light as a sigh. For a second, it floated, its reflection perfectly clear. Then, without warning, it began to sink, not pulled by wind or water, but as though an unseen hand beneath had drawn it down. The water closed over it soundlessly, leaving no ripple behind. Judith stared for a long time, her pulse quiet but steady. Somehow the image felt right. The feather vanishing without trace, not destroyed, simply absorbed. "Things misplaced," she murmured, echoing the thought in her head. "Not lost." She turned back toward the inn. the words lingering like a mantra. Each step felt slower, heavier with thought. Was this mercy? The smoothing of grief? The easing of memory? Or was it a quiet theft? Kindness with teeth? By the time she reached the porch, the question no longer felt urgent. Maybe mercy didn't need to be clean or fair. Maybe it only needed to make the next morning a little easier to face. Inside, she found Mr. Alden reading by lamplight. She paused in the doorway. "Do you ever miss what the lake takes?" He looked up, his expression unreadable but soft. "Sometimes," he said. "But then I remember I came here because remembering hurt too much." Judith nodded slowly, her eyes drifting to the dark window behind him, where the reflection of the lake shimmered faintly even from here. That night, she dreamed of ripples spreading in perfect circles, the kind that start small and move outward until they disappear completely, leaving only still water and sky. When she woke, she couldn't remember what the dream had been about, but she knew it had felt kind. It was on the fourth evening that the past came knocking, not with thunder, but with the soft rustle of paper. Judith sat on the bed with her suitcase open, intending only to straighten the small chaos she had been living out of. The lamp cast a warm circle of light, turning the room into a small, safe island against the quiet night. The lake outside was a dark presence just beyond the glass, steady and watchful. At the bottom of the suitcase lay her old black notebook. It was a habit she had never shaken, carrying fragments of earlier work, old notes, half-formed outlines. Not because she needed them, but because part of her believed that without the record, the story might come back to haunt her unfinished. She lifted it out carefully. The cover was creased at the corners, the elastic band loose from years of stretching over too many pages. Her initials were inked on the inside front cover in small printed letters. J.E.P. She opened it, turning slowly past familiar scrawls. There were shorthand notes from interviews, names of sources, phone numbers she no longer needed. A sketch of a headline here, a circled quote there. Scribbled reminders about coffee, about hospitals, about bills. Margins full of arrows and underlines. The story of a life spent chasing other people's truths. Near the middle was a section she recognized immediately by the density of the ink. The notes for that story. The big one. The expose that had gotten her awards and had taken nearly everything from a man who trusted her. She remembered him clearly now, the whistleblower with tired eyes and a soft voice. He had come forward with undeniable proof of fraud in a government contract. And Judith had done what any good journalist was supposed to do. She had built the story, checked the facts, published the truth. The fallout had been brutal. The officials she exposed had slipped sideways into other roles. The man who risked everything, believing in the system and in her, had found himself isolated. She had heard months later, in a short, unremarked email, that he had taken his own life. She had never quite forgiven herself for not seeing the weight she'd placed on his shoulders. Judith flipped to the pages where those notes had always lived. Names, dates, account numbers, the phrases he had whispered in conference rooms and parking lots. The pages were blank, not torn out, not erased with smudged graphite. Simply clean, smooth, empty, as if no pen had ever touched them. She blinked slowly, turned back a page. Notes from another piece stared back at her, intact, turned forward. Irrelevant scribbles returned. Right where the careful outline of that infamous expose should have been, there was nothing. No ink, no ghostly impressions, no indentation when she ran her fingers across the sheet. A quiet unease threaded through her. Not sharp enough to be fear, but deep enough to steady her breath. She flipped back and forth, as if the words might appear at a different angle of light. They did not. She remembered every detail of those pages. Long nights bent over that notebook, piecing together timelines, arrows connecting one shady contract to another. The whistleblower's first name underlined 3 times, her own angry notes in the margin. They will bury him if we are not careful. Now there was only white. Outside, the lake lay very still. She sat very still with it. It would have been simpler to blame herself. Aging, stress, a bad memory. But the rest of the notebook fought against that explanation. Every other archived moment of her career remained, cramped handwriting and harsh underlines, as vivid as the days she wrote them. Interviews in New York, floods in Louisiana, war coverage halfway across the world. Her past still lived in ink, except for this one story. The story tied to the heaviest stone she carried. She exhaled, long and slow. The lake shaves off the sharp edges, Nora had said. You give it the weight, it holds it for you. Judith looked at the paper again. The blankness did not feel like an accusation. It felt eerily like release. She leaned back against the headboard and closed her eyes for a moment, letting that idea pass through her carefully. It was not that the story itself had vanished. She remembered what happened. She remembered the man. She remembered her choices. But the cutting edge of it, the jagged, circling guilt she'd slept with for years, had dulled. The pages had not taken the truth from her. They had simply refused to anchor the self-punishment any longer. Her gaze drifted toward the window. Moonlight laid a silver path over the lake, not in shards, but in one smooth stroke, like a quiet invitation. She watched it, and a thought came gently, not in her voice, but not foreign either. You do not have to keep reopening the wound to prove you still have a heart. She did not know if that came from herself, from time, or from the water listening outside. It is just a notebook, she murmured aloud, as much to test the air as to reassure herself. But she left it open on the bed, at the clean center, like an unanswered question. Hours later, after brushing her teeth and turning off the lamp, Judith checked the door out of habit. The latch was set. The hallway was silent. The room was wrapped in that deep Mercy Hill hush. She lay down, the blank pages still flickering in her thoughts, like pale flags in dim light. It was not quite fear that kept her eyes open this time. It was wondering. How much of her was built from the things she could not forgive herself for? And if those pieces were lifted, would what remained be weaker or kinder? At some point, the soft rhythm of the lake's unseen breathing pulled her under. She slept without dreams. A sound, small as a folded envelope, woke her. Judith opened her eyes. Morning light had not yet climbed fully into the sky. The room was caught in that blue-gray before dawn. For a moment, she thought she had imagined it. Then she saw the edge of something pale on the floor near the door. She sat up. The notebook still lay open beside her, the missing pages still empty. Swinging her legs over the side of the bed, she crossed the room and picked up the slip of paper from the floor. No envelope, just a single piece of stationery from Lakeside House, folded once. No footsteps in the hall, no draft from the window. The door was still latched. She unfolded it. 4 words, written in steady block letters. Keep talking to the water. It makes a better version of you. There was no signature. She stared at the handwriting, the neat lines, the shape of the K, the way the T's leaned slightly to the right. It was her handwriting, not similar. Exact. Judith did not gasp. She did not rush to the door or tear the room apart looking for explanation. Instead, she sat on the bed, note in one hand, notebook in the other, feeling a slow, spiraling calm settle over the initial shock. Somewhere inside her, an understanding deepened. This place was not trying to frighten her. It was not punishing her. It was participating, helping in its strange, invasive, impossible way. "Better version," she whispered. The phrase tasted both hopeful and dangerous. Was it mercy to let the water edit her? Was it erasure? Outside, the first bird of morning called once. The lake remained unseen from where she sat, but she could feel its presence, as sure as if a second pulse had joined her own. Judith folded the note carefully and slid it into the notebook, right where the missing pages began. The gesture felt like placing a marker at the edge of some invisible line she had now stepped across. She smoothed the cover closed with her palm. "All right," she said quietly, not to anyone in particular, yet knowing she was heard. "I am listening too." The room stayed peaceful. The silence felt full. And far beyond the walls, beneath the glass-still surface of Mercy Hill Lake, something vast and patient shifted. Not in hunger, but in acknowledgement. The rain came in thin silver threads that morning, soft enough to be almost kind. Judith sat in the small cafe near the town square, its windows fogged from the warmth of the coffee pots and the slow murmur of conversation. Across from her sat Pastor Miriam, a cup of tea steaming gently between her hands. Mr. Alden joined them a few minutes later, shaking the damp from his jacket before settling into the chair beside her. Outside, the lake was hidden behind a veil of rain. Inside, the room felt like a sanctuary. Quiet but awake, the smell of cinnamon and roasted beans threading through the air. "You've been here nearly 2 weeks," Miriam said, smiling over the rim of her cup. "You must have felt it by now. The rhythm of this place." Judith nodded. "It's slower, calmer, almost too calm sometimes." "That's mercy for you," Mr. Alden said, his tone gentle. "The stillness is its own language. You learn to listen to it after a while." Judith looked at them both, curiosity soft but insistent. "Everyone here talks about the lake as if it's alive. I've heard stories, but not the beginning. Who named it Mercy?" The pastor glanced at Alden, then back to Judith, her expression one of quiet acceptance. "Would you like the real story, or the kind we tell the tourists we don't have?" Judith smiled faintly. "The real one, if you're willing." Miriam leaned back, her eyes drifting toward the rain-slicked window as though the memory itself waited outside. "Before there was a town here, before these hills were called Mercy, the valley was a spring, small, clear, and endlessly deep. The people who lived on this land long before us believed it was a listening place. They said the earth beneath it could remember voices, could keep them safe after the body was gone. Not ghosts, exactly, but echoes." Mr. Alden added quietly, "They left offerings, not for blessings, but for being heard." Judith's pen hovered above her small notebook. "A listening place?" she repeated. "You mean they believed it absorbed voices?" "Not just voices," Miriam said softly. "Intent, emotion. Whatever we send out when we speak truthfully. They called it the hollow ear, the ear of the world. Some say that's where the name Mercy Hollow came from before it softened to Mercy Hill." Outside, the rain deepened, the drops tapping gently against the glass like fingertips, keeping time with the story. Mr. Alden continued. "Then came the settlers, early 1900s. They didn't listen much to stories, only to maps. Someone discovered the spring fed into a small river that could power a mill. So they dug, expanded, built a dam. The land was supposed to prosper. But the dam was unstable from the start. Poor design, bad luck, or maybe the spring didn't want to be contained. Judith leaned forward slightly. The dam broke? It did, he said. One cold spring night. Heavy rain, a partial collapse. The workers were still there, maybe 50 of them. The water rose faster than anyone thought possible. Houses went under, so did the mill. Some were rescued, many weren't. Miriam nodded slowly, her eyes distant. They say the flood sounded like a long sigh. When it was over, the valley was gone. In its place was the lake. Judith's gaze drifted toward the window again. The surface of the modern lake shimmered faintly through the mist, silver gray under the muted light. She imagined it rising, swallowing everything that had once been solid. They never found all the bodies? Miriam continued, her voice a whisper now. Some say the water took them, kept them safe. Afterward, strange things began to happen. The families who lost loved ones here said they would hear their voices in dreams. Soft, not frightening. They'd wake up rested, lighter, as though someone had lifted the grief for a while. Mr. Alden stirred his coffee slowly, the spoon clinking once, twice, then stilling. When the first settlers rebuilt, they called the place Mercy Hill. Not because it was peaceful, but because they felt forgiven. The lake had taken the noise and left them the quiet. Judith wrote the phrase down. The lake took the noise and left them the quiet. It felt like the truest sentence she had heard in a long time. So, the town grew around that? She asked. Grew might be too generous a word, Alden said with a small smile. It stayed small on purpose. The lake didn't want crowds. The few who came here seeking something, peace, sleep, understanding, they stayed. Those who came to exploit it didn't. Didn't? Accidents. Failing businesses. Sudden changes of heart. The water has its ways. Judith couldn't tell if he was teasing or serious. But the air between them had taken on a weight, a hush that didn't belong to superstition. Miriam folded her hands on the table. When I first came here 30 years ago, there were plans to build resorts along the shore. The investors left after the first storm. Power outages, failed machinery, strange echoes under the ground. After that, we understood. Mercy doesn't want to be a spectacle. It just wants to be known, quietly. Judith closed her notebook, but kept her pen in hand, tracing absent circles on the cover. And people kept coming? Word of mouth, Miriam said. Mostly older folks. People who'd lost something they couldn't name. They come, they rest, and sometimes they stay. The lake listens. It gives back silence instead of answers. Judith sat back, absorbing their words. Silence as a form of mercy, she murmured. Mr. Alden smiled faintly. That's one way to put it. When you stop trying to make sense of it, the peace lasts longer. Outside, the rain began to ease. The last droplets traced slow paths down the glass, merging and vanishing. Miriam reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone, the color of dusk. This was found at the bottom of the old dam when they drained part of it decades ago, she said. It's from the spring that started it all. People say if you hold it to your ear, you can hear the water breathing. But what I hear is the faint hum of every story the lake has ever kept. Judith accepted the stone carefully. It was cool, perfectly round, worn by time or something older than time. When she lifted it close, there was indeed a faint sound, not words, but a low vibration, like the distant harmony of 1,000 overlapping sighs. She set it back down, her pulse strangely even. Do you think it's alive? Miriam smiled, her eyes soft with age and knowing. Alive isn't quite the word, I think it's aware. Aware of suffering, of what the world spills into it. And instead of drowning us in return, it holds it, keeps it from spreading. That's its promise. Mercy, not vengeance. Judith let the words settle. The rain had stopped entirely now. Beyond the window, the lake appeared again. Vast, silver, still. A listening place, she thought. The phrase from earlier echoed in her head. A place that remembers what people wish to forget. As they rose to leave, Miriam touched Judith's arm gently. The lake doesn't take from everyone, she said. Only from those who speak to it honestly, and only what they're ready to lose. Judith nodded. She wasn't sure whether to feel comforted or afraid. Outside, the clouds thinned, and a pale sunlight spread across the water, turning it briefly to glass. It was impossible to tell where reflection ended and reality began. Only that both seemed to breathe together. Mercy had been named for what it offered. But Judith was beginning to suspect its mercy had always come with memory attached. That even in its stillness, the lake remembered everything it took. The air beneath the chapel was cooler, heavier, carrying the scent of wood, wax, and time. Pastor Miriam led the way down a narrow staircase hidden behind the altar, each step creaking softly underfoot. Judith followed, her hand grazing the stone wall for balance. The only light came from the small lantern Miriam carried, its golden glow shivering against the dark. "I don't bring many people down here," Miriam said. "Not because it's forbidden, but because few ask." "What is this place?" Judith asked quietly. "You could call it the heart of mercy," Miriam replied. "Or its memory." At the bottom, the stairs opened into a long room carved directly into the hillside. The walls were lined with shelves, floor to ceiling, each filled with hundreds of journals, their spines faded and cracked. Some were leather, some cloth, others plain paper bound with ribbon. A low hum filled the space, not machinery, not wind, but a living sound, like breath traveling through hollow wood. Judith stood still, absorbing the sight. The shelves seemed to go on farther than the light should have reached, the rows receding into a dim vanishing point that made her feel small, like she was standing inside someone else's memory. Miriam set the lantern on a small wooden table near the entrance. "These," she said softly, running her hand along a row of journals, "are what the lake keeps on behalf of those who've come here. Not offerings exactly, more like acknowledgments." Judith stepped closer. The air felt denser here, charged but not unpleasant. She ran a finger along a spine and felt the texture of old paper, the faint trace of oil from other hands long gone. "Visitors write to the lake," Miriam explained. "Some write confessions. Some write what they can't tell their families. Some write to people who've passed, others to their younger selves. Then they leave the book here. We don't read them, not anymore. They belong to the water now." Judith smiled faintly. "You sound like an archivist." "In a way," Miriam said. "Only our archive listens back." Mr. Alden appeared at the top of the stairs then, descending slowly with a second lantern in hand. "I thought you might want more light," he said, setting it on the opposite table. The glow doubled, revealing another section of shelves Judith hadn't seen before. "Have you read any of them?" Judith asked, unable to keep the curiosity from her voice. Miriam hesitated. "When I was younger, yes. It's hard not to at first. You think you'll find wisdom or answers. But what you find instead is repetition." "Repetition?" "Same pains, same hopes, dressed in new words. Every generation believes their wounds are unique. The lake knows better. Judith's gaze lingered on the journals nearest her. Names had been etched or signed in fading ink. Louise M., 1967. Harold S., 1989. Eleanor W., 2003. The variety of handwriting, elegant, shaky, childish, made the room feel intimate, sacred, in a quiet way. Something drew her farther into the rows. The shelves were narrow, the air colder the deeper she went. Her fingertips brushed spines, counting unconsciously, until her hand stopped on one marked JP. She frowned. The initials were common enough, but curiosity tugged her forward. She slid the book from its place, a small, tan notebook, its corners rounded from use. The first page was blank. The second held a single line, written in a hand so familiar she felt her pulse stutter. Arrived in Mercy Hill today. The air smells like old stories. Judith read the sentence twice. It was her handwriting, not similar, exact. Her eyes moved down the page. The entry continued, written in her style, her rhythm, her turns of phrase. She felt a faint dizziness, like standing too close to the edge of a reflection that might pull her in. She flipped through more pages. The journal described her first week here. The drive, the diner, the first glimpse of the lake. Even the man at the gas station was there. His same warning quoted word for word. The lake is kind. Just don't ask it to remember too much. Judith closed the notebook slowly, her breath shallow. "Miriam," she called. Her voice echoed faintly in the cool air. The pastor appeared at the end of the aisle, her face calm, the lantern light painting her features in gold. "Yes?" "There's a journal here, with my handwriting. It describes all of this. My arrival, the lake, everything." Miriam stepped closer, studying the book in Judith's trembling hands. She didn't look surprised. "There are several with that name," she said softly. "Several?" Miriam nodded. "This isn't the first time you've come to Mercy Hill, Judith." Judith stared at her, the words falling through her like stones into deep water. "You mean someone else? Another woman with the same name?" "No," Miriam said gently. "I mean you." Judith shook her head. "That's impossible. I'd remember." "Would you?" Miriam's tone was not cruel, not even challenging. It was filled with a strange, compassionate certainty. The lake holds what hurts too much to carry. Sometimes it returns the rest in circles, not lines. Judith opened the journal again, scanning the final entry. The ink had faded slightly, but the last line was perfectly clear. "If you're reading this again, know that you were safe last time too." Her hand trembled. The same words she'd heard whispered in her mind at the chapel. She looked up. "How many are there?" Miriam exchanged a glance with Alden. He sighed softly. "We've found 5 with your name over the years. Different dates, different bindings, but always the same handwriting." Judith felt the air thin around her. "And what happens to them?" "They stay," Miriam said, "until the lake decides they're no longer needed." The hum in the room seemed to rise slightly, like a breath drawn in anticipation. Judith looked down the aisle, past the shelves and shadows, half expecting to see her own silhouette already waiting there. "I don't understand," she whispered. Miriam's eyes softened. "You will. You always do. And then you rest again, until you forget enough to come back." Judith stood frozen, the journal open in her hands. The pages felt warm, as if the ink beneath her fingers had been written only moments ago. Her name stared back at her, not as identity, but as repetition. She closed the book gently and slid it back into its place among the others. Her reflection flickered faintly on the lacquered wood of the shelf. A ghost among ghosts. When she turned back, Miriam had already begun climbing the stairs. Mexer said Alden lingered long enough to extinguish one of the lanterns, letting the shadows reclaim half the room. Mercy remembers everything it takes, he said quietly, almost to himself. Judith followed them upward, the hum fading behind her. But in her chest, it continued, a soft vibration, like the echo of her own heartbeat out of sync. As she reached the top step, and the chapel's pale light spilled over her, she looked once more at the floor below, that hidden room of echoes and handwriting and selves. And in the hush before the door closed, she thought she heard the faint rustle of pages turning on their own, as if something below was still reading, still remembering. Night slid softly over Mercy Hill, not as a curtain, but as a slow deepening of blue. The last threads of daylight loosened from the treetops, and the lamps along the lakeshore blinked on one by one, small patient halos in the gathering dark. The town settled in its usual way. Porch lights dimmed, doors clicked shut, voices faded to murmurs, then to nothing. Judith walked alone down the familiar path toward the water. The gravel under her shoes sounded too loud, so she shortened her stride, letting her steps fall in time with the pulsing hum she now recognized as the lake's quiet breathing. She was shaken by what she had seen beneath the chapel, shaken in the way one is when a suspicion is confirmed, when a metaphor reveals itself to be literal. Multiple journals, her handwriting, her name repeated across decades like a refrain. The gentle insistence from Miriam and Mr. Alden that this was not a trick, not a joke, not a coincidence, not the first time you've come here. Yet as strange as it was, panic never came. Fear hovered at the edges of her understanding, but Mercy Hill would not let it root. The air was too calm, the water too steady. Whatever this was, it unfolded with the patience of tides. She reached the railing at the shoreline and rested both hands on it. The lake before her was a sheet of polished darkness, reflecting the small orbit of lights behind her and the faint scattering of stars overhead. The air held a touch of coolness that brushed her cheeks, the kind of chill that reminded her she still belonged to a body. For a while, she only watched. Then, softly, she asked the question that had followed her all evening. "How many times?" Judith said, the words leaving her mouth like a careful exhale. "Have I given myself to you?" The lake did not lash or roar. No sudden wind rose. No great hand reached up from the deep. Instead, the hum beneath the surface shifted, almost imperceptibly. A slight rise in pitch, like fingers moving to a higher key on an unseen instrument. The reflections trembled and settled again. Then the whispers came. They did not come from behind her or from the sky, or from the chapel on the hill. They came from the water itself, through it, inside it, as though the surface were a thin veil and countless mouths spoke gently from just beneath. All of them were hers, younger, sharper, older, slower, laughing, breaking, apologizing. Voices layered over one another like the rings of a tree, like the same song hummed on different nights of the same long life. She did not catch full sentences. Only fragments brushed her ears, too soft and overlapping to form a clear answer. When you couldn't breathe? After the trial? When he left? When he died? When you were so tired? So tired. The sound was not accusatory, not pleading. It was tender, tired, full of a weary kind of love for itself. Judith closed her eyes. Her fingers tightened on the railing, not out of terror, but to remind herself that she was here. Now, one body, one mind, listening to all the versions of herself that had once stood in this same place, asking for the same mercy. How many? she whispered again, though she knew the lake would not count for her. The voices softened, curling back into one another, until the sound was a low, steady murmur, like the thrum of a heartbeat heard through a pillow. In that layered sound, understanding unfolded, not as a sharp revelation, but as a slow, settling truth. She saw it the way one sees a distant shore through haze, incomplete but undeniable. She had come to Mercy Hill before, not once, not twice, many times, scattered across the years. Each time when life had grown too heavy, when guilt and grief and exhaustion had piled so high she could see no path forward under their weight. Each time she had walked this same path, spoken to the same water, handed over what she could no longer hold, the shame of missed goodbyes, the burden of stories that hurt the wrong people, the quiet terror of waking up alone. And each time, the lake had answered, not by swallowing her whole, but by taking the heaviest things she offered and folding them into itself. She saw it now. After each visit, after each surrender, her life on the outside had gone on with fewer sharp edges. She'd become gentler in her interviews, kinder with her questions, less willing to trade human lives for headlines. The awards on her shelf had never told the story of why her work had softened. The lake had. The cost, she realized, was forgetting this place. She opened her eyes. The lake watched back, still as glass. Each time, she said slowly, putting the pieces into words, you kept what I could not carry, and sent me back without the memory of you. The water whispered, not in confirmation, not in denial, but in a sound like a grandmother's hush. The sound one makes when comforting a child who does not need all the answers yet. She almost smiled. The horror of it, if it was horror, lay in how gentle it had always been. No cages, no chains. Only the quiet, repeated agreement between a weary woman and a patient lake. Take this so I can go on. You've been editing me, Judith murmured, trimming my life, smoothing me out. A breath of wind passed over the surface, barely enough to ripple the stars. Images rose in her mind, her blank pages, the erased notes, the missing headlines, the way old guilt had dulled into something she could examine without bleeding. Her own letters below the chapel, planted like markers along a looping trail. Twisted one way, it was terrifying. A force that reached into memory and rearranged the architecture of a person's story. Twisted another, it was mercy in its purest form. The lake did not choose villains or saints. It did not erase the truth of what had happened in her life. It only softened the self-inflicted scars that never stopped reopening. Ethics and comfort stood side by side in her mind, neither winning. Am I less myself? She asked softly. Because of what you took? The voices rose once more, all her voices, all her ages, all her exhausted selves. She heard no words, only a feeling, a deep, encompassing tenderness wrapping around that question. It felt like being told, gently, you are still you. You are simply the version that can sleep. Judith let out a slow, shaking breath. It was not surrender. Not yet. It was recognition. She laid a hand over her heart, the other still resting on the railing. If I forget you again, she whispered, promise me you'll only ever make me kinder. A single ripple moved outward from the center of the lake, faint and perfect, circling wider until it disappeared. She understood, as much as anyone could. Turning away, she walked back up the path toward the inn. Above the trees, the moon watched in its soft, indifferent way. Behind her, Mercy Hill Lake held its silence. A vast, patient archive of all the burdens people had trusted it with, humming like a lullaby under the skin of the world. And though she could not yet know it, Judith had already stepped past a threshold, The lake had shown her just enough truth to make the next choice hers. That night, Judith dreamed of light, not the bright, searing kind that burns away detail, but a soft radiance, like moonlight filtered through deep water. It surrounded her, gentle and slow-moving, a living glow that breathed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She stood barefoot on the lake bed. The sand beneath her feet was fine as flour, cool and forgiving. All around her, the water shimmered with a quiet luminescence, not blue, not green, but some color between memory and peace. There was no sense of drowning, no panic for air. Breathing happened effortlessly here, as though the lungs had long since made peace with the water. Above, she could faintly see the mirrored surface of the lake, silver and distant, like a second sky. The world above was still, unreachable, already fading from her awareness. And then she saw them. Figures seated in wide circles across the lake bed, like guests gathered in a garden at dusk. Men and women of every age, clothed in a shimmer that seemed woven from the light itself. Their forms were distinct, yet softened at the edges, outlines filled with warmth instead of flesh. They spoke to one another in low musical tones that barely disturbed the water. No words carried, only feeling. Their gestures were tender, their laughter soundless but visible in ripples that shimmered outward like candle flames. The sight filled Judith with a strange ache, the ache of recognizing peace as something once known and forgotten. As she walked closer, the figures turned their heads toward her, not with surprise, but with a welcome so deep it felt ancient. One of them rose. Michael. He looked as he had when they first met. Younger, broad-shouldered, his hair darker, his smile uncreased by time. The sight of him should have broken her, but it didn't. Here, grief had no edges sharp enough to cut. His eyes met hers, kind and steady, the colors she had forgotten now shining clear as dawn. Michael, she breathed. And the name left her mouth as a string of bubbles that drifted upward and dissolved into light. He stepped forward and took her hand. His touch was cool, yet alive. "You found your way back," he said, though the sound wasn't carried by his voice, but by her understanding of him, the way lovers speak in dreams, without the burden of sound. "I've been here before," Judith whispered. He smiled. "Many times." Behind him, more figures rose slowly from their seated calm, familiar and unfamiliar faces blending into the luminous glow. Old friends she couldn't quite name, strangers whose presence nonetheless soothed her. They radiated stillness, an ease that pulsed like a heartbeat shared by all of them. One figure stepped forward from the group. Judith's breath caught. It was herself, or rather, a version of herself, ageless and serene. The hair was silver, but unburdened, the posture open and patient. Her eyes, Judith's eyes, shone not with intensity, but with gentle comprehension, as if she had spent countless lifetimes listening and finally understood everything worth knowing. The other Judith smiled and raised a hand, laying it softly on Judith's shoulder. The contact sent a ripple through her body, not pain, but release. "Stay this time," the voice said, her own voice, but smoother, balanced like a chord held at perfect pitch. "You have carried enough. Let us keep the weight." Judith trembled, not from fear, but from the enormity of the calm pressing around her. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice sounding smaller, almost childlike. "The keeping place," her reflection answered. "Where what was too heavy is made light, where tired souls come when they are done being strong." "The lake?" "The lake is only the surface," Michael said gently. "This is what it hides, Not death, not punishment. Rest. Judith looked around again. The luminous shapes swayed slightly, like reeds in a slow current. Each person glowed with faint colors, pale gold, lavender, sea glass green, their hues shifting with the rhythm of their piece. Some sat together, heads close, their silence filled with understanding. Others rested with eyes closed, smiles faint, as if listening to a melody only they could hear. It felt nothing like the stories of ghosts she had chased in her earlier years. There was no mourning here, no fear, only a shared exhale, an eternal settling of breath. Michael's hand still held hers. "You don't have to wake up again," he said. "The world has enough stories. You've told yours. Let it be kept." Judith hesitated, glancing upward toward the dim shimmer of the surface world, a pale, trembling mirror of this calm. "If I stay," she asked quietly, "what happens to her? To the version of me up there?" "She sleeps," said her other self, smiling, "and wakes lighter. The lake sends her back softer, kinder, able to love again without the weight of what she remembers losing." "So, I would forget this?" "You always do," Michael said, not unkindly. "That's the gift and the cost." Judith's eyes filled, though no tears escaped. The water around her caught the emotion instead, glowing briefly brighter. "I don't want to forget you," she said. "You never do," he replied, brushing her cheek. "You just stop needing to remember." The simplicity of that sentence hollowed her. Her gaze traveled across the lake bed, the endless circle of luminous souls. They were not prisoners. They were caretakers, keepers of the grief the living could not bear. Hospice dwellers for the spirit, tending to pain until it cooled into stillness. Each of them had once stood above, broken in some quiet way. Each had been called by the same soft mercy that had called her. "Stay this time," her reflection whispered again, voice barely more than the shimmer of current. "You have done enough." The temptation washed over her like warmth. She imagined what it would feel like to let go fully, to release the endless turning of memory, guilt, aging, to dissolve into that chorus of peaceful selves who remembered without suffering. She stepped forward once. The sand rose in a soft cloud around her feet. Michael reached for her hand again. "You can rest," he said. "You can stop carrying yourself." Judith hesitated. "If I do, will she, the one who goes back, still be me?" Her reflection smiled sadly. Every story needs a narrator. Sometimes the voice changes, but the heart remains. Silence bloomed between them. Deep, serene, infinite. Judith closed her eyes. The hum of the lake deepened, surrounding her, wrapping around her bones like a lullaby sung by water itself. She felt herself begin to sink, not downward, but inward, into warmth, into quiet, into the pulse that connected every being who had ever found Mercy Hill. "Stay," said one voice. "Go," whispered another. "Rest," said them all. And in that balance, the tender pull between surrender and return, Judith understood the truth of the lake's mercy. It did not steal, it did not trap. It offered, always offered. When she opened her eyes, the glow had brightened. Michael's smile was fading into the light. Her other self stepped back, her expression patient, timeless. "Whatever you choose," she said, "the lake will remember for you." Judith took one last breath that felt like 2 lifetimes merging, the living and the remembered. And then, in the hush between heartbeats, she decided whether to stay or rise. The water trembled softly, waiting. Judith woke with the sensation of light still on her skin, though her room lay in the gray half-shadow before dawn. The dream clung to her gently, The lake bed, the luminous figures, Michael's hand in hers, her own serene reflection inviting her to stay. None of it came with the jagged disorientation of nightmare. Instead, it rested in her mind like a hymn she almost remembered, each note fading as the waking world took shape. She lay still, listening. The inn was quiet. The ticking clock, the faint hum of pipes. Outside, a distant bird testing the morning. And beneath all of it, or within all of it, that subtle undertone she now recognized. The low, patient awareness of the lake. She rose, dressed, and stepped outside. The air was cool, soft against her face. A pale silver halo marked the horizon, hinting at sunrise. Down by the shore, lantern poles stood empty, waiting for the next gathering. The water was dark glass. Pastor Miriam was there before her, sitting on a bench facing the lake, shawl drawn around her shoulders. She turned slightly as Judith approached, as if she had been expecting this quiet conversation. "You look like someone who dreamed honestly," Miriam said. Judith offered a small smile as she took a seat beside her. "I think I met what's under there." Miriam did not react with surprise. "And?" "It was peaceful," Judith said. "Too peaceful, almost, like a place for people who are finished." "That would not be a wrong way to see it," Miriam replied. They watched the slow light creep across the water. Judith folded her hands in her lap. "Tell me plainly," she said, her voice calm. "Do people here die in the lake?" Miriam took a breath, letting it out just as slowly. "Some do," she said. "Not by accident, not by force, by choice." "Walk in," Judith murmured, recalling her dream. "And stay." Miriam nodded. "On the nights of the Mercy Moon, when the lake is brightest, we don't advertise it. We don't call it ritual, and we don't call it suicide. We call it returning, but only for those who have reached the end of their carrying." Judith absorbed this in silence. It should have horrified her. It did not. It threaded into everything she had already felt, already half understood. "And you allow it?" she asked softly. "We do not allow or forbid," Miriam said. "We witness. The lake does the rest." Judith watched a faint ripple disturb the mirrored surface, then smooth itself out again. "Do their bodies ever wash up?" "No," Miriam answered. "That is part of the bargain none of us wrote, but all of us accept. No spectacle, no proof, only absence, and a sense that they are not gone so much as relocated." "The town tolerates this," Judith said. "The town is built on this," Miriam corrected gently. "Mercy Hill has always been a place people find when they are tired in a way medicine cannot mend. The lake takes those who ask it to, and in return, it gives us something we could not build alone." "What is that?" Judith whispered. Miriam looked at her. "A long, quiet peace. The visitors who come with their storms, who walk our paths at night unable to sleep, who sit by the waters shaking with old grief. They soften here. They leave lighter. They stop hurting the people around them just because they are hurting. The lake absorbs the worst of it. It has help beneath the surface. You've seen that now." Judith thought of the luminous figures on the lake bed, of Michael, of her other self. Not ghosts, not trapped. More like volunteers in an endless ward of gentle work. "The ones who stay," she said slowly, "care for the weight the rest of us can't carry." "Yes," Miriam said. "We do not throw our suffering into a void. We hand it to those who have chosen to tend it. That is why the lake is kind." A shadow moved along the path. Mr. Alden approached, 2 steaming cups in hand. He passed one to Judith, one to Miriam, and sat down on her other side. His gaze went straight to the lake, as always. "Talking business?" he asked quietly. "Truth," Miriam said. Judith turned the warm cup between her palms. "How many choose to remain?" "Not many," Alden replied. "A handful over all the years. Less than the stories make it sound. Most people come here to rest and then go back. But some, a very few, have given everything they can to the world above. They feel it. A ripeness, a readiness. On a mercy moon, they walk to the edge, say their good nights, and keep walking. No drama, no sermon. We don't gather and chant. We let them decide. We light candles afterward," Miriam added. "We speak their names in the chapel of names. We remember that they chose mercy." Judith's eyes drifted to the quiet houses along the hill. Curtains, flower pots, rocking chairs. She thought of the seniors she'd met, the way they carried themselves, not clinging, not bitter. There was a stillness in them that, now, she recognized as acceptance. "People aren't afraid," she asked. "They're at peace with the idea that rest is available," Alden said. "Knowing the door is there does not mean everyone runs to it. It just makes the hallway less frightening." "And no one is pushed," Judith said. "No one is persuaded?" Miriam's voice firmed, though it stayed soft. "If anyone here ever tried to force another toward the water, the lake would turn on them. Mercy is not something you can demand from someone else. It's only ever taken from the hand that offers its own weight." The ethical line shimmered before Judith like heat above the road. It was, undeniably, a form of sacrifice. Yet it was not fed by hunger or cruelty, but by consent and exhaustion, by people who had reached the end of their shouldering and wanted to transmute their pain into something that steadied others. She thought of the journals below the chapel, the repeated loops of her own name, the missing pages in her notebook, the voice on the tape, the blank spaces where her sharpest self-reproach had once lived. "Has anyone ever regretted staying?" she asked. Miriam's answer was very quiet. "Those who choose to remain do not speak of regret. They are beyond that kind of weather." "And the town?" Judith said. "It benefits?" Alden nodded once. "We have fewer outbursts, fewer cruelties born from untreated grief. People here do not pretend life is easy. They've buried spouses, children, friends. But they are not inflamed by it. The rage, the restless despair. The lake draws that off, little by little, like poison from a wound." A breeze moved across the water then, gentle as a hand smoothing a wrinkled sheet. The surface shivered, then stilled. Judith watched an elderly couple shuffle down to a bench near the shore. They sat close together, hands barely touching, looking out at the lake with soft, knowing eyes. There was no fear in their faces, only a shared understanding. One day one of them might walk further than the other. And still, the moment now was quiet, intact. "They know," Judith said. "They do," Miriam replied. "We all do. Some of us will go in. Some will simply go home and sleep better, having stood near the possibility." Consent-based horror, Judith thought, though the phrase felt too clinical, too modern for what this was. This was something older and more intimate, an offered hand instead of a dragged foot. A hospice, not a hunting ground. She sipped the coffee. It tasted stronger than usual, anchoring. "If I chose to stay," she said, almost conversationally, "you would not stop me." Miriam looked at her, eyes full of that unflinching kindness Mercy Hill seemed to breed. "No," she said, "but I would ask if you have anything left you truly wish to give the world above. If you do, I would ask you to wait. And if I didn't, then I would walk you to the water Miriam said, "and trust the lake to receive you gently." The simplicity of it shook Judith more than any threat could have. Above the horizon, the sun finally broke, sending a pale path of light across Mercy Hill Lake. It glided all the way to where they sat, touching their faces, their cups, the folded lines of their hands. Judith felt the warmth and wondered, for the first time with clarity, which was more frightening. A world with no place like this at all, or a world where such a place existed and she had to decide what to do with that knowledge. Around her, the town was waking, slowly, quietly. Older residents stepped out onto porches, lifted their faces briefly to the light, then turned their eyes, almost in unison, toward the lake. Not afraid, not eager, simply aware, as if each of them carried a private understanding. When the time came, there would be a choice, and somewhere beneath that dark, glistening surface, there was already a seat waiting, glowing softly, empty but patient. The moon rose clean and round over Mercy Hill. Not white, not silver, but pale gold, as if it had borrowed the color of old letters. It climbed through a sky so clear the stars seemed to breathe, and its reflection spread over the lake in a perfect trembling circle. Tonight was the Mercy moon. The town moved slowly toward the water, each person carrying a lantern cupped in both hands. No one spoke loudly. Shoes scuffed over gravel. Shawls whispered against shoulders. The air smelled faintly of pine and the sweet smoke of beeswax. Judith followed the others down the slope, her heart steady, her thoughts strangely still. The path was lined with candles placed in glass jars, their flames flickering softly like watchful eyes. Along the shore, the residents formed loose clusters. They did not gather as a congregation, but as a family that had long ago stopped needing sermons. The choir from the chapel stood near the birches, humming a wordless hymn that rippled across the water in gentle waves. Each lantern carried a name written on its side, sometimes a single word, sometimes a small message. Some bore initials, others only the outline of a hand traced in ink. They were offerings, not to be read, but to be released. Judith's lantern bore no name at all. She had left it blank, unsure what to write. It glowed faintly, the paper thin enough for the candle inside to paint her palms in warm light. Pastor Miriam stood at the edge, shawl drawn close, her voice soft but clear as she addressed the gathered crowd. "Mercy remembers," she said. "Mercy listens. Mercy gives rest where rest is due. Tonight, we thank the lake for what it has held for us and what it will hold still." The hymn swelled again, low and slow. No melody strong enough to lead, only a shared hum, human and fragile, like the sound of breath before sleep. Judith stepped closer to the water. The surface shone with the reflected moon, the ripples catching glimmers of gold and pale blue. She slipped off her shoes, set them on the shore, and walked forward. The first touch of the water against her ankles surprised her. It was warm, impossibly warm for the night air, and it held her like fabric, not like liquid. With each step, it seemed to part willingly, folding around her legs without resistance. Knee-deep now, she stopped. The lake felt alive beneath her palms as she reached down, the way skin carries a pulse under light touch. All around her, lanterns floated out across the lake, each one a slow heartbeat of light. The townsfolk released them in silence, watching as they drifted away, their reflections multiplying until it seemed the stars themselves had decided to visit the earth. Judith closed her eyes, calm. The night hummed. It would be so easy, she thought, to take another step, to let the water pull her deeper into that luminous quiet she had seen in her dream. No violence waited there. No suffering. Only stillness and the soft voices of those who had chosen to stay. Stay this time, she heard faintly, her own voice, but distant, like an echo from another version of herself. You have done enough. She breathed in deeply. The air smelled like rain that had not yet fallen. She tilted her head back and opened her eyes. The moon floated directly above her, its reflection touching her chest like a benediction. Behind her, the hymn rose again. And then she saw them. A young couple stood near the benches. Newcomers, she guessed, faces she hadn't seen before. They held hands loosely, their eyes fixed on an older man, resting on a blanket by the shore. His breathing was shallow but even, his face turned toward the lake, serene in sleep. The woman brushed his hair from his forehead and whispered something to him Judith couldn't hear. Miriam knelt beside them, laying a gentle hand on the man's shoulder. The couple smiled through tears, whispering thanks. The father's chest rose and fell with the rhythm of rest, the deep, unbroken rest of someone who had not known peace in weeks. Judith felt the warmth of the water around her knees. It pulsed once, as if asking. Her throat tightened. That family, she thought. They would wake tomorrow lighter. The father would sleep again. The children would remember the night the lake gave them a reprieve. The cycle would continue. Someone had to carry the story forward. Someone had to tell it without breaking the spell. She looked down at her reflection. The moon's image wavered across her face, cutting it in two. The woman she was and the one she could have been. The water whispered softly against her legs, offering, waiting. But Judith stepped back. The water resisted for just a moment, reluctant to release her, then receded with a sigh that might have been gratitude or farewell. She walked backward until her feet found the damp sand, then stood there for a long time, the hem of her skirt heavy with light. Her heart was steady, not triumphant, not regretful, only calm. Miriam turned as Judith rejoined her, eyes warm but unreadable. Not tonight, Judith said quietly. Miriam nodded. Then the world gets to keep you a little longer. Together, they watched the lanterns drift farther into the distance, merging into a slow constellation over the dark expanse. Judith's blank lantern floated among them, indistinguishable now, carrying no name, no confession, only the glow of choice. Thangsign, later, when the service had ended and the others had returned to their homes, Judith lingered by the water. The moon had begun its descent, its reflection stretching and thinning. The candles on the lake dimmed one by one until the surface was bare again. She stood alone in the hush that followed, not empty silence, but a silence filled with heartbeat and memory, as though the lake itself was satisfied. She whispered into it, not sure if she was speaking to the water or to herself. Thank you for holding me, even when I didn't stay. The water rippled once, a soft acknowledgement. In the distance, a single lantern remained, flickering weakly, its light small but stubborn. Judith watched it until it vanished into the far curve of the lake. Then she turned and began walking up the path. Tomorrow, she would leave Mercy Hill. She would not take the recordings or the notebooks. She would take only the feeling, the understanding that mercy was not always about release. Sometimes it was about endurance. Back in her room, she packed quietly. On the desk, she left one page torn from her notebook. On it, she wrote a single line in her looping script. Mercy does not erase. It remembers gently. She placed the page under the lamp and turned it off. When she woke at dawn, the lake was a mirror of sunlight. The air smelled of dew and ash, like the world had been newly washed. She stood at the window for a long time, watching it shimmer, and smiled. She would write again, not a confession, not an exposé, but a story about compassion, about letting go, about a town that believed in quiet grace. She would write without naming the lake. Some truths, she now understood, were meant to be held, not shared. As she loaded her car, she whispered one last time toward the still water, her voice carried by the morning breeze. "I'll see you again," she said. The lake did not answer in words, but the reflection of the Mercy moon lingered faintly beneath the sun, as if to say it already knew. Morning returned to Mercy Hill as it always did, softly with no urgency. The light unfolded across the hills in long, patient bands, touching the water first, then the trees, then the quiet porches that framed the town like punctuation. Judith stood at her window, her suitcase half-packed on the bed, watching the lake shimmer under a thin veil of mist. It looked utterly ordinary. Calm, reflective, harmless. No trace of the things she had seen or heard, no hint of the luminous figures or the voices that had spoken her name. Just a body of water, perfectly still, keeping its secrets beneath a surface too smooth to read. She should have felt relief. In a way, she did. Her mind was lighter. The heavy knots of regret she had carried into Mercy Hill had softened into something easier to hold, like old paper worn smooth by time. The images of Michael, his smile, his frailty, his final moments, no longer pierced her. They hovered in memory the way light rests on glass, visible but no longer wounding. The town outside was stirring. She heard Mr. Alden moving about downstairs, the scrape of chairs, the faint crackle of the radio murmuring a morning weather report. Birds called lazily across the shoreline. Judith turned back to the bed. Her clothes were folded with absent precision. The recorder lay beside them, its small red light blinking faintly, as if waiting for her to remember something it had captured. She picked it up and pressed play. Static, only static. She frowned and turned the volume up. Still nothing, no voice, no hum, no whispering water. The recordings she had taken throughout her stay were blank. She checked another file and another, all of them silent, the timestamps intact, but the sound erased. She felt no fear, only a kind of resigned awe. The lake protects its own, she murmured. Still, the journalist in her resisted. Years of habit compelled her to document, to explain, to share. She sat at the small desk and opened her laptop. The glow of the screen painted her face pale in the morning light. At first, the words came easily. Mercy Hill, a remote town in the Appalachian foothills, has long been whispered about among those who seek peace after loss. She paused. The next sentence refused to take shape. The cursor blinked. She tried again. Its lake, known as Mercy Lake, is said to... She stopped. The sentence dissolved as soon as she wrote it. Not metaphorically, literally. The words on the screen blurred as though the font itself were melting. She blinked hard, leaned forward. The letters rearranged into nonsense, then into blank white. Judith exhaled slowly. Her heartbeat stayed calm. She typed again. Slower this time, careful, deliberate. Locals claim the same thing. The text faded, the cursor returning to the start as if she had never touched the keys. She sat back in her chair. The hum of the refrigerator in the next room filled the silence. She tried the simplest approach. There is a place where grief is softened by water. The sentence remained for a heartbeat, then collapsed into a faint shimmer of gray and vanished. Judith closed the laptop and let her fingers rest on its lid. She felt no frustration, only the strange serenity of recognizing an inevitable rule being enforced. The lake would not allow itself to become spectacle. She turned to her camera, scrolling through the images she had taken, the town square, the chapel, the shoreline. She saw only bright washes of white and blurred light. Every photo overexposed, bleached beyond recognition. It was as if the sunlight itself had erased the world. She checked one video clip, the recording of the Mercy Moon night. The frame pulsed, full of light, then broke apart into nothing but a single shimmering reflection that filled the entire screen. When she tried to pause it, the program crashed. Judith smiled faintly. "All right," she said softly. "I understand." She unplugged the camera, turned off the laptop, and sat in stillness for a while. On the nightstand lay her notebook, the page she had written before sleep. Mercy does not erase. It remembers gently. Still waited where she had left it. She ran a finger over the words, feeling a quiet satisfaction that these, at least, had remained. She thought about her article, the one that would never exist. Maybe it didn't need to. Maybe the story was not meant to be told, but carried. Judith rose and walked to the window again. The lake was shedding its mist now, its reflection sharpening in the morning sun. People were beginning to appear. Nora walking her dog, Mr. Alden sweeping the inn's front steps, Pastor Miriam strolling toward the chapel with her shawl drawn around her shoulders. Ordinary, peaceful life, the kind that required no audience. Judith watched them with affection. It struck her that she could leave today, drive away, return to the world, and no one would believe a word of what she had experienced. She would sound sentimental, maybe delusional, a widow clinging to metaphors about healing. And that was fine. The truth had never been meant for proof. She began to finish packing. Each item folded, each drawer closed with quiet precision. But though she moved with purpose, she did not feel the familiar ache of departure. Something inside her resisted the finality of leaving, not out of fear, but out of belonging. She glanced at her half-zipped suitcase and realized that, deep down, she had already unpacked. This wasn't an ending, just a pause between pages. Judith sat on the bed and let her hands rest in her lap. The stillness of the room pressed around her gently. The faint scent of pine soap, the ticking clock, the hum of morning wind against the shutters. She thought of the luminous version of herself in the lake bed, calm, patient, infinite, and smiled at the faint echo of that peace inside her chest. She whispered to the air, half prayer, half promise, "I'll carry you quietly." The room seemed to exhale in response. Downstairs, a car door shut. The sound of someone leaving, someone staying. It didn't matter which. All of it was part of the same rhythm now. The world moving, the lake listening, the living and the remembered exchanging their weight in silence. Judith rose, closed her suitcase, and left it by the door. But she did not pick it up. Instead, she walked back to the window, watching the sunlight crawl across the lake like a slow-moving hand. The reflection trembled, warm and inviting, as if to say, "You do not have to rush. Mercy has no schedule." Judith smiled. For the first time in years, she felt that leaving and staying were no longer opposites. They were simply two ways of resting in the same truth. Judith gave up on the article before noon, not out of defeat, but out of clarity. The screen stayed stubbornly empty, every attempt at description dissolving into nothing. It felt less like a technical glitch and more like a boundary, a gentle palm over her pen, a quiet voice saying, "Not this way." She closed the laptop with care, as though it were a sleeping animal, and turned to the notebook instead. The paper waited without resistance. No blinking cursor, no expectation of structure, of thesis, of proof. For a long moment, she simply sat at the desk in her lakeside house room, pen in hand, listening to the soft sounds of the inn. The distant clink of dishes, the follow-through of a broom on the downstairs floorboards. Someone laughing once, softly, on the porch below. Then, without planning it, she began to write. Not to her editor, not to the world of headlines, not to the faceless many, to someone else. Dear you who found this instead of the story you thought you were looking for. The words moved easily. She wrote as if speaking to the kind of people who would find her voice soothing at midnight. People her age, or close enough. People whose hearts had been scraped thin by many years of doing their best. People who had lost spouses, parents, friends, chances, and who wore that history quietly, in the way they sat down and in the way they sighed. She did not mention Mercy Hill by name. She did not describe the lake. Instead, she wrote about aging gently, about the way no one warns you that your memories will sometimes feel heavier than your bones, about the subtle cruelty of a world that praises resilience but rarely teaches rest, about the quiet heroism of getting up on mornings when there is no one left to notice but you. She wrote, "You are not weak because you are tired. Tiredness is proof you have carried things. You are allowed to put some of them down." She wrote about regret, not as indictment, but as evidence of a still living conscience. If you are ashamed of things you did or did not do, it means some part of you was always trying. Let that count for something. She wrote about forgiving herself, and by extension, them. We are all rough drafts pretending to be final copies. Be kinder to the earlier pages. She wrote about sleep, not the escape of it, but the trust it requires. When you close your eyes, you are saying to the universe, I will let go of control for a while. That is not laziness. That is courage. Hours slipped by unnoticed. The sunlight shifted from one side of the window to the other. She filled one page, then another, then a third. Each one a letter not to an audience, but to a single pair of invisible hands that might someday pick it up when they needed it most. When she was done, she stacked the pages, feeling an unfamiliar warmth in her chest. No urgency, no panic that it wasn't enough. Just a quiet sense of rightness. Down at the chapel, Pastor Miriam looked up as Judith entered, holding the folded letters. I couldn't write the story, Judith said. So I wrote these. Miriam's eyes softened. Good, she said, as if that had been the hope all along. On a small table near the back of the chapel, beneath the plaques and candles, sat a simple wooden box that Judith hadn't noticed before. No lock, no inscription. What's that one? She asked. Miriam brushed dust from its lid with the side of her hand. It's for words that want to be found, but not published, she said. For anyone who needs a softer ending. Judith smiled. That's exactly what these are. Pastor Miriam opened the box. Inside were a few envelopes, some folded notes, a photograph or two curled at the edges. Nothing neatly arranged, just offerings left in trust. Will you read them? Judith asked. No, Miriam replied. I only keep them dry. The rest is between the writer and whoever opens them someday. Judith placed her letters inside. No signature, no date. Only the sense that they belonged here now, in the hush, waiting for the tired, restless hands of some future stranger. As they closed the lid, the candles nearby fluttered once, then steadied. Thank you, Judith said. People will find them, Miriam answered. The ones who are meant to. Judith left the chapel feeling as though she had contributed a small kindness to a secret library. Not an expose, not a warning, an invitation. By late afternoon, the sky had gone the pale, milky blue of a day that had made its point and was ready to rest. Judith climbed the stairs to her room, her suitcase still waiting like a question she hadn't answered yet. She opened the door, stopped. There, resting squarely in the center of her pillow, lay an envelope, Lakeside House stationery, folded once, no name written on the front. The room was otherwise untouched. Curtains just as she'd left them, bedspread still smooth from that morning. She felt no spike of fear, only a familiar thrum. The sense that Mercy Hill's quiet mechanisms were turning again, gently. She crossed the room, each step unhurried, and picked up the envelope. The paper was warm, as if it had not been sitting long. She slid her finger under the fold and opened it. Inside was a single sheet, lined, filled with neat, looping handwriting. Her handwriting. Not just similar, exact. She read, Dear Judith, thank you for choosing to live. You won't always remember this town clearly. You won't remember every rule or every mercy, but you will remember how it felt to wake up without the weight crushing your ribs. You will be softer with people. You will let calls go a little less unanswered. You will forgive yourself faster when you fail, because you will understand you are allowed to rest before you break. 1 year from now, you will sit at a small desk in a different quiet room and write something kind that saves a stranger from making a permanent choice on a temporary night. You will not know it was this place that steadied your hand. That is all right. Mercy does not require credit. You made the harder choice, not the disappearing one, the staying one. I am proud of you. J. Mercy Hill, 1 year ahead. Judith read it twice. Her throat tightened on a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. On the second read, her eye caught the date at the top of the page. Exactly 1 year from today. She looked up instinctively, half expecting some trick. Miriam in the doorway, Alden smiling with a conspirator's shrug. But the hall beyond was empty. No footsteps. Only the faint hum of the building, the soft omnipresence of the lake. She lowered her gaze to the words again. You made the harder choice, not the disappearing one, the staying one. The horror of it, if it could be called horror, came from the angle of it. Not that something beyond her understood her future, but that it trusted her with it. That some version of herself, standing on the far side of days she had not yet lived, believed in her enough to send this back. She folded the letter carefully, almost reverently, and pressed it to her chest for a moment. Okay, she whispered. To the room, to the hills, to the waters she could not see but could feel. I'll do it. No answer came in words. But out on the lake, the light shifted just a little, as if the surface had nodded. Dawn arrived the way it always did in Mercy Hill. Without ceremony, without edges. The horizon blushed faintly, and the lake caught the light before anything else did, holding it the way a kind face holds a secret. Judith stood by her car, suitcase finally in the trunk, the last curls of mist dissolving into the trees. She lingered a moment longer than necessary, her hands resting on the door. The stillness around her was absolute. No voices, no movement, only the steady sound of her breath mixing with the waking world. It would have been easy to stay. The thought brushed her gently as she looked out across the water. The lake seemed calm, content, unpossessive. If it had wanted her, it did not show it. Mercy did not beg. "Thank you," she said softly, though she wasn't sure who she was thanking. Mr. Alden, Pastor Miriam, the others still asleep in their homes, or the water itself. Maybe all of them, maybe none. The air was cool enough that her breath lingered for a moment before fading. She smiled, a small, private thing, and opened the car door. The road that led out of Mercy Hill wound through the same valleys and bends that had greeted her weeks ago. Yet it looked different now, less like an escape, more like a continuation. The trees glowed amber under the newborn sun, their leaves trembling in the early wind. The radio hummed low static between stations, no voice, no signal, only the soft murmur of distance. Judith drove slowly, her body relaxed against the seat. Her mind was not racing to catalog the story, not chasing angles or quotes. The instinct to expose, to dissect, had quieted into something gentler. She was not leaving with evidence. She was leaving with understanding. At a turnoff overlooking the valley, she pulled over. The lake was still visible through the thinning trees, a single coin of light amid the hills. She rolled down the window and sat there for a while, letting the morning breeze touch her face. From here, Mercy Hill looked like any other small town in the Appalachians. Rooftops pressed against the slope, smoke from early fires curling into pale air. Nothing marked it as strange or sacred. The mystery had folded itself neatly back into the ordinary, as if it had never opened at all. Judith laughed once under her breath. "You're good at hiding," she murmured. Then she turned the key and eased the car back onto the road. Hours passed that way. Long, ribboning roads between gold fields, roadside diners, and forgotten gas stations. She stopped at one for coffee, the kind that came too hot and too thin. But it was enough. She smiled at the young clerk who served her, his name tag reading Eddie, and thought fleetingly that he looked like someone she might have interviewed long ago in another version of her life. By the time she reached the next town, a quiet place off Route 14, no name worth remembering, the sun was high, and the day had that hollow brightness that comes after emotional storms. She checked into a small roadside motel. Stucco walls, a faded sign, a single row of rooms facing an empty pool. Inside, the air smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and old wood. She set her bag on the bed, opened the curtains halfway, and let the afternoon light spill across the carpet. Only then did she remember the recordings. The journalist in her hadn't entirely vanished. She dug out the small recorder, still carrying the scratches of her many attempts to document what shouldn't be documented. She plugged in her earbuds, sat on the edge of the bed, and pressed play. At first, there was nothing. Then, birds. The slow exhale of wind through the trees. Her own footsteps crunching faintly over gravel, the steady rhythm of her breathing. She adjusted the volume, waiting for the other thing, for the whispers, for her name spoken from water, for the soft hum that had filled her dreams. But there was only the landscape, natural, indifferent, beautiful. The lake had kept its silence. She tried another file. The same. Another. Still only soundscape, untouched. Judith leaned back against the headboard and closed her eyes. The quiet was not disappointing. It was, in its own way, proof. The kind of proof no editor would print, that something could be both real and untellable. She listened again. The wind, her breath, the faint rustle of unseen life. All of it sounded like the truest kind of conversation. "Maybe you were never supposed to talk," she said aloud, smiling faintly. "Maybe you were only ever supposed to listen." Outside, a long-haul truck rumbled past, shaking the window slightly. The light shifted. She turned off the recorder and set it beside her. On the small motel desk stood a mirror, just large enough to catch her reflection in the half-light. She met her own eyes there. They looked different. Not younger, not older, just quieter. The fine lines around them no longer seemed like damage. They looked earned. She reached up, brushed her hair behind her ear, and caught her own faint smile in the mirror's edge. Then, for a split second, she saw it. Not in the glass itself, but in the reflection of the window behind her. There, where there should have been nothing but the blurred outline of the parking lot and the pale strip of road, something shimmered. The faintest suggestion of rippling light. Blue and gold at once, as though water had pooled inside the reflection. And within that shimmer, a movement, circular and slow, the ghost of a ripple spreading outward. Judith turned her head, sharply but calmly. The window showed only asphalt, a passing cloud, the empty pool. No lake, no glow. She let out a long, steady breath. Her pulse did not quicken. If anything, she felt steadier. The moment passed like the memory of a lullaby, soft, unprovable, but too intimate to doubt. She glanced back at the mirror. Her reflection looked exactly as before. Behind her, the shimmer was gone. Judith smiled once more, and this time it reached her eyes. "It's all right," she said softly, to no one, to everything. "I'll remember gently." The room settled again into stillness. Outside, the world continued unbothered. A dog barking somewhere, a radio playing faintly through a neighboring wall, a curtain shifting in the breeze. Judith reached for her notebook, the same one she had carried into Mercy Hill, and opened to a blank page. Her pen hovered, then moved with quiet confidence. There are places that do not exist on maps, but still find you when you need them. You don't have to prove them to make them real. Some mercies are circular. They bring you home by a different road, lighter than you left. She set the pen down. Outside, the afternoon faded toward evening. The motel neon buzzed faintly, its red letters blinking in uneven rhythm. Judith stood, turned off the lamp, and walked to the window. The reflection met her again, ordinary, grounded, nothing strange about it now. Just her and the world, and the hum of living things. Still, as she closed the curtains, she whispered one final line, more to the water than to herself. Until next time. And for an instant before the fabric met in the middle, the faintest shimmer of light curved across the glass, circular, patient, merciful, then faded into morning silence that hadn't yet arrived. A year passed, but it did not rush. It drifted the way fog moves across still water, unhurried, patient, knowing exactly where to go. Judith's life, once shaped by deadlines and bylines, took on a gentler rhythm, one that no longer depended on the pulse of urgency. She did not return to journalism, not in the way she once practiced it. The world of breaking news and constant noise now felt like a language she had forgotten how to speak, or perhaps one she had chosen to unlearn. Instead, she found herself drawn toward smaller stories, the kind that lived quietly in the corners of everyday life. In the mornings, she volunteered at the community center a few towns over. It was an unremarkable building with linoleum floors, half-broken chairs, and the steady hum of an old vending machine that no one ever restocked. But there, she found a kind of purpose that didn't demand explanation. She helped organize book readings, sorted donations, made tea for the widows who came early and stayed late. On Thursdays, she read aloud to the seniors. Fragments of poetry, newspaper clippings, stories she wrote herself. Her voice had changed. It carried warmth now, not edge. It had the tone of someone who had stopped trying to convince and started simply offering. Sometimes, when she finished reading, one of the older men, always sitting in the back, always half asleep, would wipe his eyes and murmur, "You make it sound like it matters." Judith would smile, setting her glasses on the table. "It does," she'd say, and leave it at that. Her home, a modest apartment near a quiet stretch of highway, smelled faintly of coffee and pine oil. The window above her writing desk looked out on a stand of trees that swayed in perfect rhythm with the wind. She kept her days simple, tending a small garden, cooking for one, walking at dusk. Her nights, though, were softer than they had ever been. Sleep came easily now. No pills, no racing thoughts. Sometimes, when she lay in bed just before drifting off, she would hear it, faint but distinct. The soft sound of moving water. Not rain, not plumbing, but the hush of a lake she hadn't seen in 12 months. It wasn't haunting. It was presence. When she heard it, she would smile. "Hello," she would whisper into the darkness, eyes closed. "I'm still here." And in the stillness that followed, she sometimes imagined she could feel a faint pulse beneath her ribs. A second heartbeat, slow and kind, keeping time with the lakes. She wrote, but not for publication. The pages filled gradually, without pressure or goal. It was not a memoir, not quite philosophy, not entirely fiction. She called it Learning to Rest. The title came to her one morning as she poured coffee, watching the cream swirl into the dark liquid like clouds folding into dusk. It was a small book, gentle reflections on slowing down, on forgiving oneself for not becoming everything once imagined, on aging not as decline, but as ripening. She wrote about Mercy, but not the town. She wrote about water, but not the lake. And yet, in every sentence, Mercy Hill's breath lived quietly between the lines. One chapter began, "There are places that teach us how to stop fighting time. They don't remove our past. They just teach us to hold it differently." Another ended, "Peace is not the absence of sorrow. It's the ability to breathe while carrying it." When she finished the manuscript, she didn't send it anywhere. She printed a single copy, bound it simply, and placed it on the shelf beside Michael's photo. His face smiled at her through the glass, younger than she now was, eyes bright, hair wind-blown from that trip they had taken years before. She touched the edge of the frame. "I did what you told me to," she said softly. "I lived." She still missed him, the shape of him beside her, the sound of his laugh, the way he always miscounted the teaspoons of sugar in his coffee. But the missing had changed. His absence had become a room she could sit in comfortably, not an open wound, but a quiet companion. Sometimes she'd speak aloud to him while watering her plants or folding laundry. The words were ordinary. "Can you believe how early the leaves are turning?" Or, "I finally fixed that leak under the sink." And though she never heard an answer, she often caught the faint reflection of light dancing on the wall. Not enough to startle Eve, just enough to make her pause. The letter she'd found on her pillow in Mercy Hill remained in her drawer. She had read it many times, always on nights when the world felt too loud. The ink had not faded. Her future self's handwriting remained as steady as ever. "You made the harder choice, not the disappearing one, the staying one." Every time she read those words, a deep calm filled her chest. It wasn't pride, it was understanding. Staying wasn't about enduring forever. It was about learning how to live gently with the parts of life that couldn't be fixed. One rainy afternoon, as she packed a donation box for the community center, she found a small, empty envelope among her papers. the kind she used to seal her letters. On instinct, she wrote on it, "For anyone who needs a softer ending." She slipped a blank page inside, folded it twice, and placed it on the community center's bookshelf. It was her quiet continuation of the chapel box, a ripple from one mercy to another. As autumn returned, Judith began to feel time differently. It no longer pressed. It circled. The same amber leaves, the same low sun, the same rhythm of the world breathing in and out, all of it familiar, all of it new again. One evening, as twilight settled, she sat by her window and opened the notebook she used for half-thoughts and unfinished poems. On the first empty line, she wrote, "It has been a year of softer nights. The world has not grown easier, but I have." She paused, smiled, and underlined the last sentence once. Outside, the wind carried the faintest sound. Not rain, not storm, but water moving somewhere far away. She leaned back in her chair, eyes closing as the sound brushed the edge of hearing. For a moment, she imagined the lake, still and infinite, waiting like a patient friend. And as sleep found her again that night, she felt the same quiet certainty she had known standing knee-deep in the Mercy Moon. That peace does not erase pain. It teaches you how to hold it without breaking. That some endings are simply softer beginnings, written in circles instead of lines. By the time Robert Leland reached Mercy Hill, the sky was the color of cooling ashes. He had driven 6 hours without music, stopping only once for gas and a cup of coffee that tasted like cardboard. The world had blurred into an endless stream of trees, power lines, and silence. The kind of silence that didn't soothe, but pressed. He wasn't sure why he had come. His brother's death had left him hollow, restless, unable to stay still in the home they had built together. The obituary had been brief, the service smaller still. Grief had a way of shrinking things until even air felt tight. A friend from a support group had mentioned Mercy Hill, a quiet town where people sleep again. Robert had smiled politely, half dismissing it as some wellness retreat for people with more faith than sense. But as the weeks dragged on, sleep never came, and something in him, a small wordless fragment, had whispered, "Try." So here he was, following the last turn in the road as dusk settled. The town looked like any other. Modest houses, empty benches, a single diner with flickering neon. But there was something about the air. Still, but not stagnant. Alive, yet not loud. It reminded him of standing in a church long after everyone else had gone home. He parked near the inn. A wooden sign swayed gently. Lakeside House. No one was outside. The front desk bore a note in looping handwriting. "Back soon. Room 3 is ready." A key lay beside it. He smiled faintly. Small town trust. He carried his duffel upstairs. The room was plain but warm. A bed, a dresser, and a window overlooking the lake. The sight of the water caught him off guard. It was so still, it looked like painted glass. For a long moment, he simply stood there, breathing. Then something inside him loosened, the way a fist unclenches without permission. That night, he didn't sleep, but he rested. There was a difference. Morning came, gray and soft. Robert wandered through town, hands in pockets, no destination in mind. He followed the sound of slow bells to the chapel, a small wooden structure nestled between birch trees, white paint weathered to cream. The door was open. Inside, the air smelled faintly of cedar and candle wax. A line of candles flickered near the altar, each one burned to different heights. On one side of the room stood a low table, and on it, a wooden box with a handwritten sign, "For anyone who needs a softer ending. Curiosity or maybe exhaustion, drew him closer. The box wasn't locked. He lifted the lid gently. Inside lay folded letters, some old and yellowed, some new and crisp. A few envelopes, unsealed. The sight gave him pause. He hesitated, then took one from the top of the stack. The paper was plain, the handwriting soft and looping. He began to read. "Dear you who are carrying too much and pretending it isn't heavy." Robert froze. He read on. The letter spoke not like advice, but like recognition. About grief as something alive, not to be exercised, but befriended. About the ache that doesn't vanish, but changes texture with time. You do not need to rush to heal. You only need to rest long enough to remember you are not your pain. His throat tightened. He turned the page. You are not weak because you miss them. Missing is proof that something was worth loving. He had told no one about his brother's last words, how they had fought over nothing the night before the accident, how his brother had laughed through the anger and said, "You'll miss me before the coffee cools." Robert pressed his lips together, blinking hard. Each letter in the box spoke the same way, directly, kindly, without pity. Some mentioned aging, forgiveness, the slow grace of letting go. Others were so tender they made his chest ache. He read until his hands trembled. Then, near the bottom, he found a letter different from the rest. The handwriting was more deliberate, as though written by someone older, steadier. The page was folded twice, the ink slightly smudged. At the top it said, J.P. Mercy Hill, for anyone who came after. He unfolded it. If you are reading this, it means the water has chosen to listen again. I hope you came here not to disappear, but to rest. There is no wrong reason for being tired. The world is heavy, and you have carried your share. Sit by the lake. Let it listen. Tell it everything you don't know how to tell anyone else. It will not answer in words, but you will leave knowing which ones to keep. You will wake lighter, not cured, not empty, just gentler. That will be enough. The signature below was simple. J.P. Roberts stood there for a long time, the letter trembling slightly in his hands. The handwriting had a rhythm to it. Careful, generous. It felt like someone had written it just for him. He was about to refold the page when something caught his eye. The paper had a faint weight to it, as if another sheet was pressed against the back. He turned it over, and there it was, a photograph. Small, glossy, old-fashioned, the kind printed on fading instant film. The image showed a man standing at the edge of the lake, viewed from behind. The early morning light turned the water gold, and the man's silhouette looked peaceful, almost reverent. His hands were in his pockets, shoulders slightly slumped, familiar posture, familiar build. It was him. Robert felt his pulse stumble. He looked closer. The photo's edges were soft, its corners frayed as if it had been handled before. Then he saw the small writing on the back, in the same looping hand. Mercy Hill Lake, tomorrow. He exhaled, slow, careful, steady. The sound of it echoed faintly in the chapel, blending with the rustle of candles. He turned the photograph over again. The image didn't change. It was still him. Still the same posture, still the same light on the water. Yet, somehow, it felt less eerie than expected. Maybe it wasn't a warning. Maybe it was an invitation. Robert folded the letter and the photograph carefully, returned them to the box, and closed the lid. When he stepped outside, the air was crisp, the sun just beginning to break through the clouds. The lake shimmered in the distance, waiting, patient as always. He started walking toward it, not out of fear, but out of something closer to recognition. the quiet understanding that mercy sometimes sends its invitations in advance. And as he reached the edge of the water, the breeze carried the faintest whisper across the surface. Something that could have been his name, or only the sound of the world exhaling. Either way, he smiled. By the time the sun slipped behind the ridge, Mercy Hill had folded itself into its evening posture. Unhurried, familiar, like a book closing on a well-known page. Dusk settled over the lake in layers. Violet, then blue, then a soft, sheltering indigo. The water received each color without a ripple, keeping them all, blending them into a single, deep shade that looked less like a surface and more like a doorway. Along the shore, lanterns were lit, not as part of a festival tonight, not with speeches or ceremony, but as habit. A handful of them, placed by steady hands, rested on the wooden posts and flat stones, their reflections doubling in the lake until the shoreline looked stitched with small, golden threads. Older couples sat on benches facing the water. They leaned close without needing to speak. Bodies that had weathered loss and illness and distance, still finding their way to the same quiet place at the end of the day. Some held hands. Some simply shared the silence. Their faces were not free of sorrow. But the sorrow there had edges smoothed by time and something else. By a particular kind of listening they had allowed themselves to trust. Near the chapel, Pastor Miriam stepped out into the cooling air. Her shawl fluttered once, catching the pale wind. She carried a single white candle between her palms, sheltering its small flame as she walked down to the water's edge. No crowd followed. No one watched with bated breath. This was not spectacle. This was continuity. She knelt on the shoreline stone, the same spot so many feet had touched over the years, and placed the candle at the rim where earth met water. Its light flickered, then steadied, the flame leaning gently toward the lake as if in greeting. "Thank you," she whispered. No one near enough to hear, and yet the words belonged to everyone. The lake did not answer in any way an outsider could measure. No waves rose, no shapes surfaced, but the air around her seemed to deepen, to grow denser with a kind of attentive quiet. As though the world, for just a breath, paused to remember itself. Underneath that dark, polished surface, the echoes were there. Countless whispered names, carried down through years, names of husbands, wives, brothers, daughters, first loves, lost friends, younger selves. Each syllable had been handed over gently, entrusted to the water with shaking voices and tired hearts. The lake held them all, not jumbled, not screaming, not trapped, but organized the way stars organize a night sky, in constellations only meaningfully visible to those who had placed them there. There were no screams under Mercy Hill Lake, no clawing hands, no thrashing souls caught against their will. The ones who had chosen to remain were not chained. They were seated, watching, cradling what others could not bear, turning raw grief into something quieter, more breathable, before releasing it back into the world as rest. Their presence was a hum now, a low, woven music threaded through the stones, through the roots of the trees, through the bones of this small town where porch lights glowed like patient eyes. Mercy, here, was not an idea. It was a system, ancient, understood, practiced, a force older than fear. Fear demanded attention, demanded spectacle, demanded the story center on its sharp edges. Mercy moved the other way, slow, unseen, rearranging weight from shoulders that shook to shoulders that had volunteered to carry more. It did not erase the past, did not edit out the truth. It only changed how tightly people had to cling to it. On one bench Robert sat with his hands folded loosely in his lap, eyes on the water. He had been here long enough to sleep now, long enough to let his brother's name slip from a razor in his chest to a stone warmed in his palm. He did not know who had written those letters in the chapel box, nor how a photograph had shown him from a day that had not yet happened. He did not need to. He only knew that he had walked to the lake, spoken to it softly, and come back to his room afterward with lungs that no longer burned from holding everything in. Somewhere far away, Judith Peyton closed her eyes in a dim apartment, the sound of an invisible shoreline brushing the edge of her mind. She would never be sure whether Mercy Hill had been a real town or a kindness she'd imagined when she most needed it. Her days were filled now with reading to others, writing gently, and letting softness count as enough. On her nightstand rested the small printed copy of Learning to Rest. On the inside cover, in her careful hand, she had written, "For anyone who is tired and thinks they have to earn their sleep." When she turned off the lamp, she heard it again, the faintest murmur of water. She smiled in the dark, not surprised, no longer searching for reason. Back in Mercy Hill, Pastor Miriam straightened slowly, knees protesting, and watched the lone candle's flame. It burned uncomplicated. Its reflection stretched toward the center of the lake like a thin, golden bridge. "If you're listening," she said to the water, "they're doing all right out there." The surface shivered once, subtle as breath. Lanterns dimmed. Porch lights blinked out. Dogs curled at thresholds. Somewhere a radio clicked off mid-song. The town settled into its shared exhale. Overhead, the stars grew clearer, not harsh, but soft-spoken. Their reflections fell into the lake by the thousands, joining the candlelight and the moon's long path of silver. For a moment, it was impossible to tell where sky ended and water began. The whole world looked mirrored, doubled, held. If you stood there then, at the edge of Mercy Hill Lake, between the hush of trees and the slow hymn of crickets, and really listened, you might feel it too. Not a voice calling you to vanish, not a threat. A presence, a sense that somewhere beneath that surface, old sorrows were being held with two hands and infinite patience. That tired souls had chosen to stay, not to haunt, but to help, turning the weight of others into something bearable, night after night. And if you were very still, you might sense what they had always known. That mercy is not a thunderclap or a miracle in bright colors. It is this: a place or a moment or a person willing to say, "Give it here, rest a while." So now, listener, wherever you are, however old your grief, however frayed your edges feel, hear this softly. If you are tired, you do not have to come to Mercy Hill. You do not need a magic lake or a vanished town or a candlelit chapel to be worthy of rest. Somewhere in your life, in a quiet room, in a kind memory, in a friend's voice, in the version of you who never gave up on yourself, there is a place that is already willing to hold the weight for you, just for a while, so you can sleep. You are allowed to set it down. You are allowed to breathe. You are allowed to close your eyes without apologizing. The lake, whether you believe in it or not, remembers for you. Above Mercy Hill, the sky deepened to velvet. The last candle burned low, its reflection trembling once, then settling into the vast, dark mirror. No twist waited in the shadows. No sudden hand, no cruel laughter. Just starlight, just water. Just the soft, slow turning of a world that sometimes, miraculously, chooses kindness. The surface of the lake held steady, unbroken. And in that stillness, in that long, patient silence, there lingered only one feeling, gentle, inexplicable, and true. You are seen. You are carried. Sleep,